Amidst the street covered in pristine white snow, Estelle exhaled heavy breaths. She frowned, thinking to herself, I can't. As cold gusts of wind blew past, Estelle collapsed onto the snow. Her entire body numb from the cold, she thought to herself, my whole body can't move. Is this how I die? How meaningless. A few hours earlier, at Brienne Manor, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Estelle, Brienne, what are you thinking? How much more do you intend to disgrace our family? The one who had just shouted was Aldente Brienne, Count Brienne. He sat down on a chair and continued, Do you think you can go out looking like that? You don't want rumors to spread that the young lady of the Brienne family is spreading albinism, do you? Estelle pressed her lips together, not saying a word. Aldente was still berating her. Everyone says it's a terrible disease that turns the body pale and then kills you. Do you know how many people are whispering about it? Sitting next to him, Lorelia Brienne, Countess Brienne, clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tsk. Aldente raised his teacup and said again, It's truly shameful to have to appear in high society, isn't it? Estelle, if you have any thoughts... Suddenly, a servant entered and announced, Sir, you have a visitor. Aldente glanced outside, puzzled. A visitor?
On the other side, the room door slowly opened. Syria walked in and said, I apologize for the unexpected visit, but there's something important I need to say. The butler, following behind, quickly interrupted. Miss, Lorelia asked in confusion, what is this about? The butler said, Forgive me, allow me to explain. Without waiting for him to finish, Syria stepped forward. I am your true daughter. Estelle, standing in the corner, was stunned and looked up upon hearing this. On the other side, Lorelia asked in surprise, Huh? Syria continued, I was swapped with another baby when I was an infant due to a nanny's mistake. Aldente stood up abruptly. Nonsense, drag this girl out immediately.
The butler hesitantly said, The thing is... Syria smirked. She took a few more steps and said, Please look here, Count Brienne. Look at my eyes and my hair. Aldente, startled, said, That color. Syria added, I am the true daughter of the Brienne family. Estelle's heart seemed to skip a beat. Lorelia looked up and called, Butler. The butler quickly entered with a tray of letters. As Aldente picked up the letter, the butler added, This is the wizard's certification, confirming that she is indeed your biological daughter. Aldente exclaimed, Oh my goodness, are you really our daughter? Syria nodded and replied, Yes. She looked to the side, then pointed at Estelle and loudly declared, You were swapped with that servant's daughter. Estelle was stunned, silently letting out a gasp of ah amidst her pounding heart. She thought to herself, As soon as I heard those words, lost memories flooded back to me. I am in a novel I once read in my previous life. It's the Cinderella fairy tale of Lady Syria about the fate of a noblewoman swapped with a beggar girl. And in this story, I am merely a tool for Syria's tragedy. At this point, Estelle unconsciously clenched her fists, stammering, Lorelia covered her mouth and exclaimed, Oh my, it's you. Under Estelle's sorrowful gaze, she walked straight towards Syria. Estelle softly cried out, Ah. Lorelia on the other side said again, You are truly our daughter now. Syria spread her arms and cried out, Mother. The two embraced, displaying a feigned affection. Lorelia said, I'm sorry, my dear. I'm sorry for not recognizing you sooner. It truly is a cruel twist of fate. At this point, she immediately turned her head and said, I knew it. That monstrous creature could never be of our bloodline.
Why didn't I suspect it sooner? Aldente said gravely. Estelle, I'm sure you understand the situation now. Estelle's heart skipped a beat, and she called out, Father! Aldente added, But for the honor of the Brienne family, I will assign some servants to accompany you. From the moment you leave this house, we will all become strangers. Now, return to where you truly belong. And so she and some servants were expelled into the snowy weather. They murmured, Ugh, it's so cold. What did we do to deserve this? Another hastily corrected, Hurry and follow us, Lady Estelle. Wait, no, you're not a lady anymore. Estelle didn't say a word, silently following behind. A purple-haired maid then said, I heard she's the daughter of a maid. Who knows who her father is? Lady, my foot. Hearing that, Estelle's heart tightened once more, but she still didn't say anything further. The group walked for a while longer. The purple-haired maid then asked, Why haven't I seen an inn yet?
Estelle bent over, panting, and thought, My legs don't want to move. I also feel dizzy. Are these symptoms of albinism? A maid saw her stop and turned her head to call out, Lady Estelle, hurry up! Another purple-haired maid yelled, Leave her be. Whose fault do you think it is that we were kicked out of the Brienne household? She's such a nuisance. Just leave her. Seeing them leave, Estelle cried out, Ah! She raised her hand to try and grab them, but they were already too far away. Estelle was thus left alone. She furrowed her brows tightly, her face contorted as if about to try, looking in the direction they had gone. A long time later, footsteps echoed. Claude stopped in front of Estelle. He pondered for a moment, then sighed. Ah! Then he thought to himself, a person? It seems she has. Just as he turned to leave, Claude suddenly heard a faint cough. Cough, cough. He was startled, quickly turned back and sat down, gently lifting Estelle. Then he thought to himself, she's lucky to be alive, but it won't last long. Thinking this, Claude reached into his pocket to rummage for something.
A long while later, he took out a bottle of purple medicine, sparkling brightly. Opening the bottle, Claude poured it directly into his mouth. Then he lifted Estelle's head, slowly bent down, and gently fed the medicine into her mouth. After feeding Estelle the medicine, Claude thought to himself, the rest is up to fate. At least this kind act won't cause any harm. After thinking, he picked her up and slowly walked to the entrance of a luxurious mansion. The next morning, at the Valwa mansion, butler Euron bustled in. The soles of his shoes continuously clacked against the floor. Upon seeing Alund, he immediately called out, Sir Alund. He waved and said, Good morning, Euron. Hello. Euron reported, Sir Alund, I have something urgent to discuss. Alund snorted skeptically. Euron then hesitated, saying, last night? Alund asked fiercely, Huh? Was someone left at the gate? And I thought you were going to tell me my rigid older brother brought a girl home again? Euron gave an awkward laugh. Haha. Alund changed the subject. So you're saying, last night some black-haired people appeared and left a girl on our doorstep like a puppy, huh? And you brought her in? Euron nodded. Yes, that's right. Alund praised. Well done. She could have frozen to death if you had left her like that. So where is the girl now? Euron stopped, smiling at him. Then you walked up to a room, raised his hand and knocked twice. Knock, knock. Then both stood waiting in silence. A moment later, Alund turned to look at Euron. He tilted his head, and then stepped forward to push the door open. Inside the luxurious room, Estelle was lying on a large bed. Alund walked over, looked at her face for a long time, then exclaimed in surprise, This child! Euron nodded in response. Yes, it seems she has albinism. Alund remarked with concern. The child is so sick. How can someone be this thin? Looking at Estelle's hand.
Euron silently thought. Most people didn't understand anything about albinism, often mistaking it for an infectious disease. Sir Alan surely knew the reason behind her condition. As soon as he finished thinking, Alan suddenly turned his head and asked, How is she now? Euron stepped forward and replied in a low voice, Her fever has significantly subsided. The worst is over. She just needs to wake up. Alan nodded and said, Good. Tell the doctor to keep an eye on her. Euron smiled and replied, Yes, sir. Time gradually passed. As sunlight streamed in through the window, Estelle slowly regained consciousness. She thought to herself, It's so warm. Am I dead? Where am I? What happened? Estelle sat up and mumbled, I remember fainting in the snow, as she noticed the room's interior decoration.
She thought again. She had never seen such a luxurious room, not even in the Brienne mansion. Was she dreaming? Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Without waiting for Estelle to answer, Alund pushed the door open and entered. Seeing her sitting on the bed, he couldn't help but be surprised. You are awake? Estelle cautiously asked, Who is it? Seeing Alund raise his hand towards her, Estelle was terrified, thinking he would hit her. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes and recoiled. But the usual slap didn't come. Alund merely touched her forehead and said, Your fever has gone down. Estelle's heart skipped a beat. She stumbled back, thinking, He touched me. He touched my head. She recalled Lorelia's reaction whenever she touched her. She would always scream, I touched it! I touched the white demon! Water! Under Estelle's bewildered gaze, she frantically ordered, Quickly, bring water for me to wash. Back in the present, Alund calmly asked, What's wrong? Estelle stared at his face, wondering, Doesn't he know I have albinism? The maid, Audrey, quickly ran in and said, She's probably still not well. Alund put his hands in his pockets and casually said, That's why you should stay in bed. Why are you sitting up? Estelle hesitantly asked, Where am I? Alund replied, My house. Estelle asked further, Then where is that? Alund suddenly realized, Aha, the Valwa's mansion. Estelle was startled and asked, What? The Valwa, the ducal family of the Red Flame that has protected the Empire since its founding. Everyone in the Empire reveres this name. Their red hair is the identifying characteristic of the Valwa lineage.
Seeing the confused look on her face, Alund immediately said, I think we should introduce ourselves in order, shouldn't we? My name is Alund Valwa, the second son and third generation of the Valwa family. Estelle thought in surprise, He's the second son of the Valwa family, Alund. Alund smiled and asked, And your name is? Estelle gasped in shock. Ah! She clenched her fists and thought to herself, If he knows I'm the white demon of the Brienne family, then he'll also... Looking back at Alund's face, Estelle thought further, But I don't want to deceive my benefactor. Then she hesitated and said, My name is Estelle Brienne. After that, she bit her lip and thought, no, I'm no longer a member of the Brienne family. Alun nodded and said, I understand, Estelle Brienne. It seems we'll be living together until you recover. Let's try to get along.
Seeing him reach out his hand, Estelle thought in surprise, is he asking for a handshake? Alun wondered, aren't you going to shake my hand? Estelle said in a small voice, but I'm still sick. Alun chuckled and asked, afraid of catching a cold? Don't worry, as you can see, I'm very healthy. Estelle still hesitated, only extending her hand after a moment. A few days later, Estelle thought to herself, I've been at Valwa Manor for a few days now. As she was listening to the birds sing, Audrey placed a plate of soup down and said, Lady Estelle, today's menu is turtle soup. You must be tired of soup by now, right? The doctor said you can start eating bread tomorrow. Estelle happily said, tired? Not at all. It's still delicious after all these days. I've never tasted such good soup. Audrey replied, it's good to hear you say that. The chef was a bit worried. Estelle extended her hand and said, he doesn't need to worry. Suddenly, her hand touched the hand of the maid, Emma. Estelle quickly withdrew her hand and said, oh, I'm sorry. Despite that, Emma still showed a look of disgust. She then quickly waved her hand as if to shoo away bacteria.
Seeing this, Audrey immediately snapped, Emma, that's very rude. Emma flinched, hurriedly bowed her head and pleaded, forgive me, it was an instinctive reaction. Audrey replied, I don't want to hear your excuses. Leave immediately. You will be punished for this. After Emma ran out, Audrey bowed politely again and said, I apologize, Lady Estelle. She hasn't been here long, so she's still clumsy. I assure you this won't happen again. Estelle gritted her teeth, forced a smile, and replied, I'm fine. With that said, she scooped a spoonful of soup, slowly brought it to her mouth with a thoughtful expression. Without them, I might have died. Even if it started with pity, I've never been cared for like this before. She raised her glass of water, looking at her own reflection. Then she pondered, is it okay for me to be this happy? Just then, a sudden commotion arose outside. Estelle asked curiously, Audrey, it's a bit noisy outside today. Is something happening? Audrey exclaimed, oh dear, I was so careless, I forgot to tell you. That's right, today is the day the eldest son of the Valwa family returns. He should have returned sooner. Estelle asked with a hint of worry, the eldest son? Audrey reassured, oh, don't worry too much. He is a very kind person.
Estelle smiled and said, I understand. After speaking, a hint of sadness appeared on her face. In her heart, she thought, even if Sir Alund accepts, his brother might think differently. This time, I might be asked to leave. It's time to wake up from this dream. As Audrey began clearing the dishes, Estelle thought again, before I leave, I want to thank Sir Alund once more, but when would be the right time? She walked to the window, looking down with a mind full of thoughts. Suddenly, Estelle was startled and thought, huh? She opened her eyes wide. She loudly exclaimed, Sir Alund. Audrey immediately flinched and dropped the plate in her hand. Oh dear. Lady Estelle, what's wrong? Estelle loudly said, Sir Alund has fainted. Audrey rushed over and asked, huh? What happened? When she saw Alund clutching his chest and collapsing, Audrey broke into a sweat, thinking, those are the symptoms that appear before he goes berserk. It's happening even faster than last time. If he loses control, it will be a disaster.
Thinking of this, she quickly turned her head and called out, Miss, it's not safe here, Miss Estelle. At this moment, Estelle was rushing down the corridor, her hands lifting her skirt high, her feet kicking off her high heels. As soon as she reached the door, Estelle called out loudly, Sir Alund. Upon seeing his current state, Estelle stopped in fear. Audrey took the opportunity to catch up and said, Miss, if you run away like that. Estelle silently thought, that is. She recalled her visit to the temple for treatment. Then she thought again, I've seen this before. Previously, I treated albinism at the temple. He is experiencing an overload of power. Thinking of this, Estelle immediately rushed out. Seeing this, Audrey cried out in alarm, Miss, it's very dangerous. On the other side, Alund had stood up. His eyes were bloodshot and out of control. At this moment, Estelle also rushed forward and hugged him tightly. You must not move. A mysterious surge of power immediately cleansed Alund's body, and his eyes quickly returned to normal. Estelle, still unaware, continuously comforted him. Don't move. With such an overload of power, it's important to stay still and calm.
Hey, Alund, you're a bit heavy. From behind, Audrey called out in disbelief, Lady Estelle. At this moment, Estelle was also pushed backward by Alund's heavy body. Her eyes spun like two coils of mosquito-repellent incense. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Remarkable indeed. Are you Alund's guest? A long while later, in the office, Lloyd gazed thoughtfully out the window, muttering, Estelle Brienne. Then he silently looked outside again. The phoenix power in the inherited bloodline of the Valwa family often caused severe strain on the human body. This was a difficult problem for the four great families, including the Valwa family, those blessed by spells, a problem that even priests struggled to handle. Yet she managed to calm it immediately. Thinking of this, Lloyd wondered, is it just a coincidence? Suddenly there was a knock at the door. The assistant opened the door and stepped in, hesitantly saying, "Mr. Lloyd, I have a few things to report about Lady Estelle." Lloyd turned his head and asked, "What is it?" The assistant said, "Just a moment ago, one of our servants happened to meet a servant from the Brienne household and learned that they have been looking after a new young lady for the past few days." Lloyd asked in surprise, "A new young lady?" The assistant replied, "The family's only daughter has disappeared, and they plan to officially register the young lady named Syria into the family's household register." At the same time, in Estelle's room, she flopped onto the bed, letting out a sigh. "Ah." Then she thought to herself, "I was startled. I didn't expect Mr. Lloyd to appear so suddenly."
And right then, I looked truly pathetic. I was so shocked that I entered without even properly greeting him. I was truly rude to him, even though I was an albino patient. What would I do if I were actually kicked out of here? The world in the novel. I don't know how my previous life ended, or how I was reborn as a character in this novel, but it's clear that Syria Brienne is the main character in this world. That's why I was treated like that at the Brienne mansion. Estelle rubbed her chin, continuing to think. But something isn't quite right. A family wealthy enough not to fear the imperial family. That's how the Brienne family was described in the story. It's not like the story I read in my previous life. I don't think the Brienne family ever had such extensive connections or wealth. Indeed, Syria was described as a passive character. Why is everything so different from the original? Just as she thought this, Audrey's voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Lady Estelle, may I come in?" Estelle quickly sat up. "Yes." Audrey opened the door and stepped in, asking worriedly, "You seemed a bit startled just now, didn't you? Are you hurt?" Estelle replied with a smile. "I'm fine. Is Sir Alan all right?" Audrey covered her mouth and chuckled. "Yes, he's resting in his room now, but—"
"You are currently the subject of many discussions," Estelle asked in surprise. "What, me?" Audrey nodded. "Yes, thanks to you, I'm famous too." It was an unprecedented sight. "Oh, but now is not the time to talk. Would you like to go out for a walk?" Estelle asked, stunned. "Am I allowed to walk around?" Audrey replied with a smile. "Of course. You need a change of scenery after witnessing that terrifying sight. The doctor also suggested it." Estelle hesitated and asked, "Mr. Lloyd, could you let me stay here longer?" Audrey stepped forward, took her hand, and gently said, "Certainly." "You are Sir Alan's benefactor, so don't say such things." Estelle bowed her head, looking down at her hands, feeling a little moved. A few minutes later, when she put on another cloak, Audrey exclaimed, "Oh, it fits perfectly." Estelle murmured softly, "It's so warm." Audrey replied, "That belongs to Lady Sibeli. I think it suits you. Shall we go out then?" Estelle wondered, "Lady Sibeli? Who is that? I'll ask later." After a while, Audrey led Estelle for a stroll in the garden. After looking around, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, it's so beautiful." Audrey continued, "The garden is enchanting, with a warming spell that makes flowers bloom all year round." She suddenly cried out, "Oh my! It's such a beautiful day. Let's enjoy some tea in the gazebo." Estelle replied, "Ah, that's fine." Audrey immediately turned and said, "Just relax for a bit while I go prepare." Seeing this, Estelle quickly called out, "Wait!" But Audrey had already disappeared. So she walked into the gazebo by herself. When she saw someone standing inside, Estelle couldn't help but be surprised. Before she could say anything, Ennard turned his head and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" After a moment of bewilderment, Estelle was stunned, thinking, "Is he an angel?" While Estelle was shocked by Ennard's beauty, he stepped closer to her and asked, "Can't you hear? Who are you?" Audrey returned just in time, asking in surprise, "Young Master Ennard, when did you get back? You didn't even say anything." Ennard mused, Do I have to do that when I'm in my own home?" It was then that Estelle finally regained her composure. She quickly bowed and said, "Hello, young master. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ennard asked in surprise, "Young master? Is she the new maid?" Audrey quickly replied, "No, she's not. Young Master Ennard, you've already heard about the incident from Sir Alan, haven't you? The one who saved him is Miss Estelle, right here." Ennard seriously assessed Estelle for a moment, then asked, What can she do with that scrawny body?" Audrey reminded him loudly, "Young Master Ennard." Estelle's face darkened as she thought, "Scrawny." Ennard sighed again and said, "Are you telling me my brother is still like that? Don't be ridiculous. Are you feeding her? She looks like a gloomy doll." Audrey called out loudly again, "Young Master." Estelle lowered her head, deeply hurt, and thought, "Gloomy?" Suddenly a voice called out, "Estelle." She had just turned her head. Immediately, Alund waved his hand and ran over. Estelle asked in surprise, "Sir Alund, how are you feeling? Shouldn't you rest more?" Alund scratched his head and replied, "I'm fine. Usually my family would knock me unconscious, but this time they didn't have to." Estelle thought blankly, "Unconscious?" Alund then said, "Thank you for helping me calm down, but it's very dangerous. If I lose control again, you should keep your distance." Estelle replied, "Yes, I'm glad I could help you.
You saved my life too, so that's the least I could do. Ennard, who was nearby, gritted his teeth and thought, what's wrong with him? Why is he smiling like that? After chatting for a while, Alun suddenly said, you have a visitor. It's someone from the temple. Estelle froze for a moment.
She unconsciously clenched her hands, her voice a little lost. Sir Alan, I am truly grateful for your kindness, but my illness is incurable. I have consulted many doctors, and they all said it cannot be cured. Without waiting for her to finish, Alan called out, Estelle. When she stopped speaking, he smiled and said, nothing is certain in this world. Estelle looked up, a little confused, and Alan then turned to look at Ennard and Audrey. A moment later, in the Valwa family's living room, the priest from the shrine swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, your albinism has progressed quite seriously. Alan grated his teeth and asked, isn't that obvious? Estelle calmly asked, how much longer do I have? Alan immediately froze. The priest stammered, perhaps 10 years. I will do everything to extend her life by another 10 years, Lloyd said in a deep voice. Extend? That's not the word to use, the priest replied fearfully. But with my current skills, I cannot cure her. Alan asked, then who can? The priest forced a smile and replied, perhaps only the chief priest in the capital. Alan immediately chuckled and asked, all right, did you hear that, Lloyd? Lloyd rubbed his chin. Seeing this, the priest quickly said, excuse me, the chief priest cannot leave, unless there is a prophecy. Alan rubbed his neck and said, Estelle cannot travel to the capital in her current condition, so let's just donate a lot and bring the chief priest here. How does that sound? Ennard's eyes widened upon hearing this, wondering to himself, has my brother lost his mind? In contrast to him, Lloyd replied, that's not a bad idea. The priest also gaped upon hearing this. He turned his head to look at Estelle, wondering to himself, who is this girl?
On the other side, Estelle remained silent, her eyebrows furrowed, with a hint of worry in her eyes. That afternoon, in Lloyd's office, Ennard asked, what's wrong with you? I've never seen you act like this. Lloyd didn't answer, but asked back, how was the mission? Ennard replied, I've dealt with those three. Their heads are in the warehouse now. Lloyd nodded and said, good, well done. After a moment of silence, Ennard sighed. I understand the situation now, but why go so far as to call the chief priest to help that guest? Since when did you like helping others?
Lloyd said seriously, I saw with my own eyes how she calmed Alan's overload. Ennard looked up in surprise. After Ennard had processed it, Lloyd continued, it wasn't magic or divine power. For some reason, Alan didn't lose his mind and quickly fell asleep. Ennard asked curiously, thanks to that guest? It wasn't just a coincidence, was it? Lloyd replied, if it wasn't a coincidence, wouldn't that be even harder to believe? Alan's overload symptoms are particularly severe. Even if he had an outburst, it wouldn't cause any harm, so I believe this kindness is well-founded. Ennard replied helplessly, all right, if that's what you think, then it's fine. But what about Alan? Lloyd closed his eyes and said, he said that the moment he touched Lady Estelle, his pain disappeared as if it had been washed away. I also know what the pain of an overload is like, Ennard mused. Lloyd then added, I intend to let Lady Estelle stay here until she fully recovers. I've already informed Father, who is on his way back. Ennard wondered, is Father finally coming back? Lloyd nodded. Yes, he'll arrive tomorrow. Ennard said, all right, the mansion will be bustling with preparations now.
When he left the room, Lloyd was still deep in thought, his head bowed. He slowly glanced to the side, looking at the documents on the table. Lloyd recalled that at noon his assistant had said, and we've received news that Grand Duke Carlstein has arrived in the capital. Lloyd asked again, is this information accurate? The assistant replied, that's direct information from the Karanka Guild. Lloyd picked up the documents, lost in thought. The last time Grand Duke Carlstein was seen outside his territory was nearly 5 years ago. What was he planning? Among the 4 great families that had long protected the continent, the Grand Duke Carlstein's house inherited the strongest divine beast bloodline. Their power was unrivaled, but they had to struggle with the madness caused by that bloodline, which might be why the Carlsteins always remained within their territory, rarely appearing outside. This was also true for the current Grand Duke, Claude Carlstein. Lloyd opened the documents, read a bit, then mused, the capital, The next day, outside the mansion.
Estelle looked up at the treetops, thinking in surprise, just a few days ago the blizzard was so fierce that I couldn't even see what was in front of me. Now it feels unreal. She was lost in thought for a moment, then thought again, luckily I can stay here for a while, but what will I do to live if I leave? Embroidery is the only thing I know how to do. It's the only skill I could practice when I was alone in my room. At least having that skill is a blessing. If only I could remember more of the plot. Suddenly hearing a clatter, Estelle turned her head. Horses? Outside the mansion gate, the servants were lined up, saying in unison, welcome back, master. A well-dressed man stepped down. That was Clement Valwa, the Duke of Valwa. After observing for a moment, Clement spoke. 6 months, hasn't it? It's been a long time, Euron. Euron smiled and said, Was your journey safe, sir? Lloyd also stepped forward. Welcome back, father. Clement said, I trust you have kept up with your training. He suddenly stopped speaking, his gaze fixed on Estelle. She stepped forward, bowed, and said, Greetings, your grace. It is a great honor to meet you. My name is Estelle, and I am a guest at this manor.
Clement replied, I've heard about you. You've been here for 2 weeks, haven't you? The day you arrived was terribly cold. Why did you faint? Estelle hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to tell the truth. The person who used to be my father, he drove me out. Clement asked curiously, Your parents drove you out. Why? Seeing him touch upon a sensitive topic, Elund quickly called out, Father. Contrary to his worries, Estelle spoke very calmly. It turns out I am the daughter of a maid. My mother was a maid, and I don't even know who my father is. They said I was accidentally swapped with the true daughter of the Brienne family when I was a baby. But what does any of that matter now? I've never felt more alive, even after losing everything. Here at this manor, I am treated like a normal person, not a white demon. That alone is more than I could ever wish for.
I'd rather wander in the cold wind than return to Brienne's house to be treated like a white devil. Hearing this, Clement suddenly smirked and said, Estelle, isn't it? That's a bold statement, but in reality, you are still a vulnerable child. You were raised as a noble, so you have no labor skills, and since your parents kicked you out, it seems you have no money. In fact, being abandoned by your family is a significant burden for you. But Miss Estelle, what do you think about being sponsored by House Valwa? Estelle stared at him, stunned. Then she loudly asked again, What? The 3 Valwa boys were no less surprised, asking in unison, Huh? Clement smiled and said, If you accept patronage from House Valwa, we will provide abundant support. At the same time, he thought to himself, that little girl calmed Elund when he was on the verge of exploding, with her small body. The daughter of a servant? After a moment of confusion, Estelle humbly said, Sir, I am very grateful for the offer, but, Clement interrupted her, do you believe I'm offering this out of pity? That's interesting. Under her bewildered gaze, he added, I am proposing this because I need you. And Nard immediately clapped his hands loudly. Then with a dark expression he said, Father, I know you like to be straightforward, but offering to be her benefactor upon first meeting her is a bit much.
Clement replied, It's just a proposal, Miss Estelle. I don't intend to force you, so please take your time to think about it. If I've made you feel pressured, then I apologize. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, he added, Oh right, welcome to the Valwa mansion. I hope you'll feel comfortable deciding to stay. Estelle said gratefully, Thank you, sir. A few days later, at the Valwa mansion. As Audrey helped her get ready, she said, It's a shame the Duke can't have dinner with you tonight. Estelle chuckled. She thought to herself, I guess I don't have to worry about him bringing up the sponsorship again. She walked down the stairs. Looking around, she thought to herself, as I saw before, everything here is magnificent, incomparable even to the Brienne mansion. Where's the dining room? Just as she stepped forward, Estelle accidentally stepped on the hem of her dress. She cried out in alarm. Ah! Lloyd quickly stepped forward to catch her, asking worriedly, Are you all right? At that moment, a surge of energy suddenly flashed. While Lloyd was still surprised, Estelle timidly stepped back and said, Sir Lloyd, I'm fine. Thank you for catching me. Lloyd awkwardly replied, Oh, all right. He lowered his head to look at his palm, and a headache suddenly struck him again.
Lloyd thought, raising his hand to touch his head. After that, Lloyd took Estelle to the dining room. The door to the room opened, and inside Alan waved and called out, Estelle. Ennard tilted his head and said, Oh, I didn't know she was joining us for dinner. Estelle hesitated. Ennard, still looking annoyed, asked, Why are you still standing there? Sit down, I'm starving. Estelle, stunned, replied, Oh, okay. She wondered, Isn't he angry? Seeing her still fumbling, Ennard teased again. You look straight into father's eyes and spoke so confidently, so why are you so shy now? Estelle was startled and thought, Shy? Then she stammered, When did I do that? Alan interjected, Ah, Estelle, there's a package for you. Estelle asked in surprise, For me? Alan glanced and gestured. The old man probably took it up to your room already. He said there was no sender listed on it. Estelle raised her hand and rubbed her chin. A moment later, she returned to her room. Audrey immediately brought the box over and asked, Who sent it? Estelle shook her head and replied, I'm not sure. It's probably not from the Brienne household. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Without waiting for her to ask, Lloyd spoke up. Lady Estelle, do you have a moment? Please forgive me for the sudden interruption. Estelle replied, It's all right. How can I help you? Lloyd hesitated and said,
there's something I wanted to ask. You can check that first if you're worried.
Estelle immediately blushed and said, "I'm sorry, I was just a little curious." She stepped forward and opened the lid of the box. After looking inside, Lloyd was surprised. When he saw the symbol, his expression changed slightly. Estelle, still unaware, took out the box inside. As soon as she opened the lid of the box, a ring was immediately revealed. Audrey rushed over, excitedly saying, "Oh my, is that a diamond?" Estelle hesitated, replying, I don't know." Audrey then said, "It's so beautiful. Who sent it?" Lloyd, meanwhile, was pensive, thinking about the symbol. At this moment, Estelle also noticed the letter in the box.
She woke up with a start. That's right, the letter would tell her who sent this. The letter read, "I finally found you. I apologize, sending this to a granddaughter I've never met." Seeing Estelle's expression suddenly change, Audrey couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Milady?" Estelle thought to herself, "Granddaughter? Then what is this box?" The moment she opened the remaining box, a dazzling blue gem appeared. As if a surge of energy flowed into her body, Estelle's eyes immediately turned blue. She gasped, "Ugh!" Seeing her stumble backward, Lloyd quickly caught her. "Lady Estelle." Audrey quickly turned towards the gem, while Estelle rubbed her forehead and said, "I just felt something like an electric shock." Lloyd exclaimed in surprise, "Estelle, your eyes." Estelle asked curiously, "What about them?" Lloyd seriously called out, "Audrey, bring a mirror here." Audrey immediately brought the mirror from the dressing table. "Yes, right away." After looking in the mirror, Estelle couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What happened to my eyes?" Lloyd replied, "It's because of that gemstone, the dragon's tear." Estelle asked curiously, "Dragon's tear?" Lloyd seriously said, "Lady Estelle, please listen carefully. Long ago, when the continent was still filled with monsters, 4 divine beasts bestowed blessings upon humanity. The Valwa family received the blessing of the phoenix. The current royal family received the blessing of the falcon. The Carlstein family formed a bond with the dragon. And finally, the Mercedes family received the blessing of the unicorn. Although their status was as revered as the royal family, they were executed overnight for treason. However,
The reputation the Mercedes family had built over a long period would not simply vanish. Finally, after the death of the former Mad Emperor, the current imperial family admitted their mistake in the treason conviction, apologized, and restored the honor of the House of Mercedes. However, by that time, no one from the Mercedes family was left alive to receive the apology. The Mercedes family's achievement, Dragon's Tear, became an object of desire for divine creatures and tamers. It was very rare for someone of the Mercedes bloodline to be born who could resonate with Dragon's Tear. A moment later, in the living room, Ennard shouted, "Wait." So, he said, "The girl we thought was the daughter of the House of Brienne is actually the maid's daughter. But upon further investigation, it turns out her mother, who was thought to be a maid, is actually a descendant of the Mercedes family." Estelle covered her face, thinking, "It sounds even more dramatic now. What was the author thinking?" Clement mused, "The letter says, 'to my granddaughter,' doesn't it? That means she must still be alive. Liana Mercedes, the last descendant of the House of Mercedes, and your aunt." Estelle unconsciously clutched the letter in her hand.
Clement said again, "If this gets out, the entire continent will target this child. I'm sure you all know that already." Lloyd replied, "Of course." Clement looked up and stared directly at Estelle. "You have talent, Lady Estelle. Even the most temperamental divine beasts will become like docile sheep when they are near you. Even dragons." Ennard continued, "Not only that, do you know how much pain people endure when they bear the blood of that divine creature? The moment you touch them, all their pain disappears."
She thought to herself, especially him. Clement added, "The priority right now is to find a way to protect Lady Estelle. Lloyd, find out who sent that package." Lloyd nodded seriously. "Yes, father." Estelle was stunned for a long time. Then she looked at the box on the table and wondered, "Me?" Asteria Empire, Royal Palace. A blond young man slammed the table and stood up, asking, "What? The dragon went berserk?" His name was Johann Astrid, Crown Prince of the Asteria Empire. A knight bowed his head and stammered. "They said it breathed fire, became aggressive, and broke its chains." Johann sat down, frowning and saying, "This is impossible. It's been 10 years since it fell into slumber." He rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, "We couldn't control the baby dragon we captured a decade ago and decided to give it medicine every day to keep it asleep. No matter how powerful this entity is, it shouldn't be able to wake up. This means there must have been a huge shock that could counteract the effects of the medicine. The only thing that could do that is the Mercedes family's heirloom, the dragon's tear. According to records, when the dragon became aggressive 100 years ago, someone from the Mercedes family reacted to the gem that appeared at the same time.
This means this person could even control extremely dangerous divine creatures and become a great threat to the royal family." Johann gritted his teeth and continued to think. The late emperor was terrified and made the worst possible choice. That fool, he couldn't even humiliate the Mercedes family. Their successor, Liana Mercedes, was still alive, and although not many people knew this secret, it was still the truth. If she gave birth to a child... While he was thinking, a knock suddenly sounded from outside. "Your Highness." Johann raised his head and asked, "What is it?" The person outside replied, "Someone wishes to see your highness. He says he is a member of the Karanka Society and has some information that might interest your highness. It concerns Mercedes." Hearing this, Joheim smirked and said, "Let him in." At the Valwa family mansion, Lloyd was walking down the corridor. Hearing the sound of a carriage stopping, he looked down through the window. Below, a royal messenger stepped out of the carriage. He opened the letter in his hand and read aloud, "I bring a request from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince de Valwa." Lloyd suddenly appeared, asking with a grim expression, "A request?" The messenger immediately broke into a sweat and said, "Crown Prince Joheim Astrid has personally instructed, as a loyal subject of the Asteria Empire." Lloyd glared. "You're talking too much. Get to the point." The messenger closed the letter, trembling, and said, "The Crown Prince will attend the 5th Prince's birthday celebration in 1 week, and he wants all members of the Valwa family to attend." Lloyd gave a murderous smile and asked, "He's summoning us?" The messenger replied in a panic, "What? No, he's inviting you. All noble families are attending. Do you want to be the only family not to participate?" Lloyd turned his head away and said coldly, "Not attending is when the strong abandon the weak. In this case, it's the opposite of what I thought." Ennard approached from a distance and called out, "Hey you, the one in royal attire, did the Crown Prince send you?"
Seeing his smiling face, the postman thought to himself, "He's also one of the young masters of the Valwa family, isn't he? If it's him, then—" He replied, "Ah, is that so?" The friendly smile on Ennard's face faded. He pulled out a knife and asked coldly, "Oh really? Then I want you to tell me in detail the request that scoundrel is trying to send us." The postman froze, then screamed, "Ah!" At the Valwa family office, Estelle raised her hand and knocked on the door. Then she walked in and said, "I heard you wanted to see me."
Clement nodded. "Miss Estelle, I think the Crown Prince knows you're here already." Estelle was surprised. "Why?" Lloyd said, "He might use any means to possess you and exploit you as his puppet." Estelle asked incredulously, "Just because I carry the Mercedes bloodline?" Clement said in a low voice, "Estelle Mercedes, you are more politically important than you think. Of course, we can hide you from him, but he's as persistent as a leech. He'll try to find you no matter what. So I have a suggestion. Instead of hiding, why don't you show yourself to everyone? Then no one would dare lay a finger on you." After hearing Matt, al dente's words echoed in Estelle's mind. "How much more do you want to shame our family? Do you really think you can go out like that? We are ashamed just because of you." She thought with determination, "Hiding is a part of my daily life. Hiding or showing myself. I've never had that kind of choice before." Thinking this, Estelle looked up at Clement. She hesitated. At the same time, she thought to herself, "Until now." In the evening at the royal palace. In the banquet hall, a blonde lady said, "I heard many important people are coming today." A purple-haired lady added, "Of course, it's His Highness's birthday celebration." A brown-haired lady exclaimed, covering her mouth, "Oh my, don't you know, today one of the great families." At the same time, Clement and Estelle stopped before the hall's entrance. The guards glanced at the two, confused, then opened the door while announcing loudly, "The last lady is entering." Under the guardianship of Duke Clement Valwa, Estelle entered, her sparkling earrings swaying in the wind. The guards continued to shout, "Lady Estelle Mercedes!" Seeing the bustling atmosphere inside, Estelle couldn't contain her excitement. The crowd began to murmur, "Mercedes, he must have made a mistake." At this moment, Clement also led Estelle inside. He turned and asked softly, "Are you tired?" Estelle smiled and replied, "I'm fine." Clement nodded. "Very good. Don't be discouraged when everyone looks at you." Estelle replied, "Yes." She thought to herself, if she wasn't a Mercedes, she wouldn't have come here in the first place. As she looked into the crowd, Estelle suddenly saw a familiar figure. She startled and thought to herself, "Syria." Clement, who was beside her, called out, "Miss Estelle." Estelle quickly turned and replied, "Yes." He asked, "Would you grant me the honor of the first dance?" Estelle happily replied, "Of course, sir, it would be my honor." After hearing this, Clement turned his face back towards the grand hall and muttered, "If there were any other man here worthy of her, I might have conceded, but it seems they are not." The music began, and Clement took Estelle's waist. The two began their first dance. Estelle thought to herself, "It's like a dream. I can't believe I'm making my debut at such a luxurious ball. This is something I never could have imagined when I was still at the Brienne household." A moment later, Estelle tiredly leaned her hand against a pillar. She panted, thinking to herself, "I knew I didn't have enough stamina for this." Suddenly, a glass of water was offered to her. Clement said, "Please have a drink." Estelle gratefully replied, "Thank you, sir." She quickly took a sip and thought to herself, "Delicious." Clement then said, "By the way, it seems everyone is eager to speak with you." Estelle was surprised and thought to herself, "They want to meet me? Or are they looking at you, sir?" Suddenly, someone approached and said, "Sir." An outside guard ran in. Whispering something into Clement's ear, he frowned. Please excuse me for a moment, Miss Estelle. I won't go far, so don't worry." Estelle politely replied, "Yes, I will wait here." Watching his retreating back, she thought to herself, "It's all right. I don't have to be afraid of being alone anymore." At this moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Miss Mercedes." I am Elodie Robert. It's a pleasure to meet you. Estelle replied with a smile. Hello, Lady Elodie. Elodie exclaimed, Wow, your silver hair is so beautiful. I was stunned when you walked in. At her enthusiasm, Estelle couldn't help but feel a little uneasy inside. But before she could say anything, a lady walked over. Oh my goodness.
When Estelle returned, Elodie turned to her, and Maria immediately asked, Are you a descendant of the Mercedes family, Liana's daughter? Estelle replied, She is my aunt. Maria wiped away her tears and said, Ah, I see, so her bloodline is still intact. Excuse me, my name is Maria Stilgen. I am Liana's godmother. Estelle thought in surprise, My aunt. Maria continued, On the day it happened, I was having lunch with Liana. If only I could have hidden that child. Estelle thought to herself, On that day, she must have meant when the royal family purged the Mercedes family for treason. So she still feels guilty. At this, Estelle suddenly spoke. Thank you. Thank you for thinking of my aunt for so long. If my aunt knew, I think she would be very grateful. Then she thought again. Although I've never met her, that's what I think she would think. Maria smiled and said, Thank you for saying that. You are very kind. I couldn't protect Liana, but I promise you this. In the name of Stelgen, I will protect you at any cost. Estelle said gratefully, You don't have to make such a promise to me, but I hope we have a good relationship from now on. Maria replied, We will, I promise. She held Estelle's hand tightly, as if showing her resolve. A moment later, Estelle was breathless with exhaustion. Surrounded by nobles, she thought in confusion. Everything became bustling after Maria left, as many people suddenly gathered around me. Out of the corner of her eye, Estelle caught a glimpse of Clement hiding behind a pillar, thinking to himself, The girl is integrating well. She guessed that he intentionally left her alone like this. Social gatherings were not for just anyone. Just then, 2 figures approached. Excuse me, Lady Mercedes.
They said, We are a delegation from the Principality of Carlstein. We are attending this ball to introduce Arya Carlstein. Estelle replied hesitantly, Oh, hello? She thought to herself, Caston, I've heard that name somewhere before. They asked again, Would you mind if we spoke for a moment? Estelle asked back, right now?
Iron next to her was a little shy. Yes, just a little. Hearing that, Estelle fell silent, deep in thought. After a few minutes, on the balcony, they said, The reason we want to talk to you is because we urgently need to ask you a few things. Do your eyes react? Iron continued. Please forgive me for bringing up such a sensitive topic, but if they do react, please follow us to meet the Grand Duke. As soon as she finished speaking, both bowed respectfully in unison. Estelle asked curiously, The Grand Duke? They stood up straight and slowly explained, As we said, Grand Duke Carlstein is in great need of your help. Estelle exclaimed in surprise, But wait. She paused, thinking to herself, Yes, that's right. Why am I only remembering now? Grand Duke Carlstein, he's the male lead of this world and likes the female lead, Syria. Thinking of this, Estelle immediately asked, Do you mean Claude Carlstein? Iron replied, Yes. Estelle asked further, Why does he need my help? They lowered their voices and replied, We cannot say right now due to many prying eyes, but Your Highness. The curtains were suddenly pulled open. Syria looked at the 3 people and exclaimed, Oh my! Estelle called out in surprise, Syria. She said, Please excuse me, I wanted to speak with Miss Estelle, but didn't realize she was with others.
Iran forced a smile. Miss, please excuse us, but we are having an important conversation with Miss Mercedes at the moment. Syria interrupted. Of course, it's not Estelle Brienne, but Mercedes now, isn't it? I didn't think I'd meet you here. I was so worried because I hadn't seen you since that day. After hearing her speak, Estelle suddenly felt suspicious. It was strange. She felt as if the woman was putting on an act. They felt the same way. One of them spoke up. Miss, I think you are being rude. Syria immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Rude? Are you mocking me? They asked again. What are you talking about? Seeing that the situation was not good, Clement stepped out from her hiding place. So you're here, Miss Estelle. It seems like the 3 of you are taking up too much of my ward's time. They quickly said, Please excuse us, Miss Mercedes. We will talk again later. Clement then looked at Syria. So do you have anything else to say, miss? Understanding the hint to leave, Syria also quickly departed. As she walked past Estelle, she mumbled again, You're just a background character. Estelle flinched and watched her go. She wondered, What did she just say?
Clement stepped forward, asking curiously, What's wrong? Estelle replied, Please wait a moment. With that, she immediately chased after Syria. Seeing this, Clement shouted, Miss Estelle. Estelle was deep in thought, clearly having just spoken about her role as a background character. No way, where did she go? While searching for Syria's figure, Estelle suddenly heard a cry, Help me! She was surprised, thinking, A child's voice. Looking out the window, Estelle wondered again, Is it coming from the forest? The sound is coming from somewhere around here. As she searched, the voice kept calling out, Please, please help me. At this rate, he'll die. Estelle was startled. Someone's dying? Were they kidnapped?
What's happening? The voice cried out again. Don't! Estelle quickly ran into the forest. After a moment, she stopped abruptly. In front of her, Claude was leaning against a tree trunk, covered in blood. His breathing was shallow. After a moment of shock, Estelle wondered, why is there someone here? She glanced down. And a dragon? Seeing someone approach, Frank sobbed, pleading, please save him. Estelle snapped out of it, rushing over to ask, should I call someone? Frank quickly replied, no, don't. He cannot be captured. Estelle was surprised, thinking, what does he cannot be captured mean?
Claude suddenly cried out in pain. Ugh! Estelle quickly helped him up. The moment she touched Claude's body, Estelle couldn't help but be startled. He was burning hot, just like before Alan went mad. Remembering when she had held Alan, Estelle once again wondered if she could have saved him if she had been able to use her power. But how? Seeing her lost in silent thought, Frank gloomily asked, can't you help him? Is he going to die? Looking at his expression, Estelle felt a pang of unease. She turned away, pressed her lips together, and thought to herself, I will save him. I want to save him. But that means I need to activate my healing ability somehow. As Estelle was fretting, a memory suddenly surfaced. A few days ago in the training yard, Estelle had asked, how do you use your sword, sir? Alan turned to look at her, then chuckled and said, are you curious? I'm afraid my answer might disappoint you. There's no precise method to it. Just follow your instincts, Estelle. Remembering this, Estelle thought again. Instinct. She embraced Claude, just as she had embraced Alan. A peculiar surge of energy reappeared. While Claude was being healed, Estelle thought to herself, his body is so hot, it feels like he's going to melt. It won't be good if his temperature keeps rising like this.
Just as she thought this, Estelle suddenly felt Claude stir. She quickly pushed him away. Seeing this, Frank flew over and asked, is he awake? But Claude's head drooped down again. Estelle said, a little worried, I don't think it's working. I need to call someone. No sooner had she finished speaking than Claude suddenly grabbed her hand. The air in the forest seemed to still for a moment. Claude stared at Estelle and asked in a deep voice, who are you? After saying this, he coughed up a mouthful of blood again. Seeing this, Estelle grew even more worried. Oh, you're bleeding. Are you all right?
Claude smiled and replied, I'm fine, but... Before he could finish his sentence, Frank rushed over, hugged his head, and burst into tears. Wah! I'm so glad you're alive. I thought you were on the verge of death. Estelle, standing nearby, thought to herself, I helped him because it was an emergency, but if he's injured like this on the castle grounds, I think it's best if I don't get involved. As she was about to sneak away, Claude suddenly asked, Miss, was it you who treated me? Estelle didn't answer, startled as she thought to herself, ah, wait, he has black hair and golden eyes, and he even has a dragon with him. Without waiting for her to finish her thoughts, Frank spoke up, yes, she's the one who treated Lord Claude. Estelle thought to herself, I knew it, he's the protagonist of this novel, Claude Carlstein. I heard he's not evil, but he'll do anything for his duchy. She continued to think, I shouldn't have come here. No matter what, he'll survive because he's the protagonist. After thinking that, Estelle resolutely stood up and said, you're fine now, aren't you? I feel relieved.
Claude coughed up another mouthful of blood, his expression still nonchalant, and replied, yes, you don't need to worry anymore. But how did you cure me? Estelle paused, thinking to herself, I can't say that I use the power of the Mercedes family. The Duchy of Carlstein has suffered from severe madness symptoms for generations. If I can use the power of the Mercedes family, Grand Duke Carlstein will only see me as a healing tool. He might try to exploit me. After thinking it through, Estelle immediately replied, I learned a spell that helps calm you down. As soon as she finished speaking, she then thought, I hope he doesn't notice I'm lying. Then she declared loudly, I think it helped you somewhat. Frank exclaimed in surprise, wow, if her magic works on you, wouldn't that make her the legendary tamer from the magic tower? Claude asked doubtfully, could it be that you are from the magic tower? Estelle quickly replied, oh no, I'm not. I'm not such an amazing mage. It's just a hobby. Although he didn't believe her at all, Claude still nodded. Ah, I see. I want to repay you for this. Estelle raised her hand to stop him. It's fine, it's all right. I've just learned that good deeds shouldn't be repaid. Claude said, I see you're somewhat against that. He suddenly frowned. Then he stepped closer to observe.
Claude hesitated and said, you. He paused for a moment. Under that scrutinizing gaze, Estelle's face quickly flushed. Claude narrowed his eyes again and asked, it seems you know who I am, don't you? Estelle suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Sweating, she replied, I don't understand what you mean. Just as things got tense, a shout suddenly rang out. Frank listened for a moment and then said, it's the Crown Prince. Not far away, Johim asked, where is your daughter hiding? Seeing his fierce expression, Estelle couldn't help but doubt the Crown Prince. At the same time, Aldente's voice rang out, forgive me, Your Highness. Estelle looked out with a start. On the other side, Aldente bowed and said, but I don't believe the girl has left the palace. The Valwa carriage hasn't left yet. Estelle was surprised, silently calling out, "Father." After a moment of stunned silence, she wondered, why would my father? Claude softly called, "Frank." It immediately flew up, its whole body emitting light, and asked, "Do you want me to conceal us?" As soon as it finished speaking, magic power spread out, enveloping Estelle and Claude.
She thought in surprise, "Oh, is this illusion magic?" On the other side, Johann spoke loudly again. "You've raised her as your daughter for 15 years, haven't you? Think, Count Brienne, what does she usually do at parties?" Al dente hesitated. He thought to himself, "How would I know? I've never brought that girl to these kinds of places before." Johann cleared his throat persuasively. "If everything goes well, he will soon become in-laws with the royal family." Estelle froze, thinking, "In-laws?" Al dente on the other side bowed and said, "Of course, Your Highness, I will do everything. I will find my daughter Estelle at any cost." Johann ordered in a cold voice, "Find her tonight." Al dente raised his head, his face full of worry but still respectful. "Yes, Your Highness." In the forest, Estelle thought in disbelief. Did he just call me his daughter? Why does he have to find me tonight? And why is my father doing this directly? Johann turned and said, "If necessary, I will send soldiers with you." Suddenly, someone ran over to report. "Your Highness." Johann wondered. "What is it?" The person stammered.
Seeing this, Johann immediately growled. "Tell me now." The person fearfully replied, "The national treasure, the 5th egg, has been stolen." Johann clenched his fist and asked, "What? Stolen? There were 7 layers of barriers around it and a group of guards, and yet you're telling me that some rats could still take it?" For some reason, Estelle unconsciously looked towards Claude. Noticing her gaze, Frank let out a sigh and said, "How ridiculous. They were the ones who stole from us first, but now that we've taken it back, they're crying foul." Estelle thought to herself, "I'm wondering what kind of enemies he's encountered in the palace grounds to end up in such a situation. I was right after all. I really shouldn't have gotten involved with him." Meanwhile, Johann, now furious, yelled, "Bring me the guards who were protecting the egg. Each of you will be severely punished. The thief couldn't have gone far, so search the surrounding areas immediately. If anyone dares to interfere, arrest them on sight." All the knights immediately shouted, "Yes, Your Highness." Having given the command, Johann turned his head to look at Al dente again. "If you value your life, forget everything you heard tonight." He quickly replied, "Of course, Your Highness." Johann gritted his teeth and muttered, "His Majesty surely hasn't discovered that he possesses that egg." In the forest, Estelle anxiously asked, "You're the one they're looking for, aren't you?" Claude replied, "Yes, I am." Estelle then asked, "What will you do?"
Claude smiled and said, "I thought you were trying to keep your distance from me, but now you're worried about me?" Estelle replied, sweating, "Sir, if you get caught, they'll think I'm your accomplice." Claude pondered and said, "That's true, but there's no need to worry. I'll take you to a safe place." Hearing him say that, Estelle immediately asked in surprise, "Right now?" She looked around and thought to herself, "The Crown Prince's guards are searching everywhere. How does he expect to get me there safely?"
Claude smiled and asked, "Where do you want to go?" Estelle replied, "Back to the ball." Claude's body began to emit light, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upwards. He stepped back, bowed, and said, "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body transformed. A second later, a completely different person appeared, his voice also becoming unfamiliar. "Shall we go?" Frank, perched on his shoulder, said, "Shouldn't you have told her before transforming? You've scared her." Claude replied apologetically, "Please forgive me. Did I scare you?" Estelle, regaining her composure, exclaimed, "Oh!" then took his hand. The two slowly walked through the forest. Estelle mumbled, "So many leaves are stuck to me." Suddenly a knight approached. "Excuse me, would you mind telling me your identity?" Claude immediately stated a name. "I am Jean Lambert." The knight stood at attention, saluted, and said, "My apologies. Please enjoy your evening, Baron Lambert." Estelle looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself, "Is Jean Lambert famous or something? But I'm glad we got through that safely." Claude secretly glanced at her, then continued on their way. Not long after, they both stopped in front of the castle.
Claude said, "Would you like me to escort you inside?" Estelle decisively refused. "No, thank you." She thought to herself, "If you have so much free time, you should at least go get your injuries treated first." Claude nodded. "Very well." He continued, "Then may I ask for your name? After all, I should know the name of my benefactor." Estelle let out a bewildered sound. "Ah." She nervously rubbed her hands. Then she made up a name, Sebele. Claude nodded. "I see. I will remember this, Miss Sebele." Estelle thought to herself, "No, I hope you don't." Claude then said, "And although I don't want to say this to the person who saved me, you shouldn't mention what happened tonight." Estelle calmly replied, "Of course." Seeing that she wasn't afraid even when threatened, Claude paused. Then he chuckled softly. "You are indeed unusual. You saved my life and are willing to keep this between us without asking for anything in return. Are you sure you don't know who I am?" Estelle pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know."
Claude bowed again. "All right, I don't want to pressure my benefactor. Enjoy the rest of your evening."
After he left, Estelle thought again. It's good that he hasn't found out I'm Mercedes. At the Valwa mansion, the 3 Valwa brothers were impatiently waiting in a room. Lloyd frowned and said, "It's late." Alund added, "They're too late." Lloyd's face darkened as he added, "Are recent parties like this? How can they keep that child out past midnight?" Alund also said in a low voice, "I heard that many philanderers come to these parties to target debutantes. Damn it, I should have gone with them." Ennard interjected, "How do you two know what happens at a ball? You've never been there." Alund's pride was hurt, and he immediately argued, "Huh? Do you know how many invitations are piled up in my room?" Ennard shrugged. "And father went with her too, so why are you two worried?" Suddenly someone announced, "The carriage has arrived." Alund immediately rushed to the window and looked down. Not long after, the room door opened. He called out loudly, "Estelle!" Lloyd stepped forward and said, "Welcome back, father. Did you have a pleasant evening, Miss Estelle?" Estelle asked in surprise, "Are you all still awake?" Alund scratched his head awkwardly. "How could we sleep when you hadn't returned yet? We were very worried about you." Clement said, "You did very well tonight, Miss Estelle. Although I want to talk about your sudden departure from the balcony. We'll discuss that next time." Estelle gave an awkward laugh. "Haha." Lloyd suddenly said, "Tomorrow we will go to the shrine." Hearing that, Estelle suddenly froze. "What?" he replied. "We just received news. The chief priest has finally arrived in the capital."
The next day, in Estelle's room, she sat in front of the mirror, sighing tiredly. She thought to herself, "I was exhausted from having to make excuses to leave the balcony with the Duke last night. Claude Carlstein, I never imagined I'd meet him there. I couldn't believe that the thief incident at the Imperial Palace last night was the first time the main characters met, and I never thought I'd be one of them. I thought I had met him even before Syria, because things weren't following the original plot, but I didn't need any more reasons to meet him again. And I thought I could make the Duke believe me. Yesterday, Estelle had said, I just thought I saw something outside." She continued to think, "I don't want anything to bother them anymore." Just as she thought this, Audrey, who was beside her, suddenly asked, "Are you nervous?" Estelle was startled, looked up at her blankly for a moment, then exclaimed, "Ah!" Seeing this, Audrey smiled and said, "Sir Ennard will accompany you, so you don't have to worry. Valen is also skilled with a sword. She will be by your side." After she finished speaking, Estelle suddenly felt relieved and thought, "Oh, that's right. They called the high priest for me." She let out a breath, smiled, and said, "Thank you." Audrey said with a radiant smile, "The high priest will say something different from the priest you met here." Estelle lowered her eyes again, thinking to herself, "I'm not sure anymore. I had to go to the temple countless times when I was little to try and cure this illness, but nothing ever happened. So what will be different this time?" At this thought, Estelle suddenly offered a faint smile. She said softly, "I hope so too." A moment later, Ennard led Estelle to the temple. He looked around, then thought to himself, "It's still very quiet, so the news of the high priest's arrival hasn't spread yet." Just as he finished thinking, several priests approached, led by a black-haired priest who said, "Welcome, Sir Valwa," and Estelle quickly interjected, "Ah, hello." The black-haired priest blushed slightly, smiled, and said, "This way, please. The high priest is waiting for you." In the hall, High Priest Celsia was reverently bowing before the goddess statue. When Ennard led Estelle in, Celsia immediately offered a smile. "Welcome, Lady Mercedes, and Sir Valwa." Estelle thought in surprise, "So she is the high priest of this continent?" Celsia slowly extended her hand. "Let me see here," after touching Estelle's face for a moment. She then mused, You must have suffered a great deal. How sad." Estelle clutched her arm and said softly, "I used to get fevers often when I was little, but I'm fine now." She thought to herself, although it's likely the disease is gradually worsening, and all she could do was wait to die. Celsia suddenly said, "Please lie down." As Estelle lay down, Celsia began to light a tray of incense. Ennard remained seated beside her. As he looked at Estelle, he thought, at first he had thought his father and brothers had been manipulated somehow. But strangely, after observing her, he found himself wanting to support her, so much so that he didn't hesitate to pay a high price to do so. Remembering Alan cheerfully saying, "It's all for Estelle." Ennard then thought, thanks to this, Alan must be busy for a long time hunting monsters on the western border. After a moment, Celsius spoke again. I understand. Albinism can be divided into 3 stages. Of course, the lower the stage, the easier it is to treat. You're already at stage 3. I knew it, Estelle thought gloomily to herself. You know what happens to people with your illness in its final stages, don't you? Celsia added. 3 years is the maximum. No matter how many priests you consult, that's your limit. Ennard stood up in a rage. What are you saying, Pope? We didn't bring her here to hear those words. Let's go, Estelle. I've never believed in divine power. At that moment, Celsia interjected. But Ennard immediately stopped speaking, and Estelle also looked up. Celsia continued. With my power, however, it is possible. It's possible? Estelle asked in surprise. Then tears welled up in her eyes. Celsia nodded and replied, We will begin your treatment tomorrow. Estelle wiped her tears, smiling as she replied, "Yes, thank you, Your Holiness." Anard also let out a soft breath. Amidst the touching atmosphere, Celsia suddenly asked, "Ah, but have you already met Grand Duke Carlstein?" While Estelle broke into a sweat, Anard angrily asked, "Ha, why would that scoundrel come looking for Estelle? Is it just because she carries the bloodline of the Mercedes family?" Celsia replied, "Of course, because his madness seems to be the most severe." Anard gritted his teeth and said, "No, I will never let that happen, especially not with him." Hearing this, Estelle couldn't help but wonder, "Anard, why are you—" Celsia rubbed her chin and said, "I suppose you have your reasons. I understand. In that case, I gather you don't want him to know that Miss Estelle is here for treatment."
I'm also treating him the same way. Ennard flinched and asked, "Is he in the capital?" He silently turned his head, then said, "Let's go, Estelle. If he's lurking around here, we should prepare ourselves." Seeing Ennard step outside, Estelle mumbled, feeling a little uneasy. Then Celsia smiled and said, "Well then, I'll see you tomorrow, Miss Estelle." As they walked out, Ennard kept muttering to himself. Celsia remained standing there, smiling and waving goodbye to Estelle. Once they were out of the hall, Ennard immediately said, "I need to inform Father about this first." Hearing him say that, Estelle also fell into thought. People from the Carlstein household had come looking for her. His true cure will soon appear when Syria arrives. Just as they exited the temple, Ennard spotted a person in black lurking nearby. He immediately frowned. Estelle looked up, asking curiously, "Ennard?" Ennard frowned, thinking, "I've seen him before, perhaps a member of the Karanka Guild." Then he turned and said, "Estelle, you go home first." Estelle wondered, "What about you?" Ennard smiled and replied, "There are a few things I need to do." With that, he walked straight away. It was then that Jane spoke. "Something urgent must have happened. Let's go ahead." "Miss." Estelle nodded. "All right." No sooner had she finished speaking than she suddenly stopped. Jane asked curiously, "Miss?" But at that moment, Estelle's gaze was fixed on Lorelia. In her heart, she thought in surprise, "Mother."
Over there, Lorelia was enjoying herself with the other ladies. When she saw Estelle, she also paused. A lady in a blue dress, seeing this, immediately asked, "What's wrong, madam?" Lorelia mumbled, "Estelle." The two ladies immediately looked towards her. A lady with purple hair whispered, "She means Estelle." Upon hearing this, the lady in the blue dress exclaimed, "Oh my." On this side, Estelle slowly approached, wondering to herself, what should I call her? After a moment of consideration, she said, "Hello, Lady Brienne." Lorelia frowned and asked, "Huh? You just called me lady?" She raised an eyebrow, then laughed and added, "Huh, so you don't see me as your mother anymore, is that it?" As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding nobles began to murmur. Lorelia paused for a moment. Then she let out a cold snort and said, "When I first heard the news about you, I thought the world had gone mad. Tell me, Estelle, how long have you known about your inheritance? Do you know what we went through to raise you? Were you just waiting for the day to betray us?" Jane quickly stepped between them. "You're getting a bit too close, lady." Lorelia was stunned and asked, "Huh? How dare you speak to me without permission, you servant girl?" Seeing that she was about to strike Jane, Estelle immediately yelled, "That's enough." She stepped in front of Jane. Then she said loudly, "She's with me, so don't you dare touch her, lady."
Lorelia frowned and smirked. "Are you mocking me?" Seeing her rude attitude persist, Estelle grabbed Jane's hand. She turned around decisively and said, "Excuse me, but we're leaving. I have nothing further to say to you." Lorelia yelled, "Stop right there." But Estelle left anyway, making her even angrier.
Lorelia couldn't help but scream, "Estelle!" Estelle continued to walk forward, her heart growing a little colder. In her mind, she recalled past memories. In that same tone of voice, Lorelia had once said, "Ha, mother! Who are you calling mother? You disgust me." Unconsciously, Estelle's eyes reddened. Just as she was about to shed tears, a hand suddenly reached out. Jane patted her shoulder, smiling as she said, "Miss Estelle." Startled, Estelle grasped her hand. Jane quickly said, my hand." Estelle looked down at her hand. Then she said awkwardly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Jane smiled and said, "You don't need to apologize." Estelle added, "I'm also sorry about what happened earlier." Jane patted her chest and said, "That's why I'm here. Mr. Ennard asked me to protect you, so you don't need to apologize anymore." Estelle replied, touched, "Thank you for saying that." When the two returned to Valwa Manor, it was already afternoon. Audrey led the servants out to greet them and asked, "How did it go, miss?" The maid with two braids beside her chimed in, "What did the high priestess say to you?" Audrey asked again, "Can she heal you?" While Jane held out her arms to stop them all, Estelle hesitated before replying, She said she would treat me, although she can't cure it completely, but she said she would try." As soon as she finished speaking, all the servants excitedly shouted, "Yay!" A male servant said, "I knew it. There's no illness the high priestess can't cure." Audrey took Estelle's hand and said, "What a relief, miss." She thought, touched. "Everyone is so kind."
Another male servant added, "Young lady, we must inform His Grace the Duke and the young masters of this news."
Euron continued. I'll go. Just let her enjoy it. At Brienne Manor, Aldente slammed the table. Then he pointed a finger directly at Lorelia and asked, Are you out of your mind? You raised your voice at Estelle in front of others? Lorelia retorted furiously. That girl spoke to me arrogantly first. She no longer shows any gratitude for her upbringing. Aldente sighed as he sat back down, saying, We couldn't find her at the ball, and when you did find her, you humiliated her. I thought I had already told you, if we want to prevent her name from being removed from the family register, then we must prove that our entire family is harmonious. Lorelia lowered her voice and said, You weren't there, so you didn't see how she was. Her shiny hair, vibrant eyes, and expensive attire. If we continue to keep that pale girl for a few more days, then the status of heir to the Mercedes family would be ours. Aldente rubbed his forehead and said, At least we still have a chance. We have no other choice but to seek His Highness's help. Syria suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, Father. I will ensure everything returns to normal.
I also feel responsible for this. Father banished her because of me, if I had never come here. Lorelia quickly stopped her. No, don't say that. You are our flesh and blood. That is the truth. There's no way that white demon is our child. Estelle must have been planning this for a long time. You don't need to feel guilty. Syria said gratefully, Thank you for understanding me, Mother. You won't have to worry for too long. No matter what changes along the way, the outcome of this story will remain the same. That evening at the Valwa mansion, in the hallway, Audrey walked beside Estelle and asked, Are you nervous about tomorrow's treatment? You said you wanted to take a night stroll. Estelle forced a smile and said, That's because I couldn't sleep, probably due to too much stress. Audrey enthusiastically replied, Of course, but all you have to do is get well. Seeing this, Estelle awkwardly said, Oh, but she didn't say anything more. As they passed a section, Estelle suddenly stopped.
She looked up at the portrait on the wall. Then she gasped, Oh, how splendid! Audrey smiled. Oh, I suppose this is your first time seeing her. After observing the portrait for a moment longer, Audrey continued, While you were at the shrine, Lady Sibeli's portrait was completed and hung up. Estelle asked in surprise, So who is she? Audrey chuckled in response. Yes, the youngest commander of the Night Protectors, Lady Sibeli. She is currently at the border dealing with demons, but she occasionally returns, so you'll probably get to meet her soon. After a moment, Audrey pushed open the door to the garden.
Estelle just stepped outside. The cold air quickly rushed in. She immediately crossed her arms and exclaimed, Ugh! Seeing this, Audrey said, The weather is getting warmer, but it might still be cold tonight. Shall I bring you a shawl? Estelle shivered and replied, Yes, thank you, Audrey. Watching Audrey's retreating back, Estelle let out a breath, thinking to herself, I should just wait for her inside. Suddenly, a voice reached her, catching her attention. Huh? Grand Duke Claude is in the capital? Estelle tiptoed towards the sound, thinking to herself, Grand Duke Claude. Looking over, Ennard was saying, I heard he periodically disappears whenever the symptoms appear, but why is he here in someone else's capital? After hearing that, Estelle pondered, he was like this at the temple too. Why did Ennard hate Claude so much? On the other side, Ennard was still saying, so the person I saw at the temple might also be. On this side, Estelle rubbed her chin thoughtfully, now remembering that they were always hostile towards each other in the novel, fighting over Syria. Ennard suddenly exclaimed, What's happening with what happened at the ball? Across from him, Clement thoughtfully replied, I'm not sure, but I heard the Crown Prince led his personal knights to search throughout the palace. I don't think Miss Estelle is involved in this, so you don't need to worry. Hearing those words, Estelle immediately flinched. She thought to herself, I feel so guilty, and I can't keep the secret anymore. I don't want to be caught eavesdropping. On the other side, Ennard said again, Father, about tomorrow. If we arrange more guards, then he won't dare to approach her again, will he?
Clement snorted, his face thoughtful. Seeing this, Ennard said, Perhaps a few dozen, or we could give her the artifact and tell her to keep it with her. Estelle was utterly shocked. In such a peaceful place, not even the princess had that many guards. And what was this artifact business? Just then, Audrey ran over from a distance, calling out, Miss Estelle, what are you doing? Estelle quickly gestured, then said, sweating, Miss Audrey, let's go to the glass garden, shall we? Audrey replied, Oh, that place is beautiful in the evening too. The next day, in Valwa, Estelle walked to the dining room. After greeting Jane, she thought to herself, It's time. Finally, I can get my treatment. After thinking that, she entered the room and cheerfully said, Good morning. Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the room, her voice suddenly fell silent. The assistant walked up to Lloyd. Young master. Lloyd sighed. We might as well show her. The assistant then handed a newspaper to Estelle, who asked suspiciously, What is it? He replied, I think you should see this. Estelle took the newspaper. When she looked at the content, her eyes immediately widened.
It read, Estelle Mercedes, the noble heiress of an entire family, overnight.
This is the story of her childhood, when she was still Estelle Brienne, living with Baron and Baroness Brienne. Reading this, Estelle couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "What is this?" In the newspaper, Lorelia gave a fake smile and said, "Are you asking if I knew from the start that she wasn't my biological daughter? Well, what kind of parents could have such terrible suspicions? All we ever did was love and raise her. But we always thought there was something special about her. Unlike us, she was very beautiful and intelligent from a young age, even learning the royal language early on." Estelle unconsciously trembled. Her hands slowly rose to brush away the newspaper. A soft laugh escaped her lips. In her heart, she thought to herself, "Lies. Everything in here is fake." Ennard curiously stepped forward and snatched another newspaper from the assistant's hand. "What does it say? Let me see." After reading for a moment, he let out a cold laugh, then directly threw the newspaper to the ground. Would they scold and kick a child out of the house in the middle of winter and then lovingly raise them? "Let's go, Estelle," she asked, startled. "Huh?" Ennard replied, "We'll go to the newspaper office, or even Brienne's house. Someone has to take responsibility for writing this article about you." Estelle hesitated, but she clutched the newspaper in her hand. She thought to herself, "I can't keep owing the Valwa family like this." Lloyd, who was beside her, suddenly spoke up. "Miss Estelle, they might be planning to sue you." Ennard nodded in agreement. The newspaper in Estelle's hand fell to the ground. She asked, bewildered, "Sue?"
"They're going to sue me?" Ennard said sarcastically. "Yes, that's what they're planning." Estelle hesitated before asking, "I'm sorry, but what do you mean by sue?" Lloyd explained, "In the Empire, there's something called the filial responsibility law. Have you heard of it?" Estelle slowly said, "It's a law that prevents children from abandoning their elderly parents without reason. If it's accepted that the parents have cared for and raised the child, then the child cannot sever ties with their parents, even after becoming an adult. But my parents, the Count and Countess, were the ones who threw me out first. Can they still do this?" Lloyd closed his eyes and calmly said, "Only if they cannot prove that they have fulfilled their parental responsibilities." Estelle repeated, "Fulfilled their responsibilities." She thought to herself, "It's not like they left me to starve to death. Although there were many times I wasn't properly fed, it was still enough for me to survive. They didn't abandon me despite my albinism and let me live in the attic. Just because they provided basic necessities doesn't mean they fulfilled their parental responsibilities. And because they treated me that way, even the servants mocked and were rude to me. I'm sure the servants will lie if they testify. The only one who can prove this is me." Seeing her lost in thought, Ennard asked, "What are you thinking about for so long, Estelle? The people you call your parents threw you out in the middle of winter. Doesn't that tell the whole story?" Lloyd turned his head to look. "That's true, but don't you think they're aware of this?" Ennard frowned and said seriously, "They'll try to make it seem like it never happened." Lloyd continued, "The truth isn't black and white. It can be manipulated by anyone." Estelle said thoughtfully, "So that's how it is." Lloyd nodded. "Yes, they'll sway public opinion to their side. First, they'll create a favorable impression for themselves through this fake interview, which will be much easier than lying to a judge." Estelle looked up and asked, "So this article is the first step towards putting me on trial?" Lloyd replied, "Indeed it is."
After he finished speaking, Estelle fell into deep thought again, thinking, "I should have known this would happen, shouldn't I? If they had kept me for a few more days, the dragon's tear would have become theirs." A few seconds later, Lloyd suddenly said, "Miss Estelle, don't forget that my father will support you. He didn't just mean material support." Ennard chimed in, "We won't let you face this alone. Just wait, I'll go see that editor-in-chief of this newspaper and—" Lloyd lowered his voice. "Ennard, don't act rashly."
It still depends on Miss Estelle whether she will accept help from the House of Valwa, but there's one thing I can guarantee. We can certainly provide appropriate support." While Estelle was surprised, Ennard thought, all he said was that we would take care of everything and she shouldn't worry at all. Why did he speak so vaguely? He knows how shy she is. What if she doesn't accept our support? As expected, Estelle hesitated and said, "Thank you for saying that, but if you could give me more time to think?" Lloyd replied, "I'm not forcing you to decide right away, but it seems we should have our meal quickly now. Isn't today your treatment day at the temple?" Estelle was startled and quickly sat down at the table. When the food was served, Lloyd secretly glanced at the newspaper and thought, so they've decided to publish that obvious lie in the newspaper. If that is proven true, their reputation will be ruined, and it's not like they don't know this.
Did they go this far because they had no other choice? He silently tapped the table for a moment, then came to a conclusion. Someone was helping them. At this point, Lloyd raised his hand to signal, and the assistant quickly moved closer. Lloyd asked, "You said Count Ravioli?" The assistant replied, "Yes, young master. He is the second-generation owner of the Pablo News conglomerate." Lloyd ordered, "Arrange a meeting with him." Across from her, Ennard asked in surprise, "You don't know how to use a knife?" Estelle awkwardly asked, "Like this?"
After the meal concluded, on the carriage heading towards the temple, Estelle silently pondered the laws of upbringing. I didn't think my life would pass completely peacefully, but I never imagined I'd be this exhausted. I wish I could find my aunt right now more than anything. There must be a reason why she didn't appear but only sent a package. Perhaps she's in danger now. Liana Mercedes, she's the only one who can tell me about my real mother. Seeing her silence, Jane called out, "Lady Estelle." She added, "You must be very tired. We'll be at the temple in just a little while." Estelle snapped out of her thoughts and replied, "Oh no, it's not that." No sooner had she spoken than the carriage suddenly stopped. Jane stood up and said, "We must be here." Estelle was startled and thought, "That's right, I completely forgot because of everything that just happened." As she stepped out of the carriage, Estelle immediately blushed with embarrassment. Looking at the 4 guardian knights around her, she thought to herself, oh no.
Outside, the nobles were buzzing with continuous chatter. What's going on there? She must be the daughter of an important house. It seems to be the symbol of the house of Valwa. Estelle covered her face. Everyone kept staring at her. Jane remained nonchalant. "Well then, shall we go, Lady Estelle?" Estelle thought to herself, "It's strange that she feels proud to be here." As they started to walk, suddenly a loud shout rang out from behind them. "Stop right there! I need to speak with Lady Estelle." When Estelle turned her head to look back, Syria said, "What good fortune! I didn't expect to meet you here. Could you spare me a moment, Lady Estelle?" The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. Estelle silently thought, "Why is Syria here?" Remembering the morning's article, she then thought, "Did the Count and Countess send her here?" At this thought, Estelle immediately pulled the blonde knight back. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Estelle spoke, "I apologize, but I have an appointment at the temple later."
Syria covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's fine. You have business at the temple, don't you? I'll wait for you. What I have to say is more for you than for me, so I hope you can spare a little time." Estelle pondered. "Is there such a thing in the principles?" Outwardly, she calmly replied, "Very well, Miss Syria, we'll talk later." Inwardly, she thought, "Is it because I'm starting to remember things from my past life? Or..." She recalled what the other girl had said at the debutante ball. "You're just a background character." She continued to think, "I can't be sure, but I think I heard her say that. If it's true, then Syria is also." Lost in thought, Estelle had entered the healing hall without realizing it, only snapping out of it when Celsia asked, "How was the ball?" After a moment of silence, Estelle exclaimed, "Ah." Celsia added, "I don't intend to pry into your private life. One of my patients was also there, so I'm just curious." Estelle thought to herself, "Another patient?" She immediately remembered Claude's blood-soaked appearance. Then she asked, "Was this person seriously injured?" Celsia tilted her head in thought and replied, Yes, that's right, quite serious, even more so than you. This person told me that someone healed him that night. Whoever it was, their skills must be very proficient. Ho ho. That person could suppress his symptoms like magic. Even for a chief priest like me, it would be difficult." Estelle's heart sank as she thought, "She knows everything." Celsia then said, "He's quite curious about who saved him. I'm sure he was busy with something at the time and couldn't get more information. But if given another chance, I don't think he would make such a mistake again." As she said this, Celsia's lips curved into a smile. She added, "Please forgive these nonsensical words, Miss Estelle. I just wanted to share this information. If you don't want to be involved, I advise you to avoid him as much as possible." Estelle sat up, drenched in sweat, thinking to herself, "It's not like I want to be involved." She remembered Frank's pathetic crying, "Don't die, Claude." She continued to think, "But I think I did it for that little dragon." Celsia suddenly asked, "Today's treatment is almost over. How do you feel?" Estelle smiled and replied, "I feel completely relaxed." Celsia also smiled. "What a relief. Then I'll see you again at the next treatment session." As soon as she stepped out of the hall, Estelle suddenly saw Jane sighing heavily outside. She called out curiously, "Miss Jane." She turned her head, looking helpless, and said, "Miss Estelle." Syria interjected, asking, "Are you done with your treatment? Shall we go somewhere for a bit?" After a while, in a bakery, as Syria was looking at the menu, Estelle also glanced around. Jane stood not far away, looking restless. At this moment, Syria suddenly spoke up, "Miss Estelle, what would you like?" Seeing her gaze, Estelle let out a sigh and pointed at the menu. Then she said, "I'll have this tea." Syria immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, jasmine is also my favorite. We have the same taste." Estelle replied indifferently, "Oh, really?" The food was quickly served. Syria asked again, "Have you read the morning paper yet? Your mother and father miss you very much." Estelle put down her teacup and asked coldly, "They miss me?" "Ha!" Syria added, "They really want you to come back, and so do I." Estelle thought to herself, "I knew they sent her." Then she spoke, "Don't you think what they want isn't me, but the status of the Mercedes heir? I don't know how you feel, but I know they don't truly want me at all." Syria innocently asked, "Don't you believe me?" Estelle coldly replied, "Hardly." The atmosphere went silent for a moment. Syria slowly raised her teacup and said, "Well then?" Under Estelle's suspicious gaze, she chuckled and continued, "You were thrown away like trash in the middle of winter. I also thought you wouldn't believe me. Since things have turned out this way,
Let me ask you, you've read it, haven't you? That novel? Estelle's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Syria's triumphant expression, and her words echoed in her mind. You're just a background character. Estelle thought to herself, so I was right. Outwardly, she replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Syria pushed herself up from the table. Stop lying. If you really haven't read it, then why did you leave without shedding a single tear after your parents suddenly abandoned you like that? Estelle thought to herself, if I hadn't left, if I had clung to them and begged, would they have let me stay? At this, she replied, even if I hadn't left, nothing would have changed. Syria said loudly, but you should still try everything you can, shouldn't you? Estelle couldn't help but frown and ask, what exactly are you trying to say, Miss Syria? She immediately grabbed her hand and called out, Estelle.
We could become good friends. Don't you see how lucky we are? It's hard to believe that I'm in a book I read in my past life, but meeting someone who experienced something similar, don't you think this is fate? So give me back what belongs to me, the inheritance of the Mercedes family that you're about to receive. The Valwa head, it belongs to the Brienne family. That's the reason the Brienne family became wealthy in the novel. Estelle was momentarily stunned. A second later, she directly slapped Syria's hand away. The teacup on the table fell to the ground and shattered. Jane immediately said worriedly, Miss. On this side, Syria slumped into the chair, her face stunned as she looked at Estelle. Estelle gritted her teeth, enunciating each word in a low voice. Don't say such things about what my ancestors passed down to me. It never belonged to you and never will.
Syria, calm, let out a surprised, huh. Estelle then said, so never say rude things to me again. Seeing Estelle turn to leave, Syria also sprang up, saying loudly, what are you talking about? Which book? I don't understand anything you're saying. Syria stubbornly asked, so you're pretending not to know anything? After speaking, Syria stared intently at Estelle. Estelle slowly walked back and said in a low voice, Miss Syria, you keep talking nonsense about a past life and then say you're in a novel.
But this is the real world. You need to wake up. After saying this, Estelle silently watched Syria for a moment. Then she withdrew her hand, turned around, and said, Good day. Syria stared blankly at the teacup on the table, her mind in turmoil. No, this can't be happening. This isn't the real world. The young ladies around her quickly came forward to comfort her. Syria's close friend, Melinda, frowned, glaring with resentment at Estelle's retreating back. After leaving the bakery, Jane asked worriedly, Are you all right, miss? Estelle nodded and said, I'm fine. But inwardly, she thought, I feel so suffocated. She remembered Syria's words. The reason the Brienne family was wealthy in the novel was precisely because of that. She thought to herself, Syria was right. If she had arrived a few days later, the entire inheritance that was hers would have been taken. That's why she was even angrier with herself for being so helpless in the novel. At this point, Estelle paused for a moment. Then she changed her mind. But that's not what happened in this reality, so it will be fine. After thinking this, she smiled and said, I really am fine. Jane replied, Yes, but your face is still a bit pale. Let's go home. Just as the two were about to step into the carriage, Melinda approached. Wait, Miss Estelle. The two turned their heads. Melinda had brought two other young ladies with her. She asked in an arrogant tone, What did you just say to Miss Syria? Estelle calmly replied, Not much. Melinda angrily retorted, Stop lying. Do you know how depressed she was after you left? Estelle thought in surprise, Are they all worried about Syria? Jane stepped forward, about to speak. Miss, but Estelle quickly pulled her back and said, Don't worry. Excuse me, but if you're curious about what we discussed, you should ask her, not me.
Melinda frowned and stepped forward. It's not because I'm curious. I want you to apologize to her. Estelle asked, So why should I do that? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. That's right, it's her. Estelle immediately broke into a sweat, turning her head to look back. In the distance, Frank said, Look, Claude, it's her. Claude, in Lambert's guise, also slowly approached.
While Estelle was still dazed, Melinda glared angrily. When I'm talking to you, you should look at me. Claude stopped and asked softly, Are you all right? Only then did Melinda notice someone approaching, and she exclaimed in surprise, Oh, Count Lambert. Estelle asked, What are you doing here? Claude smiled and said, I never thought I'd see you again like this. Am I interrupting your conversation? Estelle glanced to the side and said with a slight pang of uneasiness, No. Melinda interjected, asking, How do you know this kind of person? Claude asked coldly, This kind of person? Don't you think you're being rude? Melinda immediately stammered, I just mean, for a respectable person like you, it would be dangerous to be involved with her. Claude let out a sharp exhale. I don't know what you mean by dangerous, but I don't like that way of speaking. While Jane looked at him excitedly, Estelle, however, wondered, why is he acting this way? Claude, on the other side, still looked coldly at Melinda. She quickly explained, I was just thinking of you when I said that. I'm sure you understand, don't you? Rumors about her had been spreading since the ball. Estelle stared in shock, realizing she couldn't reveal her albinism, otherwise Claude would know who she was.
Melinda continued, I don't know which powerful family she comes from, but she has been cursed by the gods for carrying a disease. To stop her, Estelle interrupted in a low voice. Oh, if you continue to be this rude, we'll have a problem. You should leave. Hearing that, Melinda paused for a moment. Then she spoke. Never. We'll talk about this later. You and I aren't done yet. You'd best not do that again to Syria. After Melinda trembled and left, Claude suddenly asked, Are you all right, Lady Sibel? Hearing that, Jane leaned over and asked curiously, But who is Lady Sibel? Estelle quickly gestured, stammering, Miss Jane, could you give us a moment alone? Jane excitedly replied, Of course, oh my. After Jane had gone far, Claude then asked, Who were those ladies just now? Frank angrily said, If there weren't so many people around, I would have turned them all to dust. Estelle replied somewhat evasively, I don't know who they are, and I don't care. Claude smirked and asked, Shall I help you? Estelle quickly said, I'm fine. Estelle thought to herself, Who knows what terrible things he's plotting? In the novel, Melinda and Syria are close friends, so I guess I understand why she did that. Thinking this, Estelle suddenly spoke up. By the way, Count Lambert, you should also leave. Your wounds haven't fully recovered yet. Claude replied, Thanks to you, they're almost healed. But I want to ask you a few things. Are you really not going to tell me your real name? Estelle looked up in surprise, seeing Claude smiling at her. Estelle broke out in a sweat and said, It's because I have 3 overly protective brothers at home, and if I tell a stranger my name, I'll be in trouble.
Claude tried to persuade her. It's just a name. What's the big deal? Suddenly, Jane ran back, calling out loudly, Miss, the young master is looking for you. He said he'd be here soon. Estelle was startled and thought, Alond? Oh no, if he sees Alond, he'll know who I am. At this thought, she frantically ran towards Jane and said, My brother is looking for me, so I have to go. Claude hesitated. But, Estelle yelled, All right, goodbye.
Claude looked after her retreating back and mumbled, So I still don't know her name. Frank teased, Your benefactor probably doesn't like you. Look how fast she ran away. Claude looked away and said, Shut up. She said her overprotective brother's looking for her, Frank added. You know that's just an excuse. So you're just going to let her go? Claude didn't answer, only watched Estelle's retreating back, his eyes filled with determination. Clenching his hand, he said, I will have to meet her again, even if I have to search all over the capital. Frank said, It would be better if you asked Irene and Irene for help. They're in the capital too. Claude stubbornly said, I don't need them. Seeing his pained expression, Frank said, You haven't fully recovered yet, but you're still so stubborn. Claude lowered his head and sighed. Frank also let out a sigh. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the capital, Irene yelled, Where has His Highness gone? Irene sighed. There's no way we can find him when he doesn't want to be found. Irene clutched her head and said, But we still have to find him at all costs. It's an emergency. Everyone is already lining up to impress the Mercedes successor. He should be at the front of the line, so where could he be? Irene said, I'm sure he's still in the capital. Could it be that he still doesn't know about that girl? Irene replied, No way. That's the only thing everyone is talking about. Irene mused. He's never truly left home, so... Irene nodded. Yes, I guess that makes sense. Irene smirked. See, I knew all the previous Grand Dukes of Carlstein were the same, and they would lock themselves away somewhere and hide whenever the symptoms of madness appeared.
It's not like a wild animal or anything. Anyway, this is very urgent, so I have to contact him. Irene asked, startled, What do you mean? Iran adjusted her glasses and continued, The agent we have placed with the Crown Prince. Not far from the carriage, Jane, holding a magic orb in her hand, suddenly heard Estelle's footsteps. Jane looked up and said, surprised, Oh, mistress, you don't need to rush so much. Estelle asked, panting, Where is Sir Alland? Jane replied, He said he was ready for the journey, but he wanted to see you before he left. His soldiers have already arrived to pick him up.
Estelle said hurriedly, I cannot make him delay his trip because of me. Let's quickly go home. Jane tilted her head in curiosity. Have you talked to him about the man with the lizard? Estelle asked blankly. What lizard? Frank's image suddenly appeared in her mind. It's the person we just met. Estelle gave a forced smile, thinking, So in everyone's eyes, he's a lizard? Then she replied, Well, it's nothing important. Jane showed a dangerous look. Could he be the person you met at the royal ball? Estelle awkwardly replied, Yes, it's him. Jane asked with a smile, Have you finally made a friend? Estelle thought again, Although we're not exactly friends. Jane said again, Mr. Alland must be waiting for us, so should we go back to the carriage? Estelle was startled. A second later she froze, thinking to herself, Oh, right, the carriage is still there. Please don't still be there.
Estelle silently pleaded. Don't still be there. Please don't still be there. A moment later, Estelle returned to the mansion, feeling relieved to be back safely. Suddenly, Alun's voice rang out. Miss Estelle, over here. Estelle walked over and said, Do you have to leave right now, Sir Olland? He nodded. Yes, I wanted to be the one to escort you to the next gathering, but I'm afraid I can't. Estelle sighed in relief. I hope you returned safely from your journey. Olland asked suspiciously. What journey? Euron quickly stepped forward and whispered into his ear. It seems they didn't tell Lady Estelle that you're going monster hunting, so she wouldn't worry. Olland chuckled. Aha! He patted Estelle's head, then said, I'll bring back gifts, so be a good girl at home. Estelle smiled and replied, All right, please be careful. Olland mounted his horse. The convoy began to depart under the afternoon sky. As Estelle watched the carriage, Euron suddenly spoke. Lady, if you don't feel too tired, please take a look at this. Estelle looked back at the pile of letters on the table. Euron smiled and said, These are all your invitations. Estelle asked in surprise. Huh? Mine? Euron smiled. Of course. Your first appearance was a great success. The entire high society out there is probably in a frenzy trying to invite you to their parties. Hearing that, Estelle immediately reached out and took a letter. Looking at the name on it, she murmured, Can I really go to these places? Euron said, Among these countless invitations, all you need to do is choose one, but of course, if it makes you uncomfortable, you can refuse all of them. Estelle smiled at him, unconsciously clutching the letter in her hand. Then she said, I will go. Euron's face lit up with joy. Oh, really? Estelle said, I can't keep avoiding social activities forever. In her heart, she thought, Perhaps I can find some information about my aunt. I might even meet that woman again. Euron took the letter from her hand and said with a smile, Well then, ascended Marchioness, it seems you'll be very busy in the near future. Estelle was stunned. Busy? Not long after, her face fell as she said, Yes. In front of her, Lloyd asked, I heard you want to attend the Ascended Marchioness's party. In that case, we are ready to assist you. You will need new evening gowns and accessories when the weather gets warmer. Audrey suddenly asked, My lady, you finished eating, haven't you? Estelle had an unusual premonition and asked with a confused look, Huh? Lloyd reached out his hand and said, Come on, let's go. Estelle looked up at him, thinking to herself, I thought this wouldn't be a big deal. Then she took Lloyd's hand, and the two of them stepped into the carriage. On the way, Estelle subtly glanced across and then spoke. Mr. Lloyd, I have a few things I'd like to ask you. Lloyd inquired, What is it? Estelle hesitated for a moment and then asked, Have you heard any news about my aunt? Lloyd replied, There hasn't been much progress yet. I've tried to find the person who delivered the package to her, but I hit a dead end. It seems Miss Lyanna Mercedes is deliberately hiding herself. She's very good at hiding then, Estelle murmured, wondering, Does she not want to see me? Lloyd said, If that were the case, she wouldn't have sent the letter. There must be some reason why she's living in hiding, or perhaps she doesn't want anyone to find her. Hearing that, Estelle's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, Someone else finding her. Then she asked, Are you saying someone is behind her? If that's true, then she... Lloyd reassured her. Calm down, Miss Estelle. That's just speculation. He thought to himself. However, that's the most probable reason. That is, if there's still someone who doesn't accept the fact that Miss Mercedes' descendant is alive. After a moment of silence, Lloyd added, We are trying to find her, but I'm sure you must feel uneasy waiting. Even Count and Countess Brienne are already a problem. They've taken the first step and released the article, so we might soon see what they plan next. Estelle lifted her head, saying firmly, I know I need to come up with a better plan, but I'm confident they won't be able to manipulate me anymore. Lloyd looked at her in surprise. A second later, he offered a faint smile. Next, he said, I'm also curious to see how you handle this. After a while, they arrived at the clothing store. As they stepped inside, the clothes displayed on the racks immediately caught Estelle's eye. She exclaimed, Wow! At this moment, the shop owner, Madame O'Delly, rushed out. Greetings, young master. It's been a long time. Seeing her rush, Lloyd immediately turned his head away. Audrey chuckled, while only Estelle looked on with a puzzled expression. When she reached Estelle, Madame O'Delly suddenly exclaimed, Oh my goodness! When you asked me to make a fashionable dress, I kept wondering why. But now I understand. You've brought such a beautiful young lady here today. It's truly an honor for me to serve you, miss. I am Madame O'Delly. Estelle quickly returned the greeting. Estelle Mercedes. Pleased to meet you, madam. Madame O'Delly exclaimed again. Oh my, you're the one everyone's been talking about. My energy and motivation have reached their peak. Lloyd, standing nearby, rubbed his forehead and said, Although she can be a bit exhausting, she's a professional, so don't worry, Estelle. Audrey also added, She's not a bad person. Madame O'Delly paid no attention to the two of them, clapping her hands once. Immediately, two female assistants appeared from behind. Madame O'Delly said, Well then, shall we begin? After that, she led Estelle further inside. A moment later, Estelle drew back a curtain and stepped out. She was now wearing a yellow pleated dress, looking incredibly radiant and splendid.
Lloyd took a quick look, and his expression froze. Audrey immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, The young lady looks stunning. Madame O'Delly stepped forward and said, perhaps it's because of your silver hair, but you seem to suit every color. How about trying on the light pink dress from the spring collection now?" After a moment, Estelle emerged in each outfit in turn. Following her, gasps of admiration kept echoing. "Miss, you look like an elf. Sky blue seems to be the best outfit for her. Miss, please give us a twirl." Audrey tilted her head and looked at Loy. "Which dress do you like the most, sir? Do you think she should try on a few more?" Estelle, panting with exhaustion, was startled and thought, "More to try?" Loy smiled at that. He stood up, walked over, and slowly said, "Miss Estelle seems very tired, so let's stop here for today." He turned to Madame O'Delly. "Madam, we'll take all the outfits she has tried on." Madame O'Delly immediately covered her face and exclaimed, "Oh my, yes, sir." Estelle also let out a surprised, "Oh?" At this moment, Madame O'Delly suddenly whispered, "It seems he likes all those dresses." Estelle's face instantly flushed. Madame O'Delly drew the curtain.
She continued to whisper, "This is his first visit to my salon. Since he came here as a young boy with Lady Sibylle, I never thought he would grow up to be so quiet." Estelle asked in surprise, "Lord Lloyd?" Madame O'Delly winked. "Oh ho ho, hard to believe, isn't it? He was quite a troublemaker as a child. Keep this between us, okay? Lady Sibylle doesn't like feminine dresses, so I haven't seen him in a while." She recalled Sibylle's attitude. "I'm not wearing this." Madame O'Delly added, "Well, she hasn't changed at all, even from when she was little." Hearing that, Estelle just smiled, saying nothing. A moment later, she changed into another outfit and was led out by Madame O'Delly. Lloyd was standing, waiting, and turned his head at the sound. Seeing her, he approached. "We've been here longer than expected. Aren't you tired, Estelle?" Estelle waved her hand and replied, "No, I'm fine." She added, Thank you, Lord Lloyd." Lloyd tilted his head with a questioning look. What do you mean?" Estelle hesitated before replying. "For taking care of me, buying me dresses, a necklace, and earrings. I will repay you after my coming-of-age ceremony." Lloyd burst out laughing.
Are you going to remember every meal and repay each one? Estelle was speechless. Oh, even the food too? Seeing her smile freeze, Lloyd immediately said, "I'm just kidding, Miss Estelle. I don't think you'd be able to tally all of that up." He added, "You must be very tired, so you should go back and rest." Estelle replied, "Yes." At the Brienne mansion, Lorelia stopped in front of a room. Looking at the maid standing outside, she asked worriedly, "Syria still hasn't come out of her room?" A maid replied, "Yes, she hasn't even answered." Hearing that, Lorelia immediately walked to the door of the room and said softly, "Syria, my dear, is something wrong? Mother is here. Tell me what happened." Inside the room, Syria was huddled on the bed. She was biting her nails, thinking to herself, "I need to go back. I need to return to my original world. I shouldn't have rushed back to the Brienne mansion after realizing I had transmigrated into the novel. I never thought that something like this could happen to a mere background character. This was never mentioned in the original work."
Things didn't go as expected, but that's okay. Once Syria gets its happy ending, just like in the original story, the world will return to normal. The next day, Audrey's spirited voice echoed through the Valwa mansion. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lady Estelle. We shall begin dressing you in your evening gown now. You will be the most radiant at today's tea party." Estelle sat on a chair in front of the dressing table, smiling as she replied, "Thank you." After her hair was done, a maid with 2 braids, holding a comb, said emotionally, "Lady Sibylle never actively wore evening gowns, so we missed out on times like these." Audrey added, "I'm delighted to be able to serve you while I'm still able to help. I even thought I'd have to face the Lord's armor for the rest of my life." Seeing the maids around her all nod in agreement, Estelle couldn't help but smile, but her fingers twirled, revealing a hint of anxiety within her. A moment later, Audrey exclaimed, "We're done. Everything is complete, my lady. Do you like it?" Seeing Estelle remain silent, she asked again, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you shocked by our craftsmanship?" The braided maid added, "Of course. Do you know how much I practiced to braid your hair?" Jane let out a breath, shrugging, and said, "She almost pulled out all my hair." Estelle burst out laughing and said, "Ha, I really like it. Thank you, ladies." After a moment, Jane led Estelle out. She stammered, Ennard immediately snapped shut the pocket watch in his hand and said irritably, "You're a bit late. Lady Estelle Mercedes." "Huh?" Seeing Estelle's captivating beauty, Ennard was so stunned he froze. The braided maid appeared out of nowhere and said, "She's very beautiful, isn't she?" Audrey chimed in, "Isn't she radiant from head to toe?" Ennard snapped out of it and said doubtfully, "But wait a minute." He pointed at the umbrella in Estelle's hand. He asked curiously, "Is it going to rain today?" "Oh dear." Estelle raised the umbrella in her hand and uttered a bewildered, "Huh?" The braided maid's face immediately darkened, and she exclaimed, "Come on, Sir Ennard. Don't you know that parasols are a fashionable accessory right now?" Ennard pouted and replied, "All right, calm down. So let's go. Fashionable and elegant Lady Mercedes."
Estelle asked in surprise, "Are you coming with us?" Ennard asked back stunned,
Are you planning to go without an escort? Huh? I'd have to listen to Alan's complaints if I let you go alone. All right, let's go. Do you want everyone to gossip about Sir Valwa and Lady Mercedes arriving late? Estelle blinked, her eyes sparkling as she watched his retreating back. Not long after, at the party, in a corner, a red-haired young lady said, "Oh my, I'm so glad you've arrived." A black-haired young lady said, "I haven't seen you since the ball." The orange-haired young lady next to her added, "This tea party seems a bit more elaborate than the last, doesn't it?" The red-haired young lady chuckled. "I'm sure she spent a fortune. I heard Lady Mercedes was invited too." Upon hearing this, the black-haired young lady exclaimed, "Oh my, really?" The orange-haired young lady continued, "That lady never appears at social gatherings, not even once since her debut, though I hear she frequently visits the cathedral." A young lady in purple interjected, "I'm so curious, I couldn't attend the ball when she was there." The red-haired young lady added, "They say her platinum blonde hair is quite beautiful."
But have you heard any other rumors? The thing about her hair is that it wasn't originally silver. She's said to have a disease that turned her hair white. An orange-haired young lady just walked over, and hearing that, she turned pale and said, "If it's a disease that turns her hair white, then..." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Is that Lord Ennard?" The young ladies all turned their heads to look. On the other side, Ennard opened a carriage door and stepped down. Lady Mycionis exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe he's appearing at such a humble tea party." Marquis Mycionis quickly said, "Don't suscept things. Control your emotions, my dear." Ennard turned and extended his hand. From inside the carriage, Estelle reached out her hand and slowly stepped down. Lady Mycionis immediately teared up with emotion and said, "Ah, I can't believe Miss Mercedes actually came here." Marquis Mycionis suggested, "Do you think we can go over and greet them, my love?" The two quickly walked towards the carriage.
Marcinus smiled and said, "Thank you for coming. Your presence has made this party complete." Marquis Marcinus, sweating, thought, "All right, we can leave now." As the two of them left, Ennard muttered, "Was that Marcinus? She looks much thinner." Estelle glanced around, thinking to herself, "Didn't Marcinus Maria come? According to the history book I read this morning, the Mercedes family was close to the Stelgian, Aridian, and Kyrian families, but the only family that remained by their side until their extinction was the Stelgian family. However, that doesn't mean blaming the other two families."
Even the old and powerful members of the Stelgian family were moved by this. At this thought, Estelle suddenly looked up and asked, "Sir Ennard, do you know if anyone from the Aridian or Chiron families is here?" Ennard tilted his head. He added, "Well, I'm not very good at recognizing people, so I'm not sure. But, oh, at least I know the name, Lorenzo Aridian. He's the second son and quite talented in swordsmanship." Estelle rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Lorenzo Aridian. That name sounds a bit familiar for some reason. I feel like it's appeared somewhere in my memory. I remember he wasn't a genius, but he trained to become the commander of the Royal Knight Order. If someone from the Aridian family is here, I might be able to find more clues about the Mercedes family." Ennard suddenly cleared his throat. "But why the sudden question? Are you trying to make more friends? But that Lauren fellow isn't interesting. All he knows is how to use his sword." Without waiting for him to finish, Estelle walked towards Lauren. Hearing her footsteps, he turned his head to look back. Estelle smiled and said, "Hello, I am Estelle Mercedes." Lauren stammered. Hello? Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Sir Lauren." Estelle looked across. Syria was approaching with a smile. Seeing her, the smile on her face vanished, and her voice faltered. "Miss Estelle."
The air around them seemed to still for a moment. Syria hesitantly called out to Estelle again. Seeing Estelle's indifferent expression, the surrounding nobles began to whisper, "Those are the two young ladies everyone has been talking about lately. I wonder who he'll greet first. Lorenzo is facing a difficult decision." On the other side, Lorenzo stammered, "Hello, I am Lorenzo Arideon." Estelle let out a surprised "oh" and extended her hand. Just as their hands were about to meet, Melinda suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear." All eyes immediately turned towards her. Swaying under the pressure, Melinda said, "I apologize." Lord Lorenzo, without a moment's hesitation, extended his hand towards her. Amidst Lorenzo's dazed expression, whispers began to rise. Is all this because of the rumors? Is it true she has albinism? In a corner, Camille, who was raising her teacup, also paused. Instantly, there was no one within a 3-meter radius of Estelle. She let out a silent scoff. "I'm used to it. Who knows if there will ever be a day when these things no longer affect me." Not far away, Syria was also thinking, "Melinda, you fool, she's exposed everything." Suddenly, Estelle spoke. "You must be quite afraid when someone touches you, aren't you? Look how shocked you are." Melinda flinched. "Huh? I only meant..." Syria quickly interjected. "Look what you've done, you scared me too." "Hello, Mr. Lorenzo, I am Syria Brienne. I've always wanted to meet you, and now we finally have." Lorenzo asked curiously, "Meet me?" Syria replied, "Yes, and of course Miss Estelle too. How fortunate." Lorenzo said, with a hint of surprise in his voice, "I thought you didn't like attending social gatherings." Estelle asked Syria, "What about you now?"
Syria subtly curled her lips. You're still not angry with me, are you? Estelle glared at her and didn't reply. Syria continued. I know we're not blood relatives, but my parents and I have always considered you family. They told me they were very happy when everyone lived together. It was like a dream. Estelle suddenly remembered her own gaze from last time. A chill ran through her heart. At this moment, Syria continued. So won't you consider it at least once?
Visiting Brianna's house? She thought to herself, I'll make everything return to the original's happy ending. If it's not going to help me, even though we're clearly in the same situation, then I don't need you anymore. Ennard's voice suddenly rang out. Where are you visiting? Estelle turned her head in surprise. Mr. Ennard. Ennard added, Don't you know how busy I am? Where do you think you're going? Estelle stammered. Before she could finish, Ennard grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Let's go. Everyone wants to talk to you. Seeing this, Syria's expression immediately darkened. Estelle quickly bowed her head to apologize to Lorenzo and then left. Syria unconsciously tightened her grip on her skirt. Suddenly, Melinda spoke. I can't believe Mr. Ennard escorted her here. He's never attended parties like this. Am I mistaken? But on second thought, it's not surprising at all. Miss Mercedes is sponsored by the House of Valwa, isn't she? Syria gritted her teeth and thought. That's the problem. All the background characters in the original.
Neither Eynard nor Lorenzo were impressed with me, the protagonist. Things have gone too far now. Can I turn back? After a moment, Estelle stopped. She thought to herself, in the end, I still don't know anything about my family, but it's good that we met. I'll definitely do it next time if I get the chance. Eynard suddenly asked, Why are you just standing there listening to such nonsense like an idiot? Estelle replied with a smile, Because it just happened, and I couldn't help it. Eynard exclaimed irritably, You should have given a reason and made excuses for yourself. Estelle stammered, I don't want to do that. Eynard paused, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Estelle continued, During my debut, I decided not to hide or run away anymore. That's why, at the very least, I wanted to handle that conversation myself. Eynard slowly lowered his head, then self-deprecatingly said, It seems I'm the fool. I keep forgetting how stubborn you are. It seems we've lost because I got angry again. We should seize this opportunity to eat something delicious.
Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Ennard paused for a second. Then he hurriedly said, Estelle, I'll be right back. She asked, surprised, Oh, where are you going? Ennard replied, I need to go check a few things. I'll be back soon, so just find a seat and have breakfast. Estelle smiled and nodded. All right. She wondered, is this a familiar scene? After Ennard left, she began to stroll alone in the garden. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So you are the Lady Mercedes I've heard so much about. I was a bit shocked just now. I didn't expect you to react that way. Well, more than just shock, there are still foolish people walking around thinking that albinism is contagious.
Seeing Camille, Estelle hesitated and said, Noticing the doubt in her eyes, Camille immediately extended her hand and said, Welcome, Lady Mercedes. I am Camille, the second daughter of Count Jean. Estelle hesitated slightly before taking her hand and awkwardly smiled, replying, Hello, Lady Camille. Camille asked, Do you mind if I join you? A flicker of hesitation crossed Estelle's face, but then she replied, Not at all. A little while later, at a tea table in the garden, Camille spoke, I was quite surprised to hear about your debut. After all, you are a part of the Mercedes family. I just happened to be on a trip away from the capital, so I only heard bits and pieces. Saying this, she silently looked at Estelle for a few seconds. Then she put down the teacup in her hand. Perhaps you're not feeling very comfortable right now? Estelle quickly waved her hand and replied, No, it's not like that. After what happened with Lady Syria, I thought no one would approach me to talk anymore. Camille glanced at her. Then she said, Is it because of the rumors about your albinism? Those people are ridiculous. Not long ago, all the nobles were trying to be the first to talk to you. Oh dear, was I too blunt? My apologies. Seeing Estelle didn't mind, she continued, I just truly hate the two-facedness of those nobles. Haha, even though I myself am a noble. Estelle hesitated and said, It's not just because of that rumor, but it's good that it's only about Brienne.
Camille wondered, Do you mean about you giving up on them? Estelle thought to herself, So that's what everyone thinks. The Valwa family had an article retracting their interview, but the news had spread for a long time. Moreover, after what Syria said, people had no choice but to support them. Seeing her sad expression, Camille sighed and asked, So did you really give up on them? Estelle was startled and asked, Huh? Camille said, I'm asking about the rumor about you giving up on your parents, who sacrificed as much as your biological parents. Is that true? Estelle gently shook her head. No. Camille silently looked at her for a moment, then continued. So I misjudged you. If they're wrong, then why are you so bothered by the rumor? Estelle hesitated. Without waiting for her to finish, Camille said again, Don't care what others think. It's not their life, but yours. Estelle's heart immediately pounded.
Amidst the silent atmosphere, a gust of wind blew through the treetops. It was then that Estelle spoke. I understand that well. Perhaps it's obvious to others, but not to me.
I have no choice but to worry about what others think, and I don't even have time to heal my own life. Despite that, I still decided to move forward, but in the end it seems I'm still standing still. Thank you for dispelling that. You are a very kind person, Lady Camille." After speaking, she flashed a captivating smile at Camille. Her face immediately flushed crimson. She wondered to herself, "What's happening? What did I say to deserve such praise?" Seeing this, Estelle couldn't help but call out doubtfully, "Lady Camille." After regaining her composure, Camille quickly adjusted her demeanor and replied, "Well then, if you're free a little later, I hope you'll come to the ball at my place." Estelle quickly asked again, "Is that all right?" She thought to herself, "I just made a new friend, didn't I?" Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the garden, Ennard frowned and thought, "I wasn't mistaken at all."
He paused for a moment, then thought again. Estelle must have found her target. Looking at the clues left behind, this person is someone who could get their hands on the magic scroll. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and Ennard immediately jumped to the side. When he cautiously looked back, he only saw a rabbit innocently nibbling on some blades of grass. Ennard thought awkwardly, even though he couldn't see who that person was. A moment later, he returned, seeing Estelle having tea with Camille. Ennard walked over and called Estelle. Estelle stood up and asked, "Sir Ennard, have you finished checking everything?" Ennard turned his head, his gaze slightly evasive as he replied, "It's nothing. I think I've recognized someone." He thought to himself, it's very possible they were even there at the cathedral that time. From Karunka. If so, who hired them? After returning to Valwa Manor, Ennard immediately sought out Lloyd and asked, "Have you contacted father yet?" Lloyd wondered, "About what?" Ennard quickly replied, "I already told you. I think there are some people following Estelle. I couldn't catch him this time, but the person from last time, also from the Karunka Guild, I couldn't find anything because he committed suicide. The fact that he went so far must have meant he knew something." Lloyd glanced at him, then said indifferently, "See, you should have done better. If you had blocked his escape or prevented him from committing suicide, father wouldn't even need to know about this. This is something we can handle ourselves. Father is so busy he's rarely home, so I don't want this to tire him out any further." Ennard crossed his arms, thinking as he spoke, "Do you have any thoughts on who hired them?"
The Crown Prince and Grand Duke Carlstein. I think it's one of them, especially Carlstein. His appearance here coincides with Estelle being revealed as a descendant of the Mercedes family. Lloyd replied thoughtfully, Add more guards to the mansion right now and figure out how to protect Estelle. By the way, where is she? I have something I need to give her." Ennard replied, "She's at the training ground, I think." Lloyd stopped, asking again in confusion, "Where?" Ennard replied, "The training ground. She said she wanted to get stronger, so I taught her some basic sword movements. Although she's receiving treatments and her health is improved, she's still far below the average person's level." Lloyd continued to ask, "Did she go to the training ground alone?" A few minutes later at the training ground,
Estelle held a wooden sword in her hand, swinging it forcefully forward. Hiya! The blade hit the wooden dummy, and a thud immediately echoed. Ardry, who was behind her, immediately called out, "You did great, Lady Estelle." While Estelle blushed with embarrassment, Lloyd's voice rang out, "I think you're feeling tired. Why don't you rest a bit?" When she saw him approaching, Estelle blushed even more, quickly hiding the sword behind her back. "Did you see that, sir?" Lloyd smiled and said, "You're actually stronger than I thought. The wooden swords we use for training here are heavier than regular ones. But it would be better if you practiced with a goal after you gotten a bit stronger."
Estelle scratched her face and replied, "I don't know if it's because I'm about to start participating in social activities, but I want to be stronger. Even the Pope has suggested gentle exercises." Lloyd nodded. "That's right. You've received a few invitations, and I think you'll particularly like this one, so I brought it to you myself." After speaking, he handed over a letter. Estelle hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. At this moment, Lloyd spoke again. "It's an invitation from the Stelgen family. They were the closest to the Mercedes family before the massacre. They might even know something useful about your Aunt Liana." Estelle nodded seriously. Then she opened the letter. The letter read, "We plan to host a small tea party for our newly renovated greenhouse in the spring, and it would be an honor if Miss Mercedes would join us." Lloyd asked suspiciously, "Will you go?" Estelle nodded instantly. "Yes." Audrey immediately stepped forward. "It's time for us to show off our skills again, isn't it? Miss, which dress shall we try this time?" Lloyd observed for a moment, then spoke. "Miss Estelle, have you ever encountered anyone suspicious or noticed anything strange?" A memory flashed, recalling Frank's cry, "Don't die, Claude." Estelle felt a pang of guilt and thought, "What should I do? There are too many suspicious things, but he's probably asking me about Claude. I didn't think we'd ever meet again after that night, but we keep running into each other in unexpected places." Seeing her not answer, Lloyd grew even more suspicious. "Miss Estelle?" Estelle avoided his gaze and replied, I don't think so. Mr. Ennard and Jane are always by my side, so I don't think there's anything unusual." Lloyd nodded.
I understand. He turned and called out, Jane. She immediately stepped forward. Yes, Sir Loy.
As she watched the two people leave, Estelle couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. She thought to herself, even if Claude used magic to alter his appearance, Sir Lloyd would still be able to guess. Jane, please don't say anything. Just then, Jane suddenly turned her head and waved. Seeing this, Estelle's face fell and she thought to herself, I don't think she understands. Noticing Estelle raise her hand to her forehead, Audrey asked, Do you have a headache? Shall we take a short break? Estelle replied, I'm fine, I don't have a headache. I'm just thinking about a few things. The braided-haired maid chimed in, Miss, when is the party you were invited to? Estelle picked up the letter, looked at it and replied, Oh, in 3 days. It's just a small gathering, so I don't think I need to prepare much. Audrey pressed closer and asked, What do you mean? Regardless of size, don't these parties always require careful preparation? You're not tired yet, are you? Estelle felt a sense of foreboding, but still replied, Not yet. Audrey immediately declared, Good, then let's go choose a dress.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye at Stelzian Manor. A carriage stopped, its door opened, and Estelle slowly stepped out. Estelle thought to herself, It would be great if I could get some information about my aunt today. The butler immediately bowed and greeted, Welcome, Lady Mercedes. Please follow me to the conservatory. Estelle and Jane slowly followed him. Not long after, in the conservatory of Stelzian Manor, Maria said, Thank you, Estelle, for coming all this way. Aren't you too tired? Estelle took her hand and replied with a smile, Not at all, Marchioness. It was only a 10-minute carriage ride. Thank you for inviting me here. Maria enthusiastically said, Come, sit down. I cannot allow such an important guest to stand for so long. A few minutes later, at the dining table, a little girl with orange hair was laughing joyfully. Estelle also covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Ah. Maria was momentarily stunned by this. Then she said softly, You remind me of Liana when you laugh. She was quite a cheerful child. Her etiquette teachers always adored her because she laughed so genuinely, not calculatingly like a noble.
Estelle, would you like to go for a walk with me? Estelle smiled and nodded, and the two left the greenhouse. On the street, Maria said apologetically, Please forgive me for bringing you out so unexpectedly again. I want to be careful when talking about you in front of others. Estelle replied, It's all right. I actually wanted to talk to you too. Maria suddenly asked, How do you find living at the Valwa household? Estelle replied, Everyone treats me very well. She then awkwardly added, But Marchioness Maria, do you know why I suddenly received the inheritance of the Mercedes family? My aunt was the one who gave it to me. Maria asked, stunned. Liana? What did you say? Liana personally handed you the inheritance? Is she still alive? Estelle nodded. To be precise, she only sent me a package, but based on the accompanying card, I believe she is still alive. Maria rubbed her chin thoughtfully. She was one of the first to confront the royal guards during the attack. How is that possible? She suddenly staggered, then lowered her head and said, But if that's true, has she been hiding somewhere for the past 17 years? How could she have lived in hiding for so long without anyone noticing? Estelle thought to herself. Immediately after her family was massacred while the previous emperor was still alive, of course she had to hide. But now that the former emperor is dead, the current emperor himself visited their graves to apologize, and their family's honor has been restored. But what was she so afraid of that she had to run away for 17 years? Estelle unconsciously tightened her grip on Maria's shoulder. Then she spoke. Marchioness Maria, I want to know about my aunt, why she is still on the run, and where she is. Maria lowered her head and said, I never thought she would still be doing that. The crown prince might know something. Upon hearing that, Estelle suddenly froze. The image of Joachim reappeared in her mind. At this moment, Maria added, Once, when he inquired about the Mercedes family, even though it seemed he was trying to restore their honor on the surface.
Rumor has it that he was trying to find the dragon's tear, but one day he suddenly stopped searching. Everyone assumed he had found it, but you don't possess it now, do you? Estelle nodded. He holds it. I'm sure he has the next clue. As she was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh my, is that Estelle? Estelle turned her head to look. Lorelia immediately stepped forward, feigning friendliness. So, you're out for a stroll. How lovely to see you, my dear. Maria glanced to the side. Not far away, several ladies were smiling, clearly intending to watch the show. On this side, Estelle hesitantly stepped forward and asked, What are you doing here? Lorelia still feigned ignorance. What do you mean by that? I was actually looking for you. I have big news. His Highness himself has invited you to Arlil Paris to attend the ball. Estelle's face immediately darkened.
Whispers quickly erupted all around. The lady dressed entirely in pink said, Oh my goodness, I can't believe she was invited to Arlil Palace. Beside her, a lady dressed entirely in black replied, Only His Highness's closest associates are usually invited there. I've never heard of a young lady like Estelle being invited there. Estelle secretly glanced towards Maria. Lorelia said, You'll surely go, won't you, Estelle? It's an honor. Maria frowned, thinking, an honor? Even though the Mercedes family's in decline, there's no need to flatter them just because the crown prince invited her, especially since he's not even the emperor. Countess Brienne, who had acted as if she was worried about her throughout the newspaper interview. While she was thinking, Estelle immediately asked back, His Highness invited me? Lorelia said loudly, Yes, he seems to have a special interest in you. She grabbed Estelle's shoulder and asked in a low voice, What's wrong, my dear? Estelle started, her eyes wide. Lorelia thought to herself, What's wrong? Are you angry? Go on and do as you did last time. Show everyone how cruel you are when dealing with your parents. Thinking this, Lorelia said, You need to answer quickly. Estelle's hands trembled incessantly. Seeing her not answer, Lorelia couldn't help but feel suspicious. Estelle? At this moment, Estelle felt as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, her face pale with fear. She wondered to herself, What's wrong with me?
Stop it. I need to show confidence in front of these people. Sweat continuously streamed down her face. Estelle tightly closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. Please, stop it. Childhood memories suddenly resurfaced in her mind. As a doctor used forceps to lift Estelle's chin, Aldente clenched his hand and said, Shh, she's obviously so sickly. How can we sell something like that? Even becoming the second wife of an old rural baron won't be easy. Lorelia frowned and said, How could God do this to us? We've raised her for 12 years and haven't gotten anything from her. At that moment, Estelle suddenly stepped forward, raised her hand and called out, Mommy! When she touched Lorelia's hand, she immediately shrieked in horror, Hey, did you just touch my skin? How dare you, you white demon! Then she forcefully pushed Estelle to the ground. Seeing this, Aldente said, You need to be careful when you're near her. Let's go before she infects us. Who knows if germs can fly in the air? Then the two of them left the attic, leaving Estelle with tears welling up in her eyes. Back in the present, Maria stepped forward and said, Miss Estelle, come here. She pulled her into an embrace and gently comforted her. It's okay. Shh.
Lorelia hesitated slightly, thinking, Is she mocking me right now? She glanced to the side. The lady in pink covered her mouth and whispered, I thought the madam had a good relationship with her daughter. The lady in black continued, If that were true, she wouldn't be trembling before her mother. Lorelia flinched, thinking, This isn't how things are supposed to go. The child disowns her parents right after inheriting the assets, and the parents, wanting to care for their child as before, are coldly rejected. That was supposed to be the established plan. That vile bitch. She looked towards Maria with hateful eyes. At the same time, Maria looked up and said, It seems Lady Estelle doesn't wish to speak any further. We'll be leaving now. Lorelia paused for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, That bitch. Maria led Estelle away from the street. On the way, Estelle thought to herself, I thought I could confidently face her, but perhaps there hasn't been enough time for me to heal. Noticing her low spirits, Maria suddenly called out, Lady Estelle. Estelle snapped back to reality, looked up and said, I apologize for what just happened, Marcianus Maria. Maria smiled. You don't need to explain. Looking down at Estelle's still trembling arm, Maria hesitated for a moment, then continued, I am the one who should apologize. I didn't know you were having such a difficult time. I shouldn't have stopped looking into what happened to Liana. Although I couldn't help her, I will always be on your side and do my best. I will help you as much as I can. After pulling Estelle into a hug, Maria said again, I am truly sorry.
The next day, in the Valwa family garden, Estelle was taking a stroll with Enard. She thought to herself, What on earth happened to me yesterday? I couldn't calm down until Marchioness Maria brought me home. Enard suddenly asked, Why are you sighing? Are you tired? Estelle quickly replied, No, it's not that. To be honest, I received an invitation to a ball hosted by the Crown Prince. Enard was stunned. Huh? Estelle, that's clearly a trap to catch you. Tell him to get lost. Estelle said awkwardly, But many people were there and saw me receive the invitation yesterday. Enard immediately sneered. Ha, so he pushed you into a situation where you couldn't say no. What a dirty trick. You don't have to go if you don't want to. Don't worry about him losing face over this. Estelle hesitated. But I still want to go, Enard. It's possible he has some information about me. Enard paused for a moment before saying, all right then, but I'm coming with you. Estelle asked in surprise. Oh?
He continued, Don't say you feel bad or that you can go alone. That bastard prince is a snake, so if you go alone, who knows what might happen. Before the words were out, someone suddenly called out loudly, Estelle! She turned her head, stammering, Sir Allant, why are you here? Alan stopped, panting as he spoke. Are you okay? Oh no, of course you are right. You look better than the last time we met, but you still look too thin. Ennard asked, What's going on? Ennard gritted his teeth. Alan, stop making a fuss. He frowned, wondering, how did he find us here? Estelle, standing beside him, smiled conciliatorily.
You returned sooner than expected. Did you have a good trip? Alan recalled memories full of monster slaying, pondering for a moment before saying, yes, it was a lot of fun. Oh, that's right. I brought a gift. Estelle thought in surprise. A gift? After a moment of rummaging, Alan produced a box. Here, this is for you. Estelle nervously asked, This? For me? She opened the box, then exclaimed in surprise, Ah! Inside the box was an exquisitely designed necklace. Estelle looked up, just about to refuse, when Alan asked, Don't you like it? I just picked it out on the way back, but I guess you really don't like it.
Estelle stammered, No, that's not it. It's not that I don't dislike it. It's because it's so beautiful, and I feel so happy. Alun's face immediately flushed. He quickly changed the subject. Then allow me to explain how to use it. Ennard looked doubtful. Estelle asked, stunned. Huh? Instructions? Alun explained. Actually, it's full of magic. All you need to do is place your finger on this jewelry and say, Lorero. Estelle immediately complied. Lorero. With a boom, a magic shield opened up. Alun and Ennard were immediately thrown backward. Estelle cried out in alarm. Sir Alan, Ennard. Alun got up, laughing. Well, it works quite well, doesn't it? I'm very satisfied then. As you can see, it creates a protective barrier around you. Anyone who steps inside gets knocked back like this. Ennard got up, growling. Alun, you! Alun added, Estelle, would you like to try again?
Estelle said in a fluster, No, it's fine. This is enough. Alun smiled and replied, Then you must wear it every day. Estelle smiled and nodded, then replied, I will, thank you very much. The next morning, Jane stepped down from the carriage and called out, Lady Estelle, we've arrived at the temple earlier than usual, so would you like to take a stroll around the garden? Estelle replied, Yes, I'd love to. Seeing her beaming, Jane also smiled and said, You look so happy today. I was worried because you looked quite down yesterday. Estelle replied, I didn't mean to make you worry. Jane shook her head. I'm just glad you've regained your spirits again. I'll go to the carriage to get your shawl. After she laughed, Estelle suddenly saw a feather fall. She was surprised. What's that? A feather. Estelle bent down and picked up the feather. Then she looked up again, and in the tree canopy, a white rabbit was peeking out. A second later, it poked its head out and called loudly, Meow! Estelle was stunned, thinking, Why is there a rabbit in a tree? At that moment, the rabbit suddenly jumped down. Estelle's eyes widened in alarm. She quickly rushed forward, raising both hands to catch it. Ah! Followed by a crack. Estelle plopped down onto the ground, wincing and crying out, Ouch! In her hands, the rabbit had its eyes tightly shut.
Not long after, Estelle rushed into the great hall, calling out loudly, Your Holiness! Celsia, startled, slowly turned her head and asked doubtfully, Miss Estelle, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Estelle hastily replied, A rabbit fell from a tree and I think it's injured, Your Holiness. Please help. Celsia calmly said, Calm down and explain everything slowly. This isn't a rabbit, it's a spirit. Estelle asked, bewildered, A spirit? A moment later, after hearing the story, Celsia nodded and said, I see, so you found it in the shrine garden. But it's strange, you found a spirit here that should be in the Sangos forest, right? Estelle gasped and asked, The Sangos forest? Do you mean the place full of demons? Celsia nodded. Yes, it's not even fully grown yet, but it seems to be a mythical creature. It looks like it was attacked by something and just managed to escape. The pollution from demonic energy seems to be more serious than the injury itself. She chuckled softly for a moment. Then she continued, But I believe you can heal it. Estelle asked, stunned, Me? Celsia calmly explained, The power of the House of Mercedes is bestowed by God, so you can heal it with divine power. Estelle hesitantly asked, What should I do? Seeing her anxious demeanor, Celsia couldn't help the chuckle. There's no need to worry so much, Miss Estelle. All you need to do is try. Just do what feels natural.
Estelle closed her eyes, thinking to herself, feeling it was very natural. I will earnestly pray to heal this small creature. As soon as the thought ended, Estelle's hand glowed with a light that enveloped the rabbit. A moment later, the rabbit slowly opened its eyes. Upon seeing Estelle, it immediately cried out, Meow! Meow meow! Its eyes were wide open, round, and incredibly cute. Estelle looked up and said happily, Your Holiness, it worked! Celsius smiled and praised, Yes, you did very well. Come to think of it, I heard that the second daughter of the former Mercedes family also displayed remarkable talent. Perhaps you even have better abilities than her. Estelle hesitated and said, If it's the second daughter, then, Celsia added, I believe her name is Liana Mercedes.
Hearing that name, Estelle quickly asked, Pope, do you know anything else about her aunt? Celsia gently shook her head. I mainly stay in the temple, so I don't know much about what happens in the Empire. However, the Valwa family you're staying with, don't they know something more about the Mercedes family? The young masters might still be too young, but at least the Duke probably knows something. All right, shall we start the treatment? How about we take care of the spirit for now? Estelle picked up the rabbit and held it out. Okay. As soon as Celsia took it, she asked in surprise, Huh? Seeing the rabbit clinging tightly to her hand, Estelle couldn't help but awkwardly call out, Pope? The two looked at each other for a moment, then simultaneously let out a wry laugh. After returning to Valwa Mansion, Alan asked in astonishment, So you've decided to keep this thing at home with you for a while? It's so cute, can I touch it?
Estelle nodded. Alan reached out his hand, but before he could touch it, he saw it bare its teeth and bristle its fur. He flinched and said, Oh dear, it's getting angry. Estelle quickly pulled the rabbit back, sternly admonishing it. You shouldn't attack people, should you? It then grumpily cried out, Meow. Alan happily said, It listens to you. Ennard also burst out laughing. Ha ha, little spirit, do you also know how to use magic? Estelle stammered, Well, do you know when the Duke will return? Alan rubbed his chin and said, Father said he went to the magic tower, so he won't be back until the end of this month at the latest. Why do you ask? Estelle replied, I want to ask him about the rumors concerning the Mercedes family. Alan asked suspiciously, Rumors? Ennard mused, Rumors, you say? Ah, now that I think about it, I remember hearing that they keep their power in their voices. That's how descendants can recognize each other. Upon hearing this, Alan asked, Doesn't Marchant Estelgian know anything? Ennard explained, When the Mercedes family was purged, the Stelgian family was under the strictest surveillance, so they probably don't know anything at all. Estelle agreed, Yes, it seems that way. Alan added, Brother Loy has investigated them, and we will also help you, so you don't need to worry. While talking, he secretly reached out to pet the rabbit, but a second later he yelled, Ouch! Seeing the rabbit attack him, Estelle awkwardly exclaimed, Oh! Alund, with tears welling up in his eyes, said, What did I do for you to hate me like this? You're making me very sad. Ennard chuckled mockingly. Perhaps Ennard didn't like Alund because he looked big and scary. Estelle, sweating, exclaimed, Huh? The rabbit innocently tilted its head. Meow. At the same time, at Crown Prince Alund's palace, a voice called out, Your Royal Highness, Estelle Mercedes has sent her reply and agreed to attend. Joheim threw the letter onto the table, curling his lips into a smile as he said, I don't think the House of Valwa will like this. It seems they aren't overly protective, still acting righteously as always. They're just a bunch of hounds always hunting monsters. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, Your Royal Highness, Vermont Alceus requests an audience. Joheim asked again, Who? Britt, standing nearby, reminded him, He is the supervising judge of the Brienne building. Joheim immediately curled his lips and said, Let him in. A few days later, at the Imperial Palace, Crown Prince Alund's palace, Britt's voice rang out, Welcome, Lady Estelle, we have been waiting for you. And you've come here with one of the young masters of the House of Valwa, haven't you? Alund smiled and said, My name isn't on the invitation, but I'm here to escort her. Is there a problem? Britt cleared his throat and replied, Of course not. Estelle, standing beside him, thought to herself, This is probably the Crown Prince's trap, but I still have to meet him. After going inside, Alund smiled and said, I didn't think the opportunity to escort you would come so soon. Estelle gratefully said, Thank you for accompanying me, as young Ennard couldn't come. Alund replied casually, I'm sure I'll be accompanying you more often from now on.
With that, Britt led the two to the banquet hall. Estelle and Alan had just stepped in. There was no announcement, but the nobles immediately surrounded them both. Hello, Lady Mercedes. Oh, it's truly an honor to meet you. As she looked into the crowd, Estelle suddenly exclaimed in surprise, You are, she wondered, Claude? Jean asked doubtfully, Lady Mercedes, what's wrong? Estelle thought to herself, No, it's not him. His voice is completely different. Seeing that she said nothing, Din suddenly smiled and said, Allow me to introduce. I am Jean Lambert. I've heard stories about you, so it's truly an honor to meet you in person like this.
Estelle thought to herself, He is the genuine Jean Lambert. After thinking, she spoke, Hello, Baron. It's an honor to meet you. Zing was surprised. It seems you know my title? What an honor. Estelle immediately felt a pang of embarrassment, turning sharply away. Oops! At the same time, an announcement rang out. His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. Simultaneously, Joheim also descended the stairs. He walked straight towards Estelle, saying, We finally meet, young lady. Under her astonished gaze, Joheim knelt on one knee, extended his hand, and said, May I take your hand? Estelle unconsciously extended her hand, then suddenly paused, thinking to herself, I didn't even realize. Joheim slowly pressed his lips to her hand. Estelle immediately gasped. Ack! She thought to herself, Why is everything so sudden? Why? Just as she finished thinking, Joheim spoke again. I am Joheim Garnett Asterir, and I am delighted to finally meet the heir of the Mercedes family.
Estelle awkwardly forced a smile and replied, I am also honored to meet your highness. She thought to herself, I wish I could go wash my hands. The young ladies around, seeing this, said admiringly, Oh my, I know she's Lady Mercedes, but I can't believe his highness is so polite. Oh my, do you think his highness? Ignoring the whispers, Joheim continued, I hope we could have met sooner. Please accept my apologies for not having been able to make time. Estelle broke into a sweat, replying, yes? At this moment, Alan suddenly interjected. Are you well, Your Highness? Joheim turned and said, Ah, aren't you the second young master of the House of Valwa? I am grateful you could still find your way here, even though I did not invite you. Alan gritted his teeth and replied, I know I am not welcome here, but I was worried about leaving a young lady to go alone. Joheim retorted sarcastically, You speak as if the two of you are actual family. Alan immediately retorted, Well, we live under the same roof, so isn't that the case? Joheim was speechless and quickly turned to Estelle. By the way, has this young lady met anyone else yet? She pondered and replied, Only Baron Lambert. Joheim smiled and said, Oh, I see. Jean is an old friend of mine.
Estelle gave a wry smile. I understand. She wondered, is he a supporter of the Crown Prince? After a long while, when everyone was dancing, Estelle thought wearily, I think more people are coming to greet me now than at my debutante ball. Then she said, Lord Alan's, I'll step out onto the balcony for a moment. Alan turned and asked, Will you be all right by yourself? Do you want me to accompany you? Estelle replied, I'll be fine because I still have the item you gave me. Despite his reluctance, Alan still agreed, saying, All right, I'll join you later. Estelle immediately stepped out onto the balcony. As she was enjoying the fresh air, Joheim suddenly opened the door and stepped out. He spoke, Are you getting some fresh air? The air here at our little palace is especially fresh. Estelle smiled and replied, Indeed. Joheim suddenly changed the subject. My lady, have you gotten used to the life of Lady Mercedes yet? Estelle said with a slight embarrassment, Everything is still very unfamiliar. I never imagined I would be able to wear such an expensive dress in the past, or even be able to speak with you like this. Joheim smirked and thought, How adorable. She's so naive, a lamb so easy to control. Estelle secretly glanced at him. Then she asked, Do you know what's even more amazing? The dragon's tear, something I didn't even know existed, was given to me directly by him. Joheim asked, bewildered, Directly? Seeing the expression on his face, Estelle immediately affirmed, He knows about it. It's impossible that it was something I gave to myself directly.
Joheim rubbed his chin, saying thoughtfully, I understand. You must be very happy. A faint cold breeze blew past. Estelle frowned, thinking, Why doesn't he ask me about it? I'm trying not to tremble from fear, but I'm so scared. Did he really do something to my aunt? That means it could happen to me at any time. Stop, I need to calm down. I mustn't let him see me tremble. After a moment of silence, Joheim suddenly said, By the way, young lady, would it be all right if I asked you a few questions? Estelle nodded. Yes. Joheim then smirked. How long do you intend to stay at the Valwa mansion? Of course, they are a wonderful family, but ultimately only men live there. I wonder if you'll feel comfortable there. Estelle turned and replied, No, I think I'll stay there for a while longer. Joheim ignored her words. He gave a fake smile and said, Actually, I have a villa, and it's certainly good enough for you to live in. Although it might not entirely suit your status, feel free to use it if you wish. Estelle clenched her fists, thinking to herself, He didn't even offer to return the confiscated assets of the Mercedes family, but only offered me things he owns. Is he trying to mock me and my family? At this thought, Estelle immediately said, I thank you for your offer, but I have no intention of leaving the Valwa mansion at this time. Joheim still feigned kindness. Forgive me if the offer made you uncomfortable. I'm just a little worried about you. Estelle asked suspiciously, Worried about me? Joheim immediately nodded and said, Yes, it's worrying to be in a place full of men, and if they lose control due to madness.
Hearing these words, Estelle's expression darkened. Joheim, still oblivious, closed his eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. As they were all young men of that age, Estelle couldn't help but interrupt. Please forgive me, Your Highness. The young masters are not that kind of people, so there's no need for Your Highness to suspect them. Joheim paused, a hint of anger in his thoughts. Ha! She dares to get angry with me. Her trust in the House of Valwa is stronger than I thought. Is that why she feels such a strong claim to them? But I believe I can at least calm her down now. Having thought this, he spoke again. Oh dear, I'm sure you've misunderstood. Suddenly a sound echoed. Estelle turned her head towards the door, calling out in surprise, Sir Alan, please excuse me, Your Highness, but if Your Highness has nothing further to say, I shall take my leave. With these words, she immediately left the balcony, leaving Joheim stunned as he called after her, Lady Mercedes! Seeing that she had gone far, he gritted his teeth and muttered, Huh. In the hallway, Alan asked anxiously, Are you all right? What were you two talking about? Your face looks very pale. Estelle smiled and waved her hand. It was nothing much. She thought to herself, But I don't want to stay there any longer. Remembering Joheim's words, yes, being in a place full of men was indeed worrying, and because they were all young men of that age, Estelle couldn't help but worry, thinking, I hope I'm not putting the Valwa family in a bad situation. She looked up and said, Sir Alan, I'm going to wash my hands. A moment later, in the dark hallway, Estelle looked around and thought, Am I lost? There's no one around. It's really scary here.
Suddenly a growl echoed in her ear. Grue, grue. Estelle immediately turned her head.
She wondered, what? No sooner had she thought this than Estelle tripped over something, stumbling. Her hand suddenly touched a mechanism. The wall in front of her rumbled, and then a staircase appeared. Estelle thought in surprise. A staircase? Did that strange sound just now come from here? Suddenly, a shout rang out. Who's there? Estelle startled and turned to look. From a distance, a guard rushed over, agitated. No one is permitted to enter His Highness's residence. Show yourself. Estelle was even more astonished. His Highness's residence? Oh no, I have to run. But at this distance, she would surely be caught. In that moment of peril, a voice rang out. Ah, you're doing excellent work. Jean slowly approached from behind the guard. The guard turned his head and politely said, Baron Lambert. Jean curiously asked, Isn't it time for the shift change, unless you're doing something extremely important? The guard nodded and replied, Yes, I think I just saw something suspicious while patrolling Her Highness's residence. At this moment, Estelle was surrounded by a surge of magic. She thought in surprise, Magic? The guard, seeing no one, said, Perhaps I was mistaken. Estelle hid behind the curtain, tilting her head to look out, wondering internally, Did Jean help me? On the other side, Jean smiled and said, It happens to the best of us. Behind his back, he was secretly maintaining the invisibility magic on Estelle. She resolutely turned and walked out, thinking to herself, Anyway, I must seize this opportunity to escape. Seeing Estelle had left, Jean secretly gave a wry smile. Back at the Valwa mansion, Lloyd exclaimed in surprise, Wait, Miss Estelle, what did you just say? You think the Crown Prince knows your aunt's whereabouts? Estelle replied, Yes, I believe so based on his reaction. Lloyd frowned and said, There are many rumors that he is searching for the dragon's tear. He thought to himself, Unlike the current emperor, who desires a relatively peaceful era, the Crown Prince is far more ambitious. Estelle added, Also, I found some kind of basement in our little palace and heard an animal growling there. It sounds like it needs to be rescued. Lloyd jumped up and asked, An animal growling? Estelle nodded and then said, Anyway, the Crown Prince is definitely hiding something, but I can't just ask him directly. Lloyd said, If you can't ask the Crown Prince, then going to the Emperor is also an option. Hearing him say that, Estelle couldn't help but ask in surprise, How could I have thought of that? Besides, isn't he unwell and not meeting anyone? Lloyd rubbed his chin. It's been 5 years. But he has never missed the annual hunt observation. Estelle suddenly realized. That's right, the hunt is a special event held in the Exterior Empire. Since the royal family and important noble families are required to attend, even Count Brienne, who hates such things, has to go every year. At this, she pursed her lips, silently making up her mind. Then she spoke. Would it be possible for me to go this year, Sir Lloyd? I want to go and ask His Majesty myself.
At the Valwa mansion. At the shooting range, a gun had been loaded. A boom rang out. The magic bullet was fired, piercing through the dummy. Alund immediately exclaimed, Excellent, Estelle. Estelle turned her head and said in surprise, This gun is even better than I thought. Alund replied with a smile, That just shows how skilled you are. Magic weapons like Tormentum are influenced by the user's magical energy. When I heard you wanted to participate in the hunting festival, honestly, I intended to stop you. But since you're so eager to join, I suppose there's nothing I can do. I feel dejected because Ennard stole the opportunity to escort you on the eve of the festival. While Alund was sulking, Audrey's voice suddenly rang out from beyond the gate. Lady Estelle!
Lady Camille has arrived. She's waiting for you in the garden, Estelle said cheerfully. I'll be right there. After a moment, Estelle stepped into the conservatory and found Camille waiting alone. She immediately raised her hand and called out, Miss Camille! Camille looked up and replied, Oh, hello, Estelle. You look absolutely radiant and beautiful today, as always. Estelle blushed and replied, No, you're the beautiful one. Camille then said, It seems you've been attending many social gatherings lately. So will you be attending the hunting festival as well? Estelle asked in surprise, Wait, you're going too? Camille covered her mouth and chuckled. Haha, of course I am. I can't wait to see what you'll be like on the eve of the festival. Estelle thought to herself, Oh, she's talking about the eve of the festival. Camille sighed and said, All the good dress designers are fully booked because of this event. If you know anyone, it would be wonderful if you could introduce them to me. Estelle nodded and replied, Luckily, I already have someone in mind. Camille exclaimed excitedly, You're the best! Oh, that reminds me. Have you heard the news? Estelle asked in surprise. Heard what? Camille paused for a moment, then said, There will be a special guest attending this time. From what I've heard, Her Royal Highness. Suddenly seeing a rabbit pop out from inside Estelle's clothes, she exclaimed, Oh my goodness! Seeing it jump onto the table, Estelle gasped, Ah, Lily, no! She wondered, when did she follow me here?
Camille asked curiously, Who do we have here? She picked up Lily and asked, Is this your pet rabbit? Estelle shook her head and replied, No, actually it's a spirit I'm temporarily fostering. She took Lily back and said sternly, Stay still. Camille was silent for a moment, then mused, As expected, you come from a family that can control divine beasts, and now spirits too. Estelle quickly explained. It's not like that. Camille changed the subject. But it's really cute, isn't it? Estelle excitedly asked back, right? She thought to herself, but who was she talking about, that special guest, just now? A night before the festival, at the Queen's palace, a voice exclaimed, "Good evening, Lady Camille and Lady Layla." In the splendid grand hall, whispers continuously echoed. It's Lady Mercedes, so it's true what they said about her attending. You're right, even Sir Ennard is here. Is he planning to attend these parties from now on? No, I think he's just escorting her, like before. Estelle slowly looked around. When she saw Camille, she smiled and was about to walk over. But Camille just gave 2 nods as a signal. Seeing this, Estelle also nodded in response. Afterwards, Estelle thought to herself, Camille is wearing Lady Odeli's dress. I guess she really likes it. That's great. At this moment, a mustachioed uncle named Bandos suddenly approached. Greetings, Lady Mercedes and young Master Valwis. Before he could finish, a man named Ian interjected. Hello, lady.
Seeing this, Bandos immediately said in a fit of anger, Excuse me, Sir Ian, but I was speaking with the young lady first. Ian retorted loudly, Is there a problem? Did you take a number or something? Ennard separated the two and said, Pardon me, but I was first in line. As he led Estelle away, Bandos stomped his foot and yelled loudly, Sir Ennard, you can't do that. Ennard mumbled, Those guys are in the conservative and succession factions. Estelle thought to herself, the succession faction wants the ailing emperor to abdicate and pass the throne to Johaim as soon as possible, while the conservative faction wants to maintain the status quo. I heard the succession faction is currently gaining the upper hand. Just then, Camille walked over. Hello, Miss Estelle. Hello, Sir Ennard.
Would you mind if I borrowed the young lady for a moment? Ennard crossed his arms but shook his head, saying, I'm not sure if I can trust you to keep the flies away, though. Camille retorted, Well, let's see who's better then. Come on, let's go over there. In a corner of the party, Camille said, I saw Sir Bandos and Sir Ian pushing their way towards you just now, those cunning old foxes. It must be annoying to have so many people approaching you, isn't it? Estelle replied with a smile. Not really. Layla interjected, Aren't we all cut from the same cloth as those people? Camille replied, What Lady Estelle and I share is called friendship, so it's an exception. And Lady with orange hair suddenly turned her head to look at the door. By the way, I wonder why our special guest hasn't arrived yet. Layla agreed. You're right, they should have arrived earlier. A young lady in a purple dress wondered, Could it just be a rumor? The young lady in the orange dress next to her nodded. Most likely, why would he come to another country's hunting festival? Estelle asked curiously, Who are you all talking about? Camille covered her mouth and exclaimed, Oh my, I can't believe I forgot to tell you. I meant to tell you about it at our previous tea party, from what I heard. Suddenly, a flurry of whispers broke out, and the orange-haired young lady asked, What's wrong? Is there a fight? Oh, let's go see. Estelle asked in surprise. Huh? At the same time, gasps of astonishment rang out. It's not a rumor. Is it really him? Estelle thought to herself, I don't think there's a fight. As soon as she rejoined the crowd, someone exclaimed, Oh, it's Lady Mercedes.
In the bustling grand hall, Estelle slowly walked forward. When she saw the person entering, she immediately gasped, her eyes widening. On the opposite side, Claude was entering. As if sensing her gaze, he also turned his head to look. The two stared at each other, Estelle thinking to herself, What is he doing here? Behind him, whispers arose. Did you hear? Grand Duke Carlstein is here. Someone asked, Then is that him? A guard asked Claude, Excuse me, Your Grace, but what brings you to Asteri Palace, if you had informed us beforehand? But Claude paid no attention to his words, turning away. His gaze fixed on Estelle, he replied, I am looking for someone. This left the guard bewildered. Seeing his gaze directed at her, Estelle flinched.
Claude took deliberate steps, moving closer to her. Reaching her, he spoke, Hello, Lady Mercedes. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Claude Carlstein will be at your service. Estelle worriedly thought, I don't know what to say. She recalled the image of Claude from before. Looking at the man before her, Estelle stammered in response. Hello, sir. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Having said this, she quickly covered her mouth and thought, I shouldn't have said that because we've already met. Claude acted as if nothing had happened, responding with a bright smile. The honor is all mine, Lady Mercedes. Estelle glanced away, avoiding his gaze. Seeing their interaction, everyone started whispering again. A man asked, Wait, is she the one he's been looking for? A snow-haired girl then asked, How do they know each other? While Estelle worried, What should I say here? A hand reached out.
In the blink of an eye, Ennard immediately appeared between the two of them, saying loudly, Estelle, stand behind me. She stammered, Young Master Ennard. Claude slightly curled his lips. And who do we have here? Isn't this the 4th young master of the House of Valwa? Ennard frowned, his voice full of anger. Are you aware that this will become an issue between our countries, Your Highness? Claude replied nonchalantly. An issue between our countries? Perhaps that's what you desire. Ennard took a step forward. Ha, cut the nonsense and stay away from Estelle. Claude asked without a hint of anger. Don't you think you're being overly cautious around me? Why would I harm the young lady? After all, she is our benefactor. That very thought is precisely why I don't want you near her. Realizing he couldn't win the verbal sparring, Ennard immediately pulled Estelle, turning her around. Estelle, let's go. Claude spoke again. Young lady, I know what you are looking for. Estelle immediately stopped. She thought to herself, he knows what I'm looking for?
Claude added, let's make a deal, lady. Estelle thought in a panic, there's no way Claude knows. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. There! This was followed by murmurs. Oh no, someone bring a towel. From the middle of the fountain, Syria stepped out, covering herself with her hands. Melinda immediately stepped forward and asked, Lady Syria? A nobleman in purple stepped forward. Lady Syria, I will escort you out. A lady in orange exclaimed anxiously, oh dear, take my shawl. Syria bit her fingernails and said, how. Estelle looked over, thinking to herself, I vaguely remember this scene. She turned around, following Ennard while looking back. She continued to think, this is where Syria first met Claude, which means Claude will give her a handkerchief at the fountain. Ennard glared at Claude and said, Estelle, let's go. She nodded. Okay. Claude glanced after her retreating back. A moment later, in the imperial capital, at Claude's secret residence, a voice rang out, Your Highness.
Claude let out an exasperated sigh. Iron sobbed, saying, I heard something happened. You and Lady Mercedes can't even speak properly to each other anymore. Iran raised an eyebrow and continued, You keep avoiding us, not even telling us what's going on, so we just assumed you had found a good solution. I can't believe you went to the palace without any warning. If it weren't for Jean, who we planted as a spy in the palace, we wouldn't even know about this. The thing is, a while ago, Jean had called her and questioned, Iran, why is he here? Back to the present, Iran added, Your Highness, Crown Princess Syria will be hostile towards us. Claude walked over, sat on the table, and said, It would be better if he made the first move. Nothing is more annoying than trying to start a fight. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Someone is here to see you, Your Highness. She says she's the lady you gave a handkerchief to, and her name is Syria Brienne. Iron asked, startled, Huh? Your Highness gave her a handkerchief? Claude pondered for a moment, then said, just tell her to throw it away. Iran said dejectedly, Your Highness, you should be focusing on Lady Mercedes more than anyone else. Claude rested his chin in his hand. Even if I wanted to, there's still that overly protective dog by her side. At this, he suddenly paused. The image of Estelle suddenly appeared in his mind. After a moment, Claude spoke. Iran, how can I gain someone's affection?
On the day of the hunting festival at Garinga Grassland, Estelle gasped, Are there really monsters in a place like this? It's so beautiful. Camille spoke up, to go to the nearby hunting grounds, and besides, I have my tementum, so don't worry. Camille said in surprise, Oh, the tementum, the magic gun you have? At least I feel relieved knowing you have a weapon. Alund interjected, That's right, young lady. Ennard and I will take turns protecting her, so don't worry. Ennard, from the side, quipped sarcastically, Unlike someone who said they'd protect her, and then didn't.
Camille raised an eyebrow in rebuttal. I said to keep the insects away, not Your Highness. While the scent of gunpowder was thick on the other side, Alan gently reminded on this side, Even though you're used to using tementum now, you should still be careful. It uses the user's magical power, so you'll get tired. Estelle clenched her fists and with a determined expression said, Yes, I'll remember that. Suddenly, feeling her sleeve wriggle, Estelle looked down. Huh? Lily, are you following me again? I thought I'd left you behind this time, but, Before she could finish speaking, Lily fell from her hand. Estelle quickly caught it and gently said, Careful now. What's wrong with you today? Is it after the argument? Ennard turned his head and asked, What happened? Estelle said, Lily suddenly tried to run away. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Estelle immediately turned her head to look. On the other side, a monster was growling and charging. Instantly, panicked screams erupted everywhere. Why is there a monster here? Someone help! Ennard frowned and said, The monster has appeared? Alan turned his head and said seriously, Ennard, stay with Estelle. Just then, Joheim suddenly stepped forward and leaped onto the monster's head. Then he powerfully plunged a sword down, and a stream of green blood gushed out. The monster crashed to the ground. Estelle stared blankly at the sight. At the same time, the crowd cheered in unison. Wow, the monster's dead. He did it.
Hooray for His Highness! With just one strike, he dealt with it. Ennard grimaced and exclaimed, Hey! Estelle glanced over and asked, Has the Crown Prince always known how to fight? Alan shook his head and replied, I'm sure he's hunted a thing or two here and there, but I didn't know he was that good. Estelle lowered her head and asked, Putting that aside, Lily, are you acting like this because of the monster? Camille covered her mouth and gasped, Oh my! Ennard, meanwhile, mungled, You're quite a tiny spirit. I can't believe you even picked up on Alan. We could use you as a monster detector. Estelle immediately pulled Lily to her chest and glared. Ennard! Ennard immediately stuck out his tongue and said, I'm done. Alan chuckled. The main part of the hunt will take place in the evening, so it's better if we rest now. Amidst the relaxed atmosphere, Lily still looked scared and whimpered. In the evening, from their tent, Estelle had changed into a different outfit. Seeing her approach, Ennard asked suspiciously,
If you're ready, then we— Huh? What's that? Are you really going to use it as a monster detector? Seeing him point at Lily, Estelle immediately exclaimed, No! She keeps following me whenever I try to leave, so— Ennard rubbed his chin. Well, what just happened was unusual, and since the knights said they've already patrolled the area, I guess it's fine.
How about we hunt a significant number of monsters today? Let's just say around 5 to start. Estelle clasped her hands tightly, excitedly saying, I haven't even thought that far ahead. I just want to familiarize myself with everything from now on. Ennard mounted his horse, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, Look at you underestimating yourself. Come on, let's go. Estelle asked, bewildered, Oh, but I have my own horse. Ennard didn't let go of her hand, saying, If you want to deal with many monsters and be granted an audience with the Emperor, it's best to go with someone good at it. Estelle agreed, replying, Right? Well, thank you. Ennard pulled her up, seriously reminding her, Hold on tight. Estelle clung tightly to him. Okay. But the next second she screamed, Ah! In the dense forest, Iron asked, Your Highness, have you heard anything? I heard that Lady Mercedes did exceptionally well during today's hunt. They say she dealt with 18 monsters. Claude stood on the corpse of a monster, nodding in response. That's truly impressive. Iron cleared his throat, winking suggestively. Garinga Meadow isn't far from here, so what do you think about going there to watch her hunt and show off your own skills? Claude drew his sword, turned his head, and looked at him with a face covered in monster blood, asking, Like this? Iron chuckled awkwardly, replying, Haha, perhaps your highness should wash your face first.
Claude brushed her hair back and said, It wouldn't even be enough if I wore my finest attire. No, this isn't the right time. But don't you find it strange, Iron? There have been 5 giant monsters already, and they didn't even flee when they saw me. They can sense how strong their opponents are, but it seems they've been possessed by something. Iron rubbed her chin and said, Yes, and all of them are heading east. If they go in that direction, then—
Claude said in a low voice, Get out immediately. He asked, startled. Yes? Claude sheathed his sword and continued, Prepare water for me to wash my face. 2 days later, in the tent, when Estelle poured the sacks of monster cores onto the table, the person in charge immediately said, Only 2 days, and you've achieved this much. It's incredible. It's hard to believe this is your first time participating in the hunt. His Majesty will be extremely pleased to hear this. Estelle took a bag from his hand, gave a wry smile, and thought, This wasn't my doing, but Lily helped me immensely. After leaving the tent, Estelle asked curiously, When will His Majesty attend this hunting festival? Alande replied with a smile, Today is the main event, so he might come here for the evening feast. Estelle said nervously, I hope I get a chance to meet him, but I feel so nervous. Alande burst out laughing. What are you worried about? If you're so nervous, why don't you put up the sign with the number of monsters you've caught? Perhaps he'll even be shocked that a first-time participant hunted so many. Estelle blushed and replied, Sir Alande, you're always teasing me. They were all just weak monsters, especially since there are so many in this area. Alande said thoughtfully, Indeed, it's strange that there are so many monsters. This is just the entrance to the forest, so normally— Suddenly a roar echoed. Alande stopped, turned his head and asked, What was that? Murmurs quickly rose all around. What was that sound just now? Are you sure you heard something? Suddenly someone screamed, Ark! Immediately after, a giant foot stomped heavily onto the ground.
Estelle's eyes widened at the sight of the monster. Seeing the monster slowly approaching him, Alande immediately drew his sword and said, Estelle, run! Estelle, startled, replied, Oh, okay. With that, she turned and ran away. As she ran, she thought uneasily, I hope he isn't injured. Just then, another giant monster approached from the adjacent forest. When Estelle looked up, the monster had already thrown a tree at her. With a crash, the tree hit the ground, sending Estelle flying. She staggered to her feet, thinking, Get up, Estelle, I need to run from here. At the same time, a sudden cry rang out beside her. Look out! Layla fell down beside her, crying out in pain. Ah! Estelle exclaimed in surprise, Miss Layla! Layla looked up. Lady Estelle! Estelle rushed over. Did you sprain your ankle? Can you walk? Layla stammered. I need to get up. Seeing Layla fall again, Estelle turned her head, a hint of panic in her eyes. Seeing the monster charging towards them, she thought to herself, I can't leave her like this. Then Estelle immediately unslung the magic gun from her shoulder, pointing its muzzle towards the monster.
Estelle thought again. It has many weak points, so all I need to do is shoot one of them and buy us more time. She shouldered her gun, eyes fixed on the scope. Just then, Johaim flew out, swinging his sword and severing one of the monster's arms. Estelle gasped, thinking, Johaim. The knights excitedly cried out, Your Highness! Johaim stomped his foot again, leaping high, his sword plunging straight into the monster's neck. The knights immediately roared, Your Highness has stabbed its head. The smile on Johaim's face suddenly froze. A second later, he was flung away, crashing thud onto the ground. The knights exclaimed in alarm, Your Highness! Johaim propped himself up with his sword. How is it still alive, even though I stabbed its weak point? A knight asked, "Are you all right, your highness?" At this moment, the monster stepped forward again. Suddenly, a ball of light flew in, boom, piercing through the monster's head. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. The monster is down, but who did it? Estelle held her smoking gun, thinking to herself, it worked. No, even though Tormentum is powerful, it's not enough to cause that much damage. Just as she finished thinking, the monster's head exploded. Estelle's eyes widened in surprise. On the other side, a figure leaped off the monster's head.
Claude, in his suit of armor, walked out. Through the visor of his helmet, his golden eyes flickered with murderous intent. Seeing his appearance, Joheim's jaw dropped, staring blankly for a moment. With a sudden spurt from the monster's neck, a monster core rolled out. At the same time, Iron also stepped towards Estelle and asked, "Are you all right, young lady?" Estelle was surprised. "Sir Iron," she wondered, "why is an envoy from the Duchy of Carlstein here?" Iron replied emotionally, "So you still remember me. Wait, this is not the right place or time to talk. You need to leave here immediately." Estelle slung her gun over her shoulder and hurriedly said, "I'm fine, so please help this young lady. She's unconscious and her leg is injured." Iron quickly bent down and carried Layla on his back. As she followed him away, Estelle turned her head to look back. On the other side, Joheim walked step by step towards Claude. He spoke, "You are truly talented, taking down such a large monster with just one blow. Which group do you belong to?"
Claude didn't even spare him a glance, coldly walking past him. Seeing this, Joheim's face immediately darkened. Estelle, meanwhile, saw Claude walking towards her and thought to herself she could still sense his powerful energy. Claude sheathed his sword at his hip, then stopped a short distance from her. Estelle discreetly swallowed. Then she quickly bowed her head and said, "Thank you for your help. I owe you my life."
Claude said, "You're welcome." Estelle paused, recognizing the voice. As she was thinking, Alan ran over from a distance, calling out loudly, "Estelle!" Estelle, still thinking, turned her head and said, Sir Alan?" Alan asked anxiously, "You're not hurt, are you? Let me take a look at you. Are you sure you're all right?" Estelle, dizzy from being shaken, swayed and said, "I should be the one asking you." Alan flexed his muscles and replied seriously, "I'm perfectly fine, so let's treat you first." Estelle replied, "I'm fine too, thanks to him who defeated the monster with a single blow." Soon Claude in his armor, Alan immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, you saved her. I owe you a debt of gratitude." He took Claude's hand and continued, "Haha, you are Estelle's benefactor, so from now on you are my brother. Let's go inside and talk. We need to discuss why all these monsters suddenly appeared." Seeing Joheim still frozen from being ignored, Alan suddenly asked suspiciously, "Huh? Your Highness? What are you doing standing there? You should join us, Your Highness. Don't you think it's strange that all these powerful monsters appeared? We should discuss the possibility of evacuating everyone." Joheim unfroze, turned to look at the enormous monster core not far away, then clicked his tongue. Then he replied, "I will investigate this myself and report to His Majesty myself." Alan also clicked his tongue. Why is he like that? Well then, the three of us should go inside. After a while, inside the tent, Alan spoke. "We have evacuated everyone, except for the knights with good swordsmanship. It will take a while for the priests to analyze the core, so let's discuss things until then. My question is how the monster from the north could have come down to this area." Estelle asked in surprise, "A monster from the north?" Alan nodded and replied, "Yes, it's one of the high-level ones I've seen there before. The fact that they came down here on their own or were nurtured here by someone is truly suspicious."
The first thing we should do is determine if the monsters we've defeated are similar to the ones in the north. Alund agreed, saying, "That's true, but it doesn't seem like it will be that easy. It also depends on whether those hot-headed northerners are willing to cooperate with us."
Claude asked doubtfully, "Hot-headed?" Alun chuckled in response. "Oh, didn't you know? The Northerners are famous for that trait. I don't think they'll willingly share any information about the monsters, unless forced to. Those people. The bigger problem is that the Grand Duke is there too. He only does what he likes and isn't friendly at all, so I'm sure he won't let us enter their country easily." Just then, Ennard rushed in, asking breathlessly, "What's happening here? Estelle, you're not hurt, are you?" Estelle jumped to her feet and called out, "Ennard!" Ennard walked toward the table, and before even sitting down, continued to ask, "Alud, what's going on? It's not like we're in a disaster, so why are those powerful monsters appearing? And who are you? That armor isn't what royal knights wear." Alun replied, "Oh, greet him, Ennard. He saved Estelle." Ennard instantly spoke with gravity. "I understand. I owe you my thanks. My family will compensate you fairly, so—" Claude stood up. "I don't need that. Forgive me for the delayed introduction." He removed his helmet. Then he continued, "I am Claude Carlstein, and I request a formal meeting with everyone." Ennard's attitude instantly shifted. He drew a knife and held it to Claude's throat. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "You."
The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Ennard continued, "You dare conceal your identity and sneak into the royal ceremony?" Claude replied nonchalantly, "I apologize for not saying it sooner, but I have never lied." "Is that so? It seems you knew about this." Alund immediately turned and asked, "Estelle, is that true?"
Estelle replied in a low voice. His Highness didn't seem to be here to cause trouble, which is why I didn't say anything until now. After speaking, she let out a helpless sigh. Even so, that's why everything has become so chaotic. Alun seriously instructed, Ennard, put your dagger down immediately. Ennard still held the dagger to Claude's neck, questioning loudly, why are you hiding and what do you want? Perhaps you're the one who brought these monsters here. Alun cried out worriedly, Ennard. Claude calmly gripped the blade, saying seriously, I don't have a habit of chaining up a monster and dragging it around. Ennard stepped back, but maintained the same attitude. Then explain yourself. Tell me why high-level monsters are here when they should be in the north. Claude nodded. Yes, it certainly came from the north. Therefore, allow me to propose once more. He took a step forward, placed a hand on his chest, and solemnly asked, will you not investigate this matter with me, Lady Mercedes? Estelle was momentarily stunned, unable to fully recover. Before she could answer, Ennard yelled, hey, don't you dare stand close to her. Alund quickly embraced him. Calm down, Ennard. Look over here, Your Highness. It would be better not to involve Estelle in this.
Claude asked doubtfully, why is that? She's the only one here, and he already defeated the monster. That's precisely why I need her. Not only because she possesses the power of the House of Mercedes, but also because of her empathy. And although this is just a hypothesis, I believe the Crown Prince is involved in this matter. Ennard rolled his eyes and exclaimed, Your Highness, I understand, so don't get close to her again. Claude bowed slightly and said, please forgive my oversight. Meanwhile, Estelle was deep in thought. Johaim could defeat the monster in a single blow. Others might not understand why Claude suspected him, but Estelle did. Thinking of Johaim's sinister smile, she looked up and said, All right, I'll join you. Alund and Ennard exclaimed in unison, Estelle! Claude, smiling, asked, Are you sure? Estelle bowed her head again. Just then, a panicked scream echoed, Doctor, I need a doctor! Estelle rushed out. When she saw the person lying on the ground, she immediately froze, thinking to herself, Lorenzo Eredion.
The knight sitting next to Lorenzo spoke up. Lady Mercedes, please save him. He is in this state because he helped me. I acted like a fool, fell, and he tried to save me. Estelle didn't say a word, quickly knelt beside Lorenzo. After examining Lorenzo, she thought to herself, he's like this because of the wound. He's about to go mad. Then she looked up and said, I think you should step back. After a moment, Lorenzo's hand suddenly recoiled. Then he opened his eyes wide when he saw Estelle healing him. Lorenzo suddenly froze. The knight beside him exclaimed in surprise, Lorenzo, you're awake. Estelle let out a breath, then said, I'm glad you're all right, Sir Lorenzo.
Claude had just stepped out and was stunned by the sight. Lorenzo propped himself up. Lady, the knight beside him said, wiping away tears. I thought something had happened to him because of my mistake. Around them, idle onlookers immediately began to buzz with chatter. Did you see what Lady Mercedes did? She was enveloped in light, looking just like a goddess. Did you see that man over there? Isn't he the one who defeated the monster with a single blow? The monster that even the prince had trouble with? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Amidst the whispers, a purple-haired man exclaimed, Wait, he's the Grand Duke. A blond man behind him replied, That's right. I saw him the night before the festival. Just like everyone says, he's really strong. A short while later, in Johaim's tent, he kicked a wooden barrel and cursed loudly. Ugh, what the hell? Why was that monster so strong? You said its weakness was its neck. Brent replied in a low voice, That's what I said. Johaim thought to himself, My plan is ruined. I was supposed to show Lady Mercedes and everyone else how incredible I was by defeating that thing. I'm capable and handsome, and after dealing with that monster, no one would be able to resist my charm. But that unknown stranger came and stole my glory. Suddenly, a guard ran in shouting, Your Highness, I heard the man in armor defeated the monster.
Grand Duke Carlstein Johaim asked in surprise.
Huh?
The guard continued to report, There are no signs that he exceeded his authority, but everyone says it was him and is praising him. Johaim roared, He has exceeded his authority, you fool. Britt quickly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Johaim said seriously, I will go see His Majesty. In Estelle's tent, a priest placed 2 monster cores down and said, After analysis, I am certain both of these came from the north. An awkward murmur immediately arose in the room. Oh no. Another priest added, We must investigate further to determine exactly how these wingless monsters could have gotten here.
Claude frowned and said, If they traveled such a long distance, they normally couldn't have done it on their own. That leaves only... Claude frowned and said, If they traveled such a long distance, they normally couldn't have done it on their own. That leaves only one possibility. Someone brought them here. Estelle thought to herself, Who would bring them here with so many nobles gathered? Alan said seriously, I just received a report from my assistant. He found traces of a teleportation spell used in the forest. But, Ennard continued, the royal knights prevented him from investigating further. Since His Majesty is no longer involved in military matters, they must be under the Crown Prince's authority. Without waiting for him to finish, Claude pushed himself up from the table. He said, I will meet His Majesty tomorrow. Estelle looked up at him. Ennard angrily asked, Your Highness, did you not hear what I just said? Claude asked back. Isn't the Emperor the one who holds the Crown Prince's leash? Asking His Majesty directly would be faster than going through the Crown Prince. Estelle hesitated before speaking. I also want to go with you, Your Highness, she thought resolutely. This is my chance to meet the Emperor. Claude paused for a few seconds. Then he smiled and said, It would be an honor if you could accompany me. That evening, Jane, while arranging Estelle's pillows, said, You have no idea how scared I was after hearing what happened today. I'm relieved you weren't hurt. Wasn't Lily scared too? Receiving no reply from Estelle, Jane turned her head suspiciously. Milady.
Estelle stood frozen, as if turned to stone. A moment later, Jane asked in surprise, Huh? Lily's gone. Estelle sobbed, I distinctly remember her being with me when we were collecting the cores, but after the monster attack, everything became chaotic. Jane quickly reassured her, Let's go find her. She seems quite shy, so I don't think she would go deep into the forest. Estelle stopped crying and replied, Right. Then the two went outside. Jane pointed in one direction and said, I'll go this way. Estelle carried a lantern, walking and calling, Lily! She suddenly stopped, looked into the forest, and thought to herself, I smell blood. On the other side, a dark figure slowly approached, their armored boots gleaming. Claude asked suspiciously, Lady Mercedes, why aren't you done yet? Estelle asked in shock, Your Highness, you're bleeding. Wiping the bloodstain on his face, he replied, Oh, that's not my blood. I forgot to wash my face. Estelle suddenly opened her mouth wide and exclaimed in surprise, Lily, I've been looking for you. Claude raised his hand, looking at the rabbit biting it, and asked, Is this your pet? I've kept it quiet because it seems to be recovering its energy. Estelle cried out in alarm, Ah, Lily, come here quickly. Seeing that she couldn't get it off, Claude smiled and said, It's all right. I won't faint from losing a little bit of magic power like this. Estelle quickly said, You can't be sure of that. Remember last time. Recalling Claude fainting in the forest, Estelle mumbled, I'm just worried. Just as she finished her sentence, Lily also released her greedy mouth. Claude smiled and said, It seems she's done. Estelle tremblingly stepped forward. Lily, how much did you eat? Lily, with a full belly, cried out contentedly, Meow. Estelle bowed her head in embarrassment and said, I'm truly sorry. You're not hurt anywhere because of her, are you? Claude nodded. Really, I'm fine. Besides, there's something I want to give you. Estelle tilted her head and asked, Give to me? Claude reached into his clothes, and under Estelle's surprised gaze, he pulled out a huge monster core. Estelle thought in surprise, This is a monster core? Claude said, I've completely removed the demonic power from it, so it's fine. Estelle thought to herself, I heard that the stronger the monster, the larger its core. Then she said, I can't accept something so valuable. Claude mused, I'm giving it to you to make you happy, but you say it's too valuable. What to do? Is the problem because it has value? Then if there were many things like this, would you accept it after it loses its value? Estelle suddenly froze.
The atmosphere grew cold for a moment. Claude said again, Forgive me, I was just joking. I want to thank you for what you did that day, so I thought I would make you the star of this hunting party. Estelle looked at him for a few seconds, then took the monster core and said, I suppose with this, you no longer owe me anything, Your Highness.
Claude was stunned. Did she think I was trying to do that to pay off a debt? Estelle replied, That's the only reason I could accept it. Claude chuckled. I see. Then I should have thanked you that night. Estelle glanced at him for a moment longer. Then she spoke again. I know you know what I'm looking for, and I know you said you would help, but I haven't been able to find any clues. After speaking, Estelle thought to herself, I don't even know if that thing is safe anymore. After a moment of silence, Claude spoke. Lady Mercedes, I can't tell you everything yet, but I'm sure you'll see her again soon. I'll do my best to make that happen. Estelle thought to herself, he doesn't seem to be lying. She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Yes, thank you very much. Claude nodded. Then he said, Anyway, I should head back. The bugs keep lingering around us. Estelle thought doubtfully, Bugs? Claude didn't explain much. He turned and said, Good night, Lady Mercedes. Oh, and I think the gift I gave you suits you very well. As he walked into the forest, Estelle suddenly remembered. She quickly said, Thank you. She hugged Lily, turned around and walked inside. In a nearby bush, a brown-haired man held a gift box in his hand and thought, His Highness told me to deliver this gift to the lady, but I never thought I'd see something like this. What if she doesn't like this after receiving the Grand Duke's gift? No sooner had he finished thinking than he cried out, Ugh! Claude suddenly grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up. He asked in a low voice, So who is your master, you cowardly rat? Aren't you from the Valwa family? Did the Crown Prince send you? The brown-haired man trembled as he replied, I didn't intend to eavesdrop. Please don't punish me. I truly didn't mean to listen. Claude growled, Shut up. Everyone's asleep. The other man immediately fell silent.
Claude threw him out. Again, he said, Get lost. Then he said to the man's master, Rein in his foolish behavior. The brown-haired man quickly prostrated himself, replying, Yes, of course. Not long after, at the Crown Prince's tent, Joachim tapped on the table. So Grand Duke Carlstein has met the young lady and presented a gift to win her over. Brit, speed up the process. I need to move quickly before more pests start to bother us. The next morning, at the Emperor's tent,
A butler said, "Your Majesty, Lady Mercedes has won the competition and is here." Emperor Caddis staggered up. "Oh, let her in, quickly." The tent door opened and Estelle entered. She suddenly froze, thinking in surprise, "He's here." Having thought that, Estelle bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Caddis spoke absently. "You are so much like her. You are the spitting image of Ivona." Estelle thought in surprise. Ivona, could it be? Caddis stepped forward, smiling, and said, "It's incredible. I haven't seen her in ages, yet I can still recall her so vividly. I'm sorry I couldn't keep her safe. I should have prevented it."
"I hope you can forgive me for only meeting you now. My health is deteriorating rapidly." Estelle bowed and said, "You don't need to apologize, Your Majesty." She subtly glanced to the side. "I need to ask him about the Crown Prince, but I didn't think he would be standing right next to the Emperor like this. If I don't do it now, I won't have another chance. I've come this far." Estelle spoke up. "Your Majesty, honestly, there were some important matters I need to discuss with you. It's about what happened at the hunting ceremony." Caddis looked over at Claude, who stood beside him. "The Grand Duke just mentioned that as well. I don't know what it is, but it's certainly very serious." Estelle said, "The monster that appeared yesterday was a high-level one, and it shouldn't have been in this area. It's highly unusual for that to happen." Caddis looked at the red monster core nearby. "The Grand Duke gave me the monster core as a gift. It's unbelievably large."
Claude continued, "It seemed unlikely it came from Exterior. I believe someone intentionally brought them here from the north, so I investigated the forest. I found traces of teleportation magic being used, but I was prevented from investigating further by the Royal Knights. When I returned later, the traces had completely vanished. Johaim Exterior, he is the most suspicious person right now. I wish to investigate him, if Your Majesty permits." Johaim immediately raised his voice. "You must be insane. How dare you suspect the Crown Prince in the royal family?" Cadiz raised an eyebrow and said, "What did I just hear?" Johaim flinched, lowering his voice as he asked, "So, Grand Duke, are you saying I am guilty because the knights received orders from me? What motive would I have to bring that monster here?"
Claude retorted, "Why do you ask me that? I am not a magic user who puts the imperial citizens in danger." Johaim gritted his teeth, turned around and said, "Your Majesty, this is slander." Caddis raised his head and asked, "Grand Duke, can you guarantee that what you say is true and not exaggerated?" Johaim paused. "Your Majesty." Estelle interjected, "I can vouch for him, Your Majesty. Ever since he became Grand Duke, he has worked tirelessly to protect the territory from the northern monsters. I do not think such a person would lie easily about something like this. I stake the honor of House Mercedes on it." Caddis sighed thoughtfully. "Ha, if you are willing to go that far, then fine." Johaim exclaimed in surprise, "Father!" Caddis raised his voice. "Silence, Johaim. You've achieved success so quickly. Don't you think there shouldn't have been any doubts before this? An emperor must never back down, even when faced with suspicion. If you refuse to acknowledge it because you don't want to deal with it, you will only end up following in the footsteps of the late emperor." Johaim clenched his fists and said angrily, "Fine, do whatever you want. Investigate me as much as you wish, Grand Duke."
Claude double-checked. "Will we be permitted to investigate the Crown Prince's residence?" Johaim interjected again, "Your Majesty, you are granting him too much authority. The duchy will see us as weak." Caddis nodded. "I agree with my son, Grand Duke. I understand you suspect him, but searching the palace—" Seeing him start to cough, the butler immediately stepped forward and said, "I believe it's time for you to depart now. Your Majesty is already exhausted." Claude nodded in response. "Very well. I will report back to you later, Your Majesty." Estelle remained silent, not uttering a single word. After leaving the tent, Claude said, "Now we are able to approach the Crown Prince thanks to you. Thank you, Lady Mercedes." Estelle replied, "It's a shame we cannot search his chambers, but at least we've achieved this much." Claude smiled and said, "It seems I owe you again. How can I repay you?" Estelle flinched and stepped back. "Please don't think about giving me cores like yesterday again." "Ah, since when did you—" Lily clung to Claude and meowed. Seeing this, Estelle blushed with embarrassment and said, "Then would you mind sharing a little magic with Lily?" Claude replied with a smile, "Gladly." Estelle then said, "I think she'll take a lot. No, isn't this very dangerous?" Claude shrugged, "I'm not sure." Johaim stepped out, gritting his teeth in anger at the sight of the two displaying affection. Not long after, at the Brienne mansion, Melinda said, "I was looking forward to the hunting festival, but it's so unfair that it ended before we even got to enjoy it." A lady in a blue dress said, "There's nothing we can do about it because of the monsters. But don't you think it's strange? That area isn't usually known for monsters." A red-haired lady replied, I heard these monsters came from the north." The lady in a white dress exclaimed, "Oh my, are you sure?" Melinda also asked in surprise, "How could that happen? The Duchy of Carlstein is known as the Shield there." The red-haired lady said, "That's right, until now. But the fact that the monsters came from the north, could it be that they're not doing their job well?" At this moment, Syria suddenly put down her teacup. Then she frowned angrily. "Are you trying to imply that the sudden appearance of monsters is His Highness's fault? How rude! I can't believe all of you are doubting him." The red-haired lady quickly explained, "That's not what we—" Syria closed her eyes without speaking.
She thought to herself, the hunting festival is one of the important events in the original plot.
But I haven't even caught a glimpse of Claude yet. Those monsters. Shouldn't the romance between the male and female leads in a romantic novel be smooth sailing? No, I have to hurry. The original plot hasn't even begun yet. Suddenly, an image of Estelle flashed in her mind and Syria opened her eyes. At the same time, a knock sounded from outside. "Lady Syria, you have a visitor." Syria calmly asked, "Who is it?" The person outside replied, "Vermont." Syria immediately stood up. "It seems I need to go for a moment. He is an important guest after all." A moment later, she entered the drawing room and said, "Greetings, Judge Vermont." Vermont immediately looked up, smiling, and said, "Yes, please have a seat. I want to talk to you about your sister."
Syria slowly walked in, sat down on a chair, and said, "Were you just talking about Miss Estelle?" Vermont replied, "Yes, let's hear what you have to say. Miss Syria, on your first day here, how did your first introduction go?" Syria seemed to recall. That day she glanced to the side and continued, "I was completely shocked. To me, everything in this noble mansion was like a fairy tale. My sister, Miss Estelle, was truly an angel. She wore an exquisite dress and luxurious shoes. It was the first time I had ever seen someone so beautiful." Vermont busily scribbled in a small notebook while asking, "You said she wore a beautiful dress and shoes, and you didn't get the impression that her clothes were dirty or that she wasn't well cared for, did you?" Syria paused for a moment, then quickly smiled and replied, "No, I didn't get that impression." Vermont still didn't look up. "I see. So what is your relationship with her?"
Syria replied hesitantly, "It's hard to say. I didn't spend much time with her. Perhaps I understand why you've taken the trouble to come here. This procedure is different from what I'm used to, so I'm a bit worried about what's happening." Vermont closed his notebook, looked up and said, "Don't worry, miss. In family court, sometimes the judge also takes on the role of the prosecutor." Syria bowed her head. "I understand. Honestly, the first time I stepped in, Miss Estelle stared at me. I only heard that she left the very next day. I understand why. Nobody wants things to change so suddenly like this." Aurelia entered, comforting softly. "Oh, Syria, you were always meant to be here." Vermont placed the notebook on the table and asked, "Is anyone willing to corroborate what Miss Syria just said?" Aurelia looked up, her eyes flashing with anger, and asked, "Is it really necessary?" Vermont replied, "Given the circumstances, additional testimony might be necessary." Aldente, standing nearby, quickly cleared his throat. Aurelia paused, glanced behind her, and said, Very well. You, tell him what you saw. You were also here the day Syria arrived, weren't you?" The blonde maid replied novelessly, "Yes, sir, what I saw that day." At Valwa Manor, Estelle raised her hand to touch the potted flower that had just been brought in. She thought to herself, "Oh heavens, this Miss Layla."
I didn't expect her to send so many gifts to thank me for what happened at the hunting ceremony. Just now, Layla brought a bouquet of flowers and said, "You are my benefactor." Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a voice calling, "Lady Estelle." She looked up and replied, "Yes, come in." Euron entered, holding a stack of documents. Estelle asked doubtfully, "I didn't expect things to move this quickly. Lady, are you all right?" Estelle replied, "Yes, I'm fine." She clutched the documents tightly in her hand. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy for a moment. Euron hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "I apologize for asking, but have you prepared any evidence yet, lady?" Estelle replied, "I don't know how thoroughly the Brienne family has fabricated their lies together, but..." Her dark past suddenly flashed through her mind.
As the image of that woman holding several blazing candles advanced towards her, then threw them at her, at that moment in Estelle's eyes there was only resignation and fear. Back in the present, she continued, "It can't defeat the truth. Could you prepare a carriage for me? If possible, please prepare one without the Valwa family crest on it, and I want you to come with me." "Jane?" Euron asked hesitantly. Madam, may I ask where you wish to go?" Estelle smiled. A moment later, at the first branch of the Karanka Information Guild somewhere on Alto Street, a man slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "There's no progress at all." He was Ethan Hayworth, the guildmaster of the first Karanka branch. Looking at the pile of documents on the table, Ethan thought in confusion, the guild has already lost 5 pieces of information. Estelle Mercedes. After she arrived, the security of the Valwa mansion was significantly tightened. Because of that, I have nothing to report this month. Suddenly, someone entered. "Sir, someone is here to see you." Ethan leaned back in his chair, asking in confusion, "Well, who is it?" The person replied, "They said you would know if I said, 'the thing that sheds tears.'" Ethan was startled. "Tears? Wait, dragon's tears." He sat up straight and said seriously, "Let them in." Estelle, wearing a black cloak, entered. She removed her hood and said, "Hello."
Ethan was stunned for a moment, then thought to himself, "It seems we've caught a big fish." After thinking that, Ethan immediately stood up and said, "Oh my, isn't this Miss Mercedes? Quick, bring a warm cup of tea." Estelle gently shook her head. "No need for tea for me. I'm here to request a few things from you." Ethan smiled and said, "Of course, you're already here. What can this Ethan do for Miss Mercedes? Just tell me what it is." Estelle slowly said, "The Beausoleil House directory. That's what I need. An original or a copy. Either is fine. Just give it to me." Ethan blinked and asked, "Why does Miss need a list of the scoundrels who frequent that illegal gambling house now?" Estelle said, "Let me explain in more detail." Then she began to speak. After a moment, the room fell silent. Ethan clasped his hands on the table and said, "It seems that's certainly a complicated request. The Beausoleil house is a dump, but it's full of wealthy nobles and businessmen, and a place that hosts such guests isn't somewhere with lax security." Estelle nodded. "That's precisely why I came to Karenka." Ethan smiled in response. "I appreciate you placing your trust in us, but as you know, we only work when there's money involved."
It seems her chances of success will be higher depending on how much she offers to pay. Estelle said softly, "What I can offer you is Miss Beta's health." "Aren't you smiling anymore? Have I angered you by knowing what I shouldn't?" Behind her, Jane had drawn her sword. Ethan thought in astonishment, how is it that his sister's critical condition is not a secret? How is she the second person to know about this? On the other side, Estelle quickly reassured Jane, "It's all right." After a moment of contemplation, Ethan clenched his fist. Then gritting his teeth, he replied, "My apologies, Miss Mercedes, but another client has already offered something similar."
Estelle thought to herself, so it seems Syria has arrived here. If everything follows the original plot, Syria was supposed to offer to heal Bianca in another year. Ethan is one of the supporting characters in the original plot, and Syria must have thought that if she could persuade him, he would be a useful asset. Thinking this, Estelle spoke up. "Suppose I could heal your sister not in a year, but right now." Ethan froze. How did she know it was supposed to be a year? Estelle continued, "I promise you, I will use all my power to heal her." Ethan pondered silently. "I've just heard rumors about her. It was rumored that Estelle Mercedes had healed countless knights attacked by monsters, and she had done so without asking for anything in return." At this, he immediately agreed. "All right, I accept your offer." Estelle continued, "And one more thing. Stop selling information about me. These are the conditions of my offer." Ethan fell silent. I had assumed she was just a naive young lady who became rich overnight. Then he replied, "All right, I accept your conditions." After a moment, outside the headquarters, Iran took off his hood and asked, "Is this going to be all right? I followed you here and kept it a secret from the young masters, but Chairman Karanka is very persistent." Estelle calmly replied, "Don't worry, nothing will go wrong with the agreement." She thought to herself, "Besides, I don't really think Syria will go to Ethan to offer to heal his sister. That's a big risk for her right now."
In principle, Syria Brienne was very grateful to have become a noble daughter overnight. To share that good fortune, she spared no effort in investing and supporting many people everywhere. Among those who received her help was Dr. Rosetta Evelyn. Although a genius, Rosetta Evelyn was still very poor before Syria began to help her. She created a medicine that improved the symptoms of overload syndrome, an achievement that, in the original timeline, was still a year away. But unlike the original, the Brienne family was no longer wealthy, so they could only offer Rosetta limited support. Everything in this world had changed. Due to events involving Syria and herself, the butterfly effect prevented Rosetta from creating that medicine. However, the Mercedes family's healing ability is my own, and I am certain I can do it.
After a moment of silence, Euron suddenly spoke. "Oh, by the way, lady, what will you do when you attend the palace's welcoming party?" Estelle asked doubtfully, "A welcoming party?" Jane looked over in surprise. "I already put it on the gift box I arranged, but I guess you didn't see it. There will probably be a welcoming party for Grand Duke Carlstein." Estelle asked in surprise, "They're holding a party right in the Empire?" Euron replied, "Once rumors of the Duke's presence here spread, it seems they had no choice but to do so." Estelle thought to herself, "That's right, because the people in the Empire wouldn't know the Crown Prince is under investigation by Claude." Then she asked, "Do I have to attend?" Euron replied, "Normally each family must send at least one person, but I don't think it's an issue if you don't attend depending on the situation." Estelle thought to herself, "I know it's just a formality, but it's still an event to welcome Claude. He's one of the few people who offered to help me, so I guess I should at least go and show my welcome." Thinking of Claude, her cheeks suddenly flushed. In the prayer room at the Shrine, Celsia said, "I see, so that's what happened. I heard about the appearance of high-level monsters, but I didn't know what happened between the Crown Prince and the Grand Duke." Estelle frowned in confusion. If the Crown Prince is truly responsible, then why would he do something like this? Celsius chuckled. No matter who is behind this, their purpose might just be to threaten. Estelle shivered, thinking, fortunately the monsters were quickly defeated, so there wasn't much damage and everything passed quickly. But if there had been any casualties due to the northern monsters, all the blame would have fallen on Claude. This would have happened even if everyone knew that the Duchy of Carlstein stopping the monsters in the north was a sacrifice, not their duty.
Seeing her lost in thought, Celsius said, "This is just my personal opinion. Don't worry too much. It might or might not be the case." Estelle lowered her gaze and replied, "But it's highly likely your suspicions are correct. I can understand why the Grand Duke isn't happy at all." She mused, "If I had found out sooner, I could have supported Claude more." Seeing her expression, Celsia then asked, "Are you blaming yourself?" Estelle nodded slightly. "A little."
Celsia then said, "Interfering in the dispute between the Grand Duke and the Crown Prince will do no good and will also draw attention to yourself." After speaking, she thought again. Perhaps I've already done so. Estelle hesitated. But Your Holiness, the Grand Duke is fine now, isn't he? Celsia chuckled in response. I'm not sure. Perhaps he's too busy to have come to see me. Estelle said, I see. She nervously clutched her skirt. A moment later, outside the sanctuary. As soon as Estelle appeared, a crowd stirred. Ah, she's out, Lady Mercedes. A man named Leon stepped forward and said, I've been waiting for you. Estelle asked in surprise, You know me? Leon replied, Who in the Empire doesn't know you? My name is Count Leon Bafanis. Instead of talking here, could we go somewhere quieter? Someone standing nearby said, Count, you can't just take Lady Mercedes away like that. Immediately, arguments erupted around them. Wait, I was here first. Estelle called out in confusion. Wait a moment, one person at a time, please. Leon earnestly said, Lady, could you please come see my mother? Her lung disease is getting worse. I heard you treated knights who were on the verge of death at the hunting ceremony. Please help me. Estelle waved her hand, humbly replying, I think the rumors are a bit exaggerated. Before she could finish, the man in the gray suit next to her spoke again. Lady Mercedes, please help my son. He's bedridden due to illness. A blonde lady continued, I will give you a percentage of my ownership in the gold mine. Please come to Wales Manor. Lady Mercedes, would you like me to arrange a meeting with Prince Neon? Estelle awkwardly said, everyone, please calm down.
Estelle was a little worried, unsure whether to go forward or not. Just then, someone suddenly drew a sword. Lorenzo stood in front of Estelle, blocking her, and said sternly, Don't block her way anymore. Estelle was surprised. Sir Lorenzo. He turned his head and said, There are many rude people here. Allow me to escort you out. Estelle immediately held out her hand. Oh, thank you, sir. After a moment, the two walked out of the crowd. Estelle said gratefully, Thank you, Sir Lorenzo. I was a little overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. Lorenzo replied, I only did what I had to do. And besides, he continued, Actually, I came to the shrine to meet you. Haha, I have something I want to give you. Estelle asked doubtfully, For me? Lorenzo lowered his voice and asked, Do you know about the epic book of the 4 great families? Estelle was stunned. Do you mean the only book that records the 4 great families in detail? But I heard that everything about the Mercedes family was erased. Lorenzo nodded. Yes, I'm sure you already know that the late emperor ordered the eradication of everything related to the Mercedes house.
But my grandfather did not follow that order and secretly kept the book. He couldn't prevent the Mercedes family from being assassinated, but he didn't want all records of them to be erased from existence. Estelle spoke up. If you don't mind, may I accompany you to see it now? Lorenzo replied awkwardly, I can't. My father doesn't know I'm here. To be honest, I'm thinking of secretly taking the book out. Estelle thought to herself, although the era of the former emperor had passed, his father didn't want to reveal evidence that their family had not followed the imperial order. Lorenzo added, Anyway, I'll bring the book out when I can, and I'll let you know when the time comes.
Estelle sincerely said, Thank you very much. That would be a great help to me. Seeing her smile, Lorenzo paused briefly. Then he said, This is nothing compared to you saving me. After touching his burning face, Lorenzo wondered, What is this tingling sensation? It was the day of the welcoming party for Grand Duke Carlstein. By the lake, a lady in a purple dress said, The Crown Prince hasn't been seen lately. The blonde lady replied, That's true. He always shows up whenever there's a party. The red-haired lady next to her added, Also, don't you think too many interesting things have been happening lately? The blonde lady replied, I know. I've been looking forward to today's party so much. I can't believe I finally get to see the Grand Duke in the flesh. Not far away, Maria happily said, I was so worried when I heard what happened at the hunting ceremony. It's such a relief that no one was seriously injured. Camille, fanning herself, said, We're the only group not talking about the Grand Duke. Suddenly, a murmur arose. The carriage is here. Really? The Grand Duke's emblem is on it? On the other side, the carriage door opened. Claude slowly stepped down. As soon as she saw him, Estelle froze once again. At the same time, Syria also approached and called out, Your Highness, we meet again. I've been waiting for you. After saying that, she smiled and tilted her head. Seeing this, Claude indifferently asked, Who is that?
Syria happily thought, He said it exactly like in the original story. In the original story, when Claude met Syria for the second time, he asked her who she was. Finally, the original story had begun. At this point, Syria also got into character. So, you don't remember me. It's all right, you don't need to. I only came to return this to you. A young lady frowned and mumbled, It's a handkerchief. Syria added, It's the handkerchief you gave me on the night before the festival when we met. Claude suddenly remembered and said, Ah, that's right. That day, a knight next to Claude was startled and said, Take it, it's mine. Oh, I remember now. That night you used my handkerchief. I didn't think you'd return it, but thank you. Syria's face darkened as she thought, Isn't that Claude's handkerchief? She quickly regained her composure and immediately replied, Thank you for showing your kindness through your subordinate. Then she thought again, It's fine, this is just an excuse anyway. I need a reason to talk to him, and now he must know my intentions. Claude replied, Certainly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, hurrying as if afraid of catching germs. On the way, Claude glanced back and mumbled,
I thought I told her to throw it away. The knight immediately pouted. Why would you tell her to do that? It's mine, sir.
Claude said, you shouldn't exchange with nobles from other countries. You'll get into trouble if Iran finds out. The knight said in a panic, please keep it a secret. Watching the backs of the two, Syria thought angrily, why is it different from the principal again? Meanwhile, the young ladies on this side began to buzz. What did the Grand Duke and Miss Syria just say? She looks very happy. What's going on with the two of them? Why did she return that handkerchief? For some reason, Estelle felt a little lost, thinking, good for them. It seems everything is going according to plan.
At this rate, Syria and Claude might just end up happy together. Noticing her pale face, Maria couldn't help but ask worriedly, Miss Estelle, you don't look very well. Did you perhaps overexert yourself at the hunting ceremony? Estelle quickly replied, Of course not, I'm perfectly fine. Maria asked again, did you come without a companion today? Estelle said, I came with young Master Ennard, but he went off somewhere for a bit. She recalled Loy saying at home, one of you two go. She thought to herself, if he hadn't lost a bet with Sir Alan, he probably would never have come here. Camille interjected after hearing this, even if he's not here, we're on your side and we'll protect you. Layla said nothing, only covered her mouth and giggled. Just then, Lorenzo suddenly approached. Miss Estelle, may we speak for a moment? Camille and Layla immediately looked back warily. Camille thought to herself, Lorenzo Eredian, although he is kind and trustworthy, I can't let anyone get close to Estelle.
Before she could even refuse, Estelle smiled and said, Mr. Lorenzo, you've arrived too. She thought to herself, he must have brought the book we talked about earlier. Lorenzo said, can we go somewhere quiet to talk? Estelle replied, okay, let's go. After the two had walked a short distance, Maria exclaimed, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Camille looked dumbfounded. I didn't think Estelle was interested in men, so she likes neat and clean types of people then. At this moment, Estelle turned her head and said, I'll be right back, Miss Camille. Camille smiled and replied, yes, of course. We'll keep everything as is here so the rumors don't spread. Don't worry, just go. Estelle said, bewildered, thank you. At the same time, she wondered, is something amusing her? But then she followed Lorenzo to the back of the party. Melinda happened to see them, and she wondered, Estelle Mercedes, where is she going? After observing for a moment, Melinda curled her lips and thought, so that's how it is. She always acts so virtuous. After that, she started spreading rumors, and whispers arose. What did you say? Is Miss Mercedes secretly in love? Syria also paid attention to them. Melinda said, I'm not sure, but it's obvious, isn't it? If not, why would she be so secretive? A lady in a purple dress exclaimed, good heavens, as if the Valwa young masters weren't enough. A gentleman next to her said, she seems quite ravenous and has diverse tastes.
Syria spoke up. That's enough, everyone. You've misunderstood, Melinda. My sister isn't the kind of person to do something like that. Melinda covered her mouth and exclaimed, Miss Syria, you're too kind. She left voluntarily, and you still think she's your sister? Someone quickly gestured. Shh, everyone will hear. Not far away, Iran thought suspiciously. What are they talking about? Meanwhile, at the back of the palace garden, Lorenzo placed a book about 1/2 meter thick on the table. Estelle asked blankly, is this the book you mentioned? Lorenzo replied, yes, it's a bit larger than you might expect. I'll have him carry it to your carriage. While his coachman was sweating, Estelle smiled and replied, thank you, sir, but before that, may I take a quick look? Lorenzo replied, of course, feel free. Estelle then stepped forward and opened the book cover. What greeted her was a page full of musical notation. What is this? Estelle suddenly paused and thought, could it be?
At the party, Iran placed her empty wine glass on the table and asked in surprise, is what you just said true? A man in green said, well, of course, I'm not entirely sure, but that's what the newspaper said. They said Miss Mercedes abandoned her family right after receiving her inheritance. Iran stepped forward and asked, which newspaper said that? The man in green said, the Mange and Pavlo. Iran thought silently, isn't the Pavlo owned by Count Ravioli? As she was silently contemplating, the man in green spoke again. Well, I didn't mean to offend her. After winning the lottery, it's human nature not to want to share with anyone. Iran frowned and thought, although I only met her for a moment that night, she didn't seem like someone who would cast her family aside just to monopolize wealth for herself. She even spoke with Irene and me, even though we arrived unexpectedly. Should I tell the Grand Duke about this? Seeing her remain silent in thought, the man in green cleared his throat again. Well, miss, I just want to remind you that I am not one to believe in absurd rumors, and Iran coldly walked past the man. I must go, and I want to remind you of something. It may seem amusing to spread such absurd rumors, but you will regret it later. Upon hearing this, the man in green immediately broke out in a sweat. After walking for a while, Iran heard whispers again. On the other side, several people were buzzing. What's going on? His Highness is in the garden. Estelle was stunned for a moment, and then thought, I'm sure I opened the chapter titled The Secret Story of the Mercedes Family.
But why was I looking at the sheet music? She suddenly paused. Oh, There was something familiar about this song. At this point, Estelle began to hum. Gradually, the melodious singing also began. Estelle, my daughter, my dearest daughter, do you like this song? You always giggle whenever I sing it. Just as she sang this part, Estelle suddenly clutched her head and cried out, "Ah!" She touched the book, wondering to herself, what was that voice I just remembered? Lorenzo rushed over. "Miss Estelle, are you all right?" At the same time, a shout rang out. "See? There they are." What did I tell you? They're secretly dating. After Melinda finished speaking, murmurs rose again. "Oh my goodness, it's her and Mr. Lorenzo. I can't believe Miss Melinda was telling the truth."
Melinda asked triumphantly, "Do you believe me now? Never call me a source of scandal again." Suddenly someone asked, but isn't she a bit out of his league?" While Lorenzo blushed, Estelle closed her book, then said, "I am discussing a different matter with Sir Lorenzo. You are being rude to him. Please don't make any more strange assumptions." Melinda didn't stop her attack. "I mean, that's not something you should hide, is it? You're not a saint or anything." Vermont, standing nearby, quickly reminded her, "Miss Melinda, what you're saying is a bit harsh." Estelle said in a low voice, "I thought I had made myself clear." Melinda immediately froze, a look of panic flashing across her face. A young man in blue said, "She's right. Stop bothering them and let's go inside." A man in red said, "Look at her acting all high and mighty when she's out here secretly meeting a man." Both of them were caught red-handed in such a dark place, but they're not ashamed at all? Lorenzo frowned and asked, "What did you say?" Suddenly someone interjected, "What a strange conversation." The nobles all looked in that direction. Claude asked with a cold expression, "Do nobles in this empire usually meet in this kind of place to talk?" The crowd immediately turned their heads, murmuring, "Oh no, it's Grand Duke Claude. Let's go inside before he gets a good look at our faces."
He walked over. As he passed the red-robed man, he spoke again. "I am a little unfamiliar with the laws here, but is it acceptable to speak rudely to a young lady?" The red-robed man turned around in a panic. I apologize." Seeing him flee for his life, Estelle couldn't help but wonder, what did he say to him? After dispersing the crowd, Claude walked towards her and asked, "So is he the one you're secretly dating?" Estelle looked up at him, then smiled and said, "You know there's no dating going on, so please don't joke like that. Lord Lorenzo will get angry." Lorenzo said gloomily, "I apologize, young lady. I didn't mean for rumors to spread because of me." Estelle waved her hand in embarrassment. No, I'm the one who should apologize." Claude spoke again. "Lady Mercedes, there are some strange rumors circulating about you." Estelle asked blankly, "Rumors?" Claude didn't answer, but turned to ask Lorenzo, "Could you give us some time?" When Estelle nodded in agreement, Lorenzo immediately left. Only Claude and Estelle remained in the garden, and he spoke, "Lady, would you like to return to the duchy with me? I've heard about you being sued. The story of you abandoning your family has already begun to spread. I will not allow this rumor to continue any further." Estelle silently lowered her head. In her heart, she pondered, wondering why Claude would go this far for her. Did he want to use her for her abilities, or did he feel guilty towards her? At this point, she finally looked up and asked, "Is it because I am a member of the Mercedes family?" "Of course, perhaps that is the reason," Claude replied. "What a foolish question. But for some reason, you seem quite certain that I haven't abandoned my family." Claude said in a low voice, "There's something else I want to ask you. If I didn't invite you as Lady Mercedes, would you accept?" Estelle asked in surprise. "Huh? Why do you ask that?" Claude said, "The duchy is a beautiful place with magnificent scenery. There are ice mosquitoes and creatures you've never seen flying around." Estelle tilted her head in confusion. "Oh, I see. I think it could be fun to go there and see the sights." Claude eagerly asked immediately, "So you agree?" Estelle was stunned. "Huh?" Claude continued, saying she wouldn't regret it. At the same time, Ennard suddenly burst out and called loudly, "Estelle, who are you with?" Seeing Claude, he asked, slightly bewildered, What are you doing there with Estelle?" Estelle was also stunned. Cold sweat beaded on her face, and she thought to herself, surely Ennard hadn't heard rumors about me secretly dating and then rushed all the way here, had he? Ennard suddenly stepped between the two of them and said loudly, "Estelle, stand behind me. I will help you restore your honor." Estelle was dumbfounded. Huh? Honor? She thought to herself, I can't let these two fight right now. I really don't want to do this, but... Thinking this, Estelle immediately pretended to sway, clutched her head, and fell backward, crying out, I think I've been standing too long and feel a bit dizzy." Ennard quickly caught her and called Estelle. She thought to herself, this is so embarrassing. Claude also asked worriedly, "Miss Mercedes, are you all right?" Estelle said gloomily, "Perhaps I've overexerted myself a bit, but I think I need to go back right away." Ennard glanced at Claude, then said, "But your honor!" Estelle cried out again, "Ugh, my head!" Ennard immediately let go of his animosity, saying, "Let's go right away." With that, he helped her stand up and slowly walked inside. Claude stood there watching the two. Midway, Estelle secretly looked back again. A moment later in the royal garden, Irene asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?
You haven't had a chance to ask Lady Mercedes for help. Irene continued. You should just tell her the truth about your madness symptoms. There might be some issues with Duke Valwa, but I know she will help you. Claude replied in a low voice. No, I cannot do that. Irene asked in surprise. Why? What do you mean? Claude thought to himself. If the pain I've lived with my entire life disappeared, I'm sure I'd want more. He didn't explain. Irene thought for a while before asking. Is it because the lady fainted earlier, Your Highness? Claude thought. I should have checked if she was truly all right. Irene chuckled and said, I don't think that's something you need to worry about. From what I can tell, it seems she was just pretending to prevent a fight. Before she could finish, Irene, who was beside her, quickly stopped her.
Claude was also surprised, opening his eyes wide as he looked forward. Estelle heard footsteps and looked up. She said, Ah, there you are. Claude stepped forward and asked, Are you feeling better? Estelle hesitated. She thought to herself, does he really believe me? He's more naive than I thought. Then she replied, Yes, I'm perfectly fine now. I came to see you because I was worried about you. From behind, Irene whispered, If she came here because she was worried about him, does that mean she has some feelings for him? Irene nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Estelle thought to herself, The shock just now helped me remember a few things. In principle, this is the time when Claude starts to lose his sanity, turning into a madman. Everything becomes chaotic because of this, so I think it would be better to prevent everything beforehand through diplomacy. As if reading her mind, Claude spoke up and asked, I'm not sure if I'm right, but may I assume that you waited for me because you wanted to help me with treatment? Estelle nodded and said yes. Upon hearing this, Claude's voice turned cold. Are you the type of person who always offers help before being asked? Estelle calmly replied, That doesn't usually happen.
Claude said with a hint of surprise, Is that true? I didn't think you would give me any special treatment. Irene asked, stunned, Why not her? Of course, it's always possible. Claude then said, Once I find it useful, I'm not sure I'll let it go. Can you take responsibility if that happens? If not, I'd be grateful if you didn't test me. Estelle paused for a moment, then subtly pursed her lips. Then she replied, I can see now that your condition isn't so bad as to require my help. I'm not generous enough to take responsibility for you. Seeing her turn away, Irene scratched his head, thinking, Your Highness, why would you say that? At this moment, Estelle suddenly stopped and said, But if at some point you feel worse, I want you to think of me. I can take responsibility for that. With that, she left, leaving Claude slowly bowing his head. At this moment, his face had turned red.
A few days later, in the garden of the Valwa estate, Camille asked in surprise, Huh? What did you say? So you don't have any feelings for Sir Lorenzo? Estelle quickly shook her head. Of course not. Don't tell me you believe those rumors too. Camille covered her face and said, It's just that his expression was too sincere. Estelle replied awkwardly, Oh, Miss Camille. Camille picked up a piece of cake and continued, Although half of them seem completely fabricated, there are at least many other rumors about Sir Ennard liking you. Estelle asked in surprise, Really? Why would people say that? Camille lit a finger and said excitedly, Sir Ennard is quite famous for never setting foot in high society, yet he escorted you to 3 parties this year. Estelle thought a little gloomily that if these rumors continued, it would become a problem when she wanted to marry later. Seeing Estelle's pensive expression, Camille immediately pushed a piece of cake into her mouth, then smiled and said, Don't worry too much. Rumors like these are bound to happen when a young man and a young woman are seen together under much scrutiny. Anyway, I heard the Brienne lawsuit against you is about to begin. Estelle swallowed the cake and replied, Yes, so you've heard. Camille added, I won't ask what your relationship with Lady Syria is. I'm fine. Tell me when you feel comfortable. But just remember one thing. There are more people on your side than you think. Estelle smiled and said, Thank you, Camille. Oh, right. Actually, there's a new song I just learned. I haven't sung it for anyone yet, but without waiting for Estelle to finish, Camille covered her mouth and exclaimed, Really? Sing it for me. Estelle patted her chest, cleared her throat, and then began to hum the melody. As soon as she heard the singing, Camille froze, thinking, This is the first time in my life I've heard this song, but it makes me feel comfortable. It wasn't until a moment after the singing stopped that Camille excitedly exclaimed, Wow, that's amazing! What song is that? I never knew you could sing so well. Estelle shyly asked, Did I sing that well? Camille replied, Let me tell you, I still can't believe it. It felt like my body was floating in the air, as if a spell had been cast upon me. Estelle stared blankly at her hands, then whispered, A spell. Not long after, at the Asteria Imperial Library, Melinda spoke up, The trial will begin tomorrow, Lady Syria. She replied, Yes, it's finally here. Melinda added, If Count and Countess Brienne win, does that mean Lady Estelle will return to the family? Syria nodded. I suppose so. She's not yet old enough to live independently. Finishing her words, she smiled again, thinking that the dragon's tear she inherited would also return to her, and so would he. Once the research was complete, it would bring a peace greater than that small achievement. After taking her seat at the table, Melinda asked again, But what books did you choose? Syria smiled and replied, Just the information I need for my recent research.
A few days later, on the day of the trial, in the silent atmosphere, whispers continuously arose. Who do you think is telling the truth? A nobleman in a blue coat said, "Of course it's the young lady. Someone with an angelic face would never abandon their family." The nobleman in a brown coat next to him said, "Oh, come on. There are plenty of people like that who go around spreading lies." A blonde young lady said, "Honestly, with such a large fortune at stake, how could she not know anything?" An uncle chimed in, "That's what I'm saying." Then everyone looked towards Aldente and Lorelia. Are those the plaintiffs, Count Brienne and his wife? But they don't look like the kind people the press described at all. Is Miss Syria here? At the same time, Vermont spoke up. "Next, I invite the defendant, Estelle Mercedes, to enter." The courtroom doors slowly opened. Estelle calmly walked in. As soon as she saw her, Lorelia spoke up. "Estelle, it's been so long." Aldente, by her side, also played along. "My dear, didn't we promise to try and control our emotions today?" Lorelia feigned distress and said, "Forgive me, husband. I was just overwhelmed with emotion about your scene, Estelle." But in a courtroom full of nobles, murmurs quickly arose. Did the lady just put on an act? But wasn't that a bit too sincere? The young lady didn't even say anything to them, so she really does have a cold expression.
Seeing the slight commotion, Vermont immediately slammed the table and loudly declared, "Order in the court. We will now begin the trial. Please call the plaintiff's first witness." A blonde woman named Lucily entered and spoke, "Hello, I am a longtime friend of Count Brienne and a frequent visitor to his estate. Miss Estelle used to call me by a certain name and follow me everywhere." Estelle glared, thinking to herself, "They never even let me out of my room whenever they were guests. I can't believe they would stoop so low as to bring a fake witness." With this thought, she spoke, "So you're saying you've known me for a long time, Lady Leone? If that's the case, can you tell me what my middle name is?" Lucily glanced towards the Brienne family and stammered, My memory isn't very good, so..." Seeing Aldente's signal, Lucily misunderstood again. She thought to herself, "Yes, that's right. They usually use her name as a middle name." Then Lucily hesitantly asked, "Is it Anne-Marie?" Estelle flatly retorted, "No, I don't have a middle name, because they never gave me one." Her words stirred up a flurry of murmurs. A noble without a middle name? That was quite strange. The Brienne family was nobility, weren't they? Even if they were of a lower rank, both the Count and the Countess had middle names. Vermont raised his hand, asking helplessly, "Lucily Leone, do you have anything further to say?" Lucily stammered in response, No, Your Honor." Lorelia wondered to herself, why isn't she saying anything else? Then she said, "Vice-Countess, it seems you've forgotten."
I've already explained the reason why Estelle wasn't given a middle name. Lucily stopped, hesitantly asking, "Is something wrong?" Lorelia continued, "Your Honor, to be honest, we waited for her illness to be cured before giving her a middle name. Even when she turned 10 and it seemed her condition could be cured, we never lost hope. Therefore, we intended to give her a middle name as a celebration." Vermont nodded and said, "I understand, but next time, please don't speak out of turn."
Estelle silently watched them. Vermont spoke again. Then I called the next witness, Lancelot Gionis, the Minister of Finance. Seeing him, whispers once again filled the courtroom. "Marquis Gionis, you mean the Minister of Finance?" Lancelot began. "Your Honor, although I have never been to Brienne Manor, Count Brienne occasionally came to me to inquire about transferring assets to his daughter. The first time he came to me was about 10 years ago. I believe that means he had been planning for his daughter's future since then." Estelle thought to herself, "I've never seen his face at Brienne Manor. Why would someone of such high standing lie for her father?" Lancelot continued, "I believe my secretary has submitted the notes and invoices from those consultations." Vermont nodded. "Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Do you have anything further to add?" Lancelot shook his head and replied, "No, but I would like to add one final thing. Count Brienne was a good man who always cherished his daughter." Estelle thought to herself, "I can't believe they would go so far as to present fake documents. If I keep arguing about this, it won't be to my advantage." Seeing her stand there silently, the nobles present once again stirred. Why isn't the young lady saying anything? She probably can't say anything against such clear evidence. Alund frowned, thinking, Estelle. After a moment, Vermont cleared his throat and said, "That concludes the plaintiff's presentation. The defendant may now speak."
Estelle reassured herself, "It's okay, I can do this. I just need to recount what happened." Then she began. "On January 8th, 781, I was expelled from the Brienne estate. A thin cloak, a small amount of money, and a few servants were all I received. To make matters worse, those servants abandoned me." Estelle paused for a moment, then continued, "I was utterly alone in that snow." Vermont asked, startled, "Is that true? If it's true, then why did you go straight to the Valwa estate instead of returning home right then?" Estelle said seriously, "I didn't go home because I knew I would be abandoned again." Vermont asked doubtfully, "Why is that?"
Even though they didn't give birth to you, they are still your parents. Didn't they take care of you until then? Estelle curled her lips. Did you just say they took care of me? I don't consider taking care to be watching me live in a damp, moldy attic and only giving me enough food so I wouldn't starve. Al dente slammed the table again and shouted, Estelle, why are you lying like that? It breaks our hearts to hear you say such things.
Vermont reminded. It's not the plaintiff's turn to speak yet. Please maintain order. Estelle calmly said, The Valwas family was the one who took care of me after I lost consciousness on the snowy day. It was only because I fainted in front of their gate that they let me in, and that is a debt I can never repay. Lorelia gritted her teeth and thought, No way. All they know is how to fight on the battlefield, so there's no way they would do something like that. She's definitely using her inheritance rights and cooperating with the Valwas family. Estelle continued, The reason they sent me away that day was because an opportunity presented itself, and even if it hadn't, it would have happened anyway. Vermont mused. Are you saying it was all just a coincidence? Suddenly a voice rang out. Miss Estelle. The surrounding nobles immediately whispered. Who is that? Syria stepped in, saying, I know where she came from. The nobles spoke again. Receiving such a large sum of money, of course she would be greedy. Miss Syria. It's Lady Syria, so she's here. Syria spoke again. But please, for your own sake, stop lying. Your Honor, please allow me to speak with Miss Estelle. With my sister. Estelle looked up and asked, Your Honor, do you intend to allow her to interrupt like this? Vermont hesitated. She, as an important witness, so as the presiding judge, I allow her to speak as a special witness. Estelle replied, I understand. She thought to herself, Now I know for sure.
Which side is the judge leaning towards? Syria bowed politely. Thank you, Your Honor. Then she raised her head and said, Miss Estelle, I didn't suddenly appear that day to replace you. I grew up in an orphanage, so I never had a doll or a toy, or even parents. Hearing her speak to this point, the nobles gasped again. My God, oh dear, Syria continued. But then one day, I was given an opportunity I had never even dreamed of. To be honest, I was incredibly happy. Finally, I had a home, toys, and a family of my own. I was so overjoyed that I didn't think about your feelings at all. For me to receive those things that you had to lose, I never imagined that my appearance would hurt someone else. I am very sorry for appearing, but I truly never intended to steal what was yours. So please, can't you stop all of this? You are hurting yourself, and your parents too. Estelle calmly listened to her finish before saying, Your Honor, I also wish to call a witness. Vermont bowed his head, looking at the paper in his hand. Celsia Jurgen, quite a common name. Who is she? Then he spoke. I allow it.
Celsia opened the door and stepped in. Vermont immediately stood up and asked, Madam, who are you? Whispers rose again. Who is that? Why is the judge acting like that? Celsia stopped in the middle of the courtroom and said, Greetings, everyone. I am Celsia Jurgen, and I am here on behalf of Miss Estelle as her physician. A blonde young lady said, I met her a few months ago. That was the day the temple was busy because the chief priest came to visit. The person next to her immediately exclaimed, Huh? She's the chief priest? No way. Syria and Lorelia immediately froze. At this moment, Celsia spoke again. Miss Estelle is my patient, and I am here to attest to her condition. As everyone knows, she suffers from albinism. Contrary to what everyone has heard, it is not contagious, nor is it a terminal illness, but it requires continuous care and treatment. However, Miss Estelle does not appear to have stopped treatment. Rather, she has clearly been abused. In other words, there is no evidence that she has ever received any treatment. Al dente retorted, her neck veins bulging. That's just your speculation, Your Holiness. I certainly spent a large sum of money on her treatment. The Marquis has already proven this. Behind her, Syria whispered, Father, I think it's time to use our dramaturg.
After hearing this, Al dente then turned and said, Your Honor, I request permission to call the final witness. To Estelle's surprise, a woman walked in. She spoke, Greetings, Your Honor. Estelle's eyes immediately widened, thinking to herself, Her. Old memories resurfaced once again. The figure of the woman holding a candle advancing towards her quickly merged with the person before her eyes.
Estelle unconsciously clutched her skirt, her hands trembling. At the same time, the other woman continued, My name is Camilla Oslo, and I have served the Count and Countess for 30 years. Young Lady Estelle says she was abandoned for 20 years, but that's not true. Until a few years ago, her relationship with the Count and Countess was very good. She held up a handkerchief and continued, This handkerchief was made by young Lady Estelle herself, wasn't it, young lady? Estelle paled and replied, Yes. Camilla continued, As everyone can see, my master's name is embroidered on it, and on another handkerchief it says, To my daughter, from your mother. There are more than 10 like this. In other words, the Countess loves her daughter very much. She gave her 10 handmade handkerchiefs. Vermont turned to question, Miss Estelle, is it true that Countess Brienne gave you those handkerchiefs? Estelle pressed her lips together, words seemingly unwilling to come out. She needed to tell everyone that the handkerchiefs, bearing the names of the Count and Countess and embroidered by the Countess herself, were not gifts from her. Rather, she had embroidered them herself, hoping for affection from her parents. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, feeling guilty towards herself. Seeing her silence, Laurelia spoke again. Given how close we are, of course we don't understand why you would leave on your own like that. Why did you say you were abandoned on a snowy day? Hearing this, Claude, who was standing in the corner, could no longer hold back and spoke. I can't watch this anymore. Who cares about handkerchiefs? Even if they were indeed gifts, does that change the fact that they kicked out their own child during a snowstorm? The nobles whispered amongst themselves. Grand Duke Carlstein, why is he here? Vermont was also startled, thinking, I've never heard of this before. Then he stammered. Why are you here to attend a family court in the Empire, Grand Duke?
Claude replied nonchalantly, Just a coincidence. I'm involved in this too. Don't you remember, Lady Mercedes? On that blizzard night, I was the one who brought you to those redheads. This time, Alun sprang up. Hold on, so you're that black-haired wanderer. Estelle also thought in surprise. Did Claude save me that night?
Camilla continued, You just said that she left the mansion on her own, and that she was alone in the blizzard is a lie. I swear on my honor that all of the plaintiff's claims are false. After a moment, Estelle also regained her composure, and she let out a sigh. Then Estelle said, Your Honor has asked me to respond. Those handkerchiefs are mine, but they were not given to me as a gift. I was the one who embroidered all of them. At that time, I longed for my parents' affection. After speaking, she bowed her head in silence again. While everyone was murmuring, Lorelei asked in a panic, Syria, what should we do now? Why hasn't the Crown Prince said anything yet? Syria also thought fearfully to herself, Was I too complacent? Small details might change, but the important parts should remain the same, right? So why? Estelle then added, Furthermore, Camilla is not a suitable witness. Camilla looked up in surprise. Estelle faced her and said seriously, It's because she has abused me for a long time. Vermont asked blankly, What did you say, Lady Mercedes?
Brienne's family was also stunned, not understanding what was happening. Estelle slightly bowed her head and recounted in a low voice. When she abused me, she did it in places where no one could see. She recalled Camilla's words. That damned count gambled away all his money, and now he's cutting my salary too, that arrogant, noble bastard. Estelle continued. She hit me on the back of my neck or my back. At this point, Estelle suddenly paused, remembering that day. Camilla approached with a candle and said, Look at you, not making a sound. Are you trying to maintain your dignity because you think you're a noble too? Answer me. This was followed by Estelle's tragic scream. Ah! Returning to the present, she added, and on my thighs. The nobles again buzzed with discussion. She abused the young lady. Even if she has an illness, she still comes from a noble house. Camilla raised her head and looked towards Brienne's family, uttering in confusion. Seeing this, Laurelia muttered, That's why I hate dealing with these lowlifes. Seeing that no one was defending her, Camilla felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Laurelia spoke again. Your Honor, we certainly did not know Camilla was abusing the girl. She certainly did it on her own. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Camilla screamed loudly. How is this any different from what you two did, huh? Locking her in the attic and treating her like mold, isn't that abuse? Do you think I don't know that you gambled away all the money for her medical expenses? Aldenti stammered. What are these sudden baseless accusations? Vermont rapped his gavel, reminding them. Silence in the court. Estelle spoke again. Your Honor, may I please continue?
After a moment of hesitation, Vermont said, Proceed. Estelle said, I think I know where the money for my medical expenses went. That money was sent to the Beausoleil household. That is said to be a very famous illegal casino. You've been frequenting that place for at least 10 years, haven't you? Isn't that right, Count? Upon hearing that, Lancelot became furious, thinking to himself, Those fools, I told them to disclose everything that could cause trouble. Al dente said in a panic, About that, At the same time, Estelle glanced out the door, saw Jane nod, and then said, Your Honor, I would like to submit additional evidence. Vermont hastily made an excuse. Miss Mercedes, you must inform me beforehand about... Without waiting for him to finish, Estelle said, May 11th, year 781, trial number 72, May 13th, number 73, May 15th, number 75. Those are the trials where you allowed additional evidence to be submitted among the trials you have presided over in the past 15 days. Would it be acceptable if I made the same request for this trial? Vermont, rendered speechless, said, Very well. The Valwa assistant quickly presented the document. Estelle added, These are the papers signed by Count Brienne regarding his borrowing of money, and of course, I have the handwritten verification. Alund thought in surprise, When did she prepare this herself?
Laurelia, startled, whispered, What is all this about? Aldente mumbled, They said that if we return it, there will be no more records. Syria gritted her teeth, thinking, How pathetic. Immediately, whispers rose from below. Oh my God, wasn't abusing her enough? Now gambling too? Doesn't albinism cost a fortune to treat? How could he? Estelle calmly said, "What I want to prove with this evidence is that Count Brienne never used any of the family's money to treat my illness. It's not that he failed when he tried, but that he never even tried." Lund angrily squeezed the armrest until it cracked, his face so dark it seemed about to drip. The courtroom quickly filled with murmurs. Vermont glanced up, and Lancelot immediately shook his head. He let out a sigh of relief, then spoke again. "I hereby deliver the verdict. The defendant, Estelle Mercedes, is not required to bear any responsibility towards her parents." With that, Vermont struck the gavel 3 times, and the trial concluded. Estelle silently thought, "Finally." As soon as she relaxed, her body immediately collapsed.
Claude and Alun simultaneously sprang up, crying out in alarm, "Estelle!" That afternoon, at the Valwa mansion, Estelle lay on the large bed. She gently turned over, letting out a soft, Sibeli immediately asked, "Are you awake? Get some more rest." Estelle thought to herself, "I've never heard this voice before, but it's so pleasant." She suddenly startled. "Wait a minute, I've never heard this voice before." Seeing her sit up abruptly, Sibeli immediately exclaimed, "Oh my." Estelle was stunned for a moment, then stammered, "Portrait." The portrait in the hallway quickly came to her mind. Seeing this, Sibeli asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" At the same time, a knock sounded at the door. Audrey brought in a tea tray and said in surprise, "Miss Estelle, you're awake. We were worried because you've been sleeping all day." Estelle asked in surprise, "All day?" Audrey looked back at Sibeli. "Thank you, miss. I think she recovered quickly thanks to your care." Sibeli curled her lips and replied, "Of course, she is a guest after all." Estelle suddenly mumbled, "Miss Sibeli." Sibeli asked in surprise, "Huh? You know my name?" Estelle came to her senses, blushed, bowed her head, then said in a panic, "Hello, miss." Suddenly she cried out, "Ack!" then fell into Sibeli's arms. Estelle hastily said, I'm sorry, I slipped." When she touched Sibeli's hand, she suddenly froze, thinking in surprise, "Wow, so muscular." At this moment, Alland opened the door and stepped in, saying in a low voice, "Sibeli, Estelle is still—" Sibeli helped Estelle up, turned to him and said, "Are you just going to barge into a lady's room like that? Where are your manners?" Alland asked kindly, "Estelle, how are you feeling? You look like you have a fever." "Sibeli, don't tell me you—" Sibeli sighed helplessly. "What do you think I would do to her right after she woke up?" Alland asked again, "Estelle, do you remember why you fainted? They said you were exhausted. How long have you not slept?"
Estelle thought to herself, perhaps 3 days. Then she replied, "It's because I have too many things to prepare." Alund was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "Count and Countess Brienne have been arrested for child abuse." Estelle looked up. Alund continued, "If the testimony you give in court can prove it, they will at least have to go to prison." Hearing this, Estelle couldn't help but wonder, what about Syria? Alund glanced at Sibeli, then said, "She said she's no longer a member of the Brienne family." Estelle was startled. "Huh?" Alund continued, "She said she didn't know they had done those things to you. I don't know if it's because of her tears, but many families trust her." Sibeli added, "I heard about everything that happened. She even said she wanted to apologize to you, and she's been standing outside the mansion for quite a while now." Alund scratched his head. "Of course, we didn't let her in, but she's been outside for half a day, and that seems to have made a good impression on everyone." Estelle lowered her head in silence, thinking to herself, "The war isn't over yet." Then she looked up and asked, "Has she left yet?" Audrey replied, "Yes, but she said to give this to you before she left." As she spoke, she handed over a letter. Estelle took it and thought to herself, "In 15 days, Haswell Manor. That's Melina's family." Seeing her deep in thought, Sibeli asked curiously, "Are you thinking about meeting her?" Estelle smiled and replied, "Yes, because I have to put an end to this." Audrey agreed, saying, "All right, Lady Estelle, I'll send you response." Alon said, I think it's time we told you. There's a guest here to see you. Grand Duke Carlstein is waiting in the drawing room." The image of Claude at the trial suddenly appeared before Estelle's eyes. Estelle immediately stood up. "I'll go see him. There are a few things I need to hear from him." Alland raised his hand in confusion, but she was already too far away, so he could only exclaim, "Ah!" In the hallway, Euron was approaching with a tea tray. Seeing Estelle leave the room, he happily said, "Lady, you're awake. Are you feeling well?" Seeing Estelle rush past, Euron mumbled, "Perhaps she is well." The maids behind him also sighed in relief. What a relief. After running straight to the drawing room, Estelle stopped.
Estelle thought to herself, "What should I say to him? Should I ask if he's really the one who saved me? No, just thank him first." Just as Estelle reached out her hand, the door swung open. She gasped in surprise. Claude smiled and asked, "What were you thinking about out there for so long?" With that said, the two fell silent, looking at each other. Estelle hesitated before calling out, "Your Highness." Claude frowned and said, "You don't look very well." Estelle touched her face and awkwardly replied, "It's probably because I just woke up." Claude moved aside and gestured with his hand. "You must still be tired, so let's sit down and talk." After entering, Estelle sat opposite Claude, looking at his calm demeanor. She slowly began to speak. I wish I could have thanked you sooner. I never imagined that the person who saved me that day was you. Claude smiled and nodded. It was just a lucky coincidence. I didn't realize you were Lady Mercedes until later. Anyway, I'm here today to keep my promise. Estelle suddenly remembered his words. I know what you're looking for. Then she asked in surprise, what does that mean? Claude said, my dragon called me here. It said the unicorn relic has awakened. Estelle hastily replied, that must be my aunt. She thought to herself, but why? She's been in hiding for over a decade, so there must be a reason for her to leave those traces. Claude gently shook his head. I don't know why she awakened the relic, but I believe it might be because she's calling me. Dragons are the only divine beasts still existing in our era, and I am the only one who can speak with them. Estelle braced herself against the chair, intending to stand up and ask, do you know where she is? Claude bowed his head and replied, as long as the unicorn relic resonates, I can sense a little. Estelle immediately stood up. If you intend to follow her traces, then take me with you. Claude hesitated slightly. I can only pinpoint the general area where she is, so the search might be a bit difficult. That place is also quite far from the capital. Estelle immediately said, it's mine. Didn't you wait for me to wake up so we could go together? Claude frowned, looking at her. But you look more tired than I thought. Estelle reluctantly replied, I'm fine. A thumping sound suddenly echoed in her ear. Estelle looked up, thinking, what was that sound? She looked towards Claude, then wondered, is that his heartbeat? No, it's a bit too fast for a normal heartbeat. At this, Estelle stepped towards him and offered, let me see your wrist.
Claude looked up and asked, huh? But he still extended his hand. Estelle immediately placed her fingers on his pulse. As soon as she felt his heartbeat, she asked in surprise, why is your heart beating so fast? Claude smiled, answering somewhat evasively, perhaps it's because you're holding my wrist. Estelle said angrily, stop joking. Your health isn't good, am I right? Claude shook his head. It's not something you need to worry about. Estelle thought to herself, in the original story, Syria helped Claude alleviate the symptoms of his madness, but this Syria isn't like that Syria. If it were the Syria known in the original story, she probably would have found a way to help him faster by now. But the current Syria has never had a relationship with Claude. Because he supported me throughout the trial, that might cause some complications not present in the original story. It's all because of me.
Claude saw her expression, then said, I know you probably haven't thought about it, but if you're thinking of using your abilities to help me, please don't. Estelle asked doubtfully, why? Claude didn't answer. He thought to himself, ever since she first treated me, I've thought of her every time I feel any symptoms of going mad. She's even the first person I always look for, no matter where I go. Then he finally spoke. I'm not confident that I won't become addicted to the sense of peace you bring. Estelle lowered her head, suddenly remembering the music in the book. She murmured, what if I don't use it directly? What if it's only through a song? Then your highness won't be able to get addicted. Claude asked doubtfully, a song? What do you mean? Estelle didn't answer and began to sing. As soon as he heard it, Claude's eyes widened. Estelle continued to sing. A long while later, only her singing remained in the room. Claude swayed slightly, his heady eyelids slowly closed, and his entire body fell into Estelle's arms. She gasped in surprise. Oh, your highness! When Claude didn't react, Estelle thought to herself, is he asleep? She looked at him for a moment, then gently helped Claude lie down on her lap, and smiled as she looked at him.
Meanwhile, the three Valwa brothers were waiting in another room. Alan impatiently paced back and forth. Seeing this, Sibeli said, calm down, Alan. Alan retorted, but they've been in there for 2 hours already. Sibeli sighed. It hasn't even been an hour yet. Ennard, sitting nearby, also gritted his teeth and muttered, I knew I should have cast a listening spell. I should have prepared that beforehand, shouldn't I? Sibeli asked curiously, are you worried about her? Alan flopped down onto a chair and said, of course, she's with Grand Duke Plastong. He's notorious for getting whatever he wants.
From what he's seen so far, he's sure it's not just a rumor. Ennard nodded sharply. Alund pondered for a moment, then asked Sibeli, do you think someone like that would leave Estelle alone? He thought to himself, even he found her healing abilities incredibly soothing. Then Alund added, by the way, don't you and the Grand Duke occasionally meet at the border? Have you ever heard anything about him wanting to pursue her? Sibeli nodded, then asked back, but isn't she someone everyone wants to pursue? Upon hearing her self-absorbed comment, Ennard and Alund instantly froze in place. After a moment, Ennard said, you're not thinking of taking her to the northern border, are you? Estelle isn't a first aid kit. Sibeli burst out laughing. If she were small enough to fit in my bag, I probably would. Ha ha ha. Alund and Ennard broke out in a cold sweat. Good grief, Sibeli. After she finished laughing, Sibeli then said, if I can't turn her into my own personal first aid kit, wouldn't it be better if I didn't get used to it in the first place? The Grand Duke must know this too. Then she mused, unless he's actually trying to turn her into his own first aid kit. Just then, the room door suddenly opened. Seeing the person who entered,
Alonde immediately called out loudly, "Estelle!" Alonde asked, "Are you done talking? You're not hurt, are you?" Estelle smiled and said, "Yes, but there's something I want to say first. I have somewhere to go with His Highness for a while." Ennard shot to his feet and asked, "With him? Where?" Estelle explained. "He said he could sense traces of my aunt." Ennard asked in astonishment. "Huh?"
Claude continued, "As the young lady said, although the exact location hasn't been determined, my dragon has sensed her." Upon hearing this, Alland placed a hand on her chin and said, "If she is truly alive, then it's an opportunity for her to take the dragon's tear along with the unicorn's horn and escape." Ennard directly stated, "We will accompany you." Claude immediately objected, "No, you carry the blood of a divine beast, and if there are too many people, my dragon will feel uneasy." Ennard's face darkened as he said, "Then you need to reassure it enough so it doesn't feel that way, don't you?" With that, he and Claude glared at each other. Sibeli suddenly interjected, "You seem well, Grand Duke."
Startled, looking in that direction, someone just smiled as if nothing had been said. Alund approached with a questioning gaze. Now that I think about it, he seemed to look fresher when he entered the living room. Estelle thought to herself with a jolt, "Is it that obvious?" Recalling earlier, Claude had woken up and asked in surprise, "Did I just doze off?" Estelle continued to think, "He only slept for less than 30 minutes. Then she spoke, "Of course, I'm not saying we have to leave immediately. I need to recover fully and prepare beforehand because this matter is very important. His Highness said he would look into my matter further during that time." Ennard reluctantly replied, "We never had any intention of forcing you to do anything, so you don't need to ask for our permission like that, Estelle." Alund smiled and continued, "We would never stop you if you wanted to do something. In fact, we're just worried about you." Estelle happily replied, "Thank you all for trusting me." Just as she finished speaking, a knock sounded on the room door again. Euron's announcing voice rang out, "Sir Lloyd has returned." Outside, he was helping Lloyd take off his coat. Seeing the 5 people come out, Lloyd smiled and said, "Estelle, you're awake." Estelle curtsied, "I apologize for making you worry." Lloyd then said, "Sibeli, you're here too, and the Grand Duke as well? Anyway, it's a relief that you're awake now. Estelle, I have a gift for you. Congratulations on winning your case." Taking the newspaper from his hand, Estelle's eyes crinkled in a smile as she replied, "Thank you, sir." Ennard stepped out from behind her, looked at the newspaper and said, It's all about Estelle."
Estelle absent-mindedly said, "Isn't this newspaper the interview with Count and Countess Brienne that was published initially?" She thought to herself, "They only write slanderous articles about me." Alund chuckled and said, "To be honest, we bought this newspaper office." Estelle was surprised. "Huh?" Alund continued, "Specifically, Lloyd bought it." Hearing that, Estelle hesitated. "So, would you mind if I asked you for a favor?" Lloyd asked in surprise. "A favor?" She smiled and replied, "Please publish an article for me. I'm looking for someone." Lloyd asked curiously, "Who are you looking for?" Estelle pondered. I'm looking for someone who can concoct medicine, someone truly skilled and aged between 20 and 30. Alund asked in astonishment, "Isn't the chief priest's treatment good enough?" Estelle replied, "No, it's not that, but..." She thought to herself, "This person is an important supporting character in the world where Syria is the main character, the genius who created the medicine to alleviate the symptoms of madness, named Rosetta Evelyn. She could create this with Syria's support. It wouldn't be a problem if everything followed the original principles, but Syria in this world doesn't have the money to support her. I always thought my role in this story was just a supporting character, as Syria said, but now the principles have changed and I defeated her in court. Nothing can be guaranteed anymore. Now that there are no main or supporting characters left, I can't just leave everything up to Syria anymore, but since I can't tell everyone here, I had to make up an excuse." After a long period of consideration, Estelle spoke. "I know this might sound sudden, but Count and Countess Brienne truly didn't abandon me from the start. I remember my nanny making me take a very bitter medicine when I was young, but I never felt any better. I didn't know it at the time, but looking back now, I don't think the quality of the medicine was very good. Perhaps it's because the pharmaceutical industry hasn't developed yet, as it's too easy to go see a priest, but commoners and the poor can't do that. That's why I thought of this. Not only theology, but also pharmacology needs to be developed. I think one way to do that is to support someone in that field." Alund wiped his nose and said, "I didn't expect you to think of such a noble endeavor." Lloyd nodded in agreement, stating logically, "Then we will publish an article looking for someone with expertise in medicine." "Is there anything else you want?" Estelle wondered. "What about Rosetta?" Then she nodded. "Oh, it must be the pink-haired one," Lloyd asked in surprise. "Why is that?" Estelle hesitated and said, "Well, it's just a preference." As soon as Lloyd finished speaking, Ennard, the only one with pink hair in the room, became the center of attention. He frowned, sweating, and asked, "Huh? What is everyone looking at?" Sibeli spoke up. "Besides, it seems you haven't told us when the 2 of you were leaving." Claude replied, 3 days is enough time to prepare everything. By then, she should also have recovered." Estelle smiled and said, "Audrey, it seems inviting Syria here will have to be postponed." She sprang up and replied, "Yes, I will let her know." Sibeli then said,
Grand Duke, I don't think you've eaten anything while waiting, so why don't you join us for a meal? I'm very eager to ask about your improved complexion.
Claude suddenly dodged the question and replied, "Thank you for the invitation, but I have something waiting for me, so I must leave. Lady Mercedes, I'll see you in 3 days." After that, he immediately got into his carriage and left. At this moment, Lloyd asked, "So why did the Grand Duke come here?" Sibeli suddenly called out, "Lady, let's go on a picnic to clear our heads." "Just the two of us?" Ennard asked in surprise. "Just 2 people?" Alund also stared at Sibeli with wide eyes. Sibeli put her arm around Estelle's shoulder, turned her head, and said, "You're not the only one who knows Lady Estelle, right? So don't bother us." Estelle thought to herself, "Just the 2 of us. I think she's found out that I treated Claude. Will she ask me about it?" When she looked up, she only saw a faint smile on Sibeli's face. A little later, at the picnic area, Estelle adjusted her hat. Sibeli spoke, "It's still very cold in the north, but it seems the capital has warmed up a lot. Oh, would you like to have a drink with me?" Estelle replied, Thank you." Seeing her stiff, Sibeli suddenly chuckled and said, No need to be tense. I just wanted to thank you. I'm actually quite surprised that everyone in the house is in such a good mood. It's not like them at all. It's not that the siblings dislike each other, but they couldn't get close. This is the first time I've seen them like this. I think I have to thank you for that. That's why I called you out with me." Estelle smiled, bowed her head, and said, "They also helped me." Sibeli raised her glass of wine. She spoke again. "I heard the Grand Duke also helped you. What do you think of him?" Estelle glanced at Sibeli for a moment.
Then Estelle slowly replied, "What do I think? I'm grateful to him. He not only saved me during the blizzard, but also helped me in court." Sibeli nodded slightly, then said, "I know I haven't known you for long, so I can't say for sure, but it seems you pay quite a lot of attention to the Grand Duke." Estelle blushed slightly and replied, "Not really. Just remembering Claude's smile made her face flush even deeper."
Her face flushed crimson. Estelle quickly changed the subject. "The weather seems to have warmed up lately. Why is it so hot?" As night fell at the Valwa mansion, Euron asked, "Did you enjoy your picnic?" Estelle replied, "Yes, thanks to Lady Sibeli." Euron suddenly produced a letter. "While you two were out, a letter arrived for you, Lady Estelle. It's from someone named Ethan." Estelle opened the letter on the spot, reading it while thinking to herself, "This is a reminder letter. In return for him providing me with some crucial evidence in court, I had promised to heal his sister, Bianca." At this, Estelle looked up and said, "Jane, can you come with me tomorrow? Also, there are some herbs I need your help with." The next day, at the Alto First Branch of the Carica Information Guild, the Valwa family carriage slowly came to a stop. Seeing this, Ethan let out a sigh of relief. It seems she brought her entire retinue, and she even came in a carriage bearing the Valwa family crest. Estelle, accompanied by Jane, stepped down and asked seriously, "Is everything ready?" Ethan stepped aside, gesturing with his hand and saying, "Yes, follow me." Once inside, he said, "Her condition has never been this bad, but on the way here, her condition suddenly worsened. You promised to treat her one last time. My side has fulfilled its part. Now please keep your promise." Estelle sat on the chair beside the bed, thinking to herself. Rosetta had diagnosed her according to principle, and Estelle believed it was magical exhaustion. After overexerting herself and being severely injured in battle when she was young, she had lost the ability to recover her magic. At this point, she called out, "Ethan?"
The treatment will cause her a lot of pain. Do you promise not to interrupt? Ethan nodded. It's fine, as long as she feels better. Estelle turned around and took a suitcase from Jane's hand. As she opened the suitcase, she thought to herself, purple tulip root extract, psilocybin mushrooms, faringa leaves, and echinacea berries. This herbal remedy is similar to the cure for rage. Luckily, I could quickly recall it. Of course, the rage cure requires different and more complex ingredients, but this one is much easier. After preparing the potion, Estelle looked up and called out, "You two over there, could you come here and hold Bianca's legs? You too, Ethan." Once Bianca's hands and feet were held tightly, Estelle immediately poured the medicine into her mouth. As soon as she swallowed the medicine, Bianca's body began to react. Immediately after, she opened her mouth wide and let out a scream of pain. Seeing this, Ethan asked in a panic, "Miss Mercedes, are you sure this would happen?" Bianca was still groaning and screaming. Estelle held her down and replied, "It's because I'm forcefully injecting magic into her. She'll be fine soon." Ethan bowed his head, closed his eyes, and whispered, Bianca. Bianca." She suddenly opened her eyes wide, then said in a faint voice, "It hurts so much. It hurts so much." Estelle wiped her sweat, thinking to herself, "Now is the time."
She took Bianca's hand and began to hum a melody. Ethan thought to himself, "It's Mercedes' song that heals everyone." On the bed, Bianca looked at Estelle, thinking in surprise, The burning sensation is gone, and it feels like my heart is warming up." Seeing that Bianca had quieted down, Ethan softly called, "Bianca." A subordinate said, "I think she's asleep, sir." She seemed relieved. Estelle also felt quite relieved. The medicine had taken effect. She thought, "I know I'm just copying what Rosetta does, but this is a huge achievement."
Ethan smiled gratefully. Thank you, Lady Mercedes, for healing her and helping her relax. Estelle smiled in response. I'm just doing what I promised. Ethan smirked. Now that you've won the lawsuit as you wished, it seems all you need to do is enjoy social activities. Estelle mused. I hope so. Not long after, Claude's carriage also moved into the Valwa mansion. The carriage door opened. Claude stepped out, looked around, and asked, Where is Lady Mercedes?
Escorted by the 3 Valwa brothers, Estelle walked out. She cheerfully called out, Your Highness. Claude stepped forward and asked, Miss Mercedes, how are you feeling? Estelle replied, I'm fine now. No sooner had the two exchanged words than Frank poked his head out. Hello, benefactor. Alond asked in surprise, Is that a baby dragon? Frank urged again, Let's go quickly now. Hurry, hurry. Enard, who hadn't heard clearly, asked again, What did it say? It keeps chattering like that. At this moment, Estelle's sleeve twitched again. She pulled out a ball of fluff and exclaimed, Ah, Lily, you promised to stay put. Lily meowed, Meow. Frank flew over, sniffed, and asked, What is this? Euron came from behind and reported, Miss Estelle, your luggage is ready. Estelle smiled and replied, Oh, all right. Then she added, That's a lot. I don't think we can carry all of it. Before she could finish speaking, Claude walked over, extended his hand, and gathered all the luggage into his sleeve. Then he turned and said, So, are we ready to depart? After the two got into the carriage, the coachman began to urge the horses forward. Inside the carriage, Claude said, Please keep an eye on the belongings.
Estelle let out a breath, smiling as she replied, This is my first time leaving the Empire. I did go to a hunting festival once, but I used teleportation magic then, so it didn't feel very real. Claude said, If we weren't in such an urgent situation, I could have been your guide. Estelle chuckled and said, You speak as if you're a resident of the Empire. Aren't you the outsider who should be sightseeing? Claude was momentarily stunned, then said, That's true. Estelle couldn't help but think in surprise. Is he always like this? I don't remember clearly, but I thought in the novel his personality was cold and taciturn. Is it because reading a book and meeting him in person are different? Not long after, the carriage arrived at the city gate. At the gate, a magic circle suddenly lit up. After passing through it, the scenery turned white. The carriage continued for a while on a snowy road before finally stopping. Claude helped Estelle down, and she said in surprise, This really is the north. It's so cold.
Claude took off his cloak, draped it over Estelle's shoulders, and said, Here, follow me. Frank flew in a circle, then turned his head in one direction. There were traces there. A moment later, Claude and Estelle were sitting in a carriage, traveling along the mountain road. Estelle thought to herself, We've been searching for 2 hours already, but only the same scenery has been passing by. Is my aunt really in a place like this? Claude noticed her silence and spoke up, Miss, there's a village nearby called Rehendel. It's already dark, and following the traces will be very difficult, so let's rest here. Estelle glanced to the side and replied, Okay. A moment later, when they stopped at the village Claude had mentioned, Frank said doubtfully, There's no one here. Although it's small, there used to be many people here.
Claude said, There's a light at the inn. 2 people, a dragon, and a rabbit went inside. As soon as the door opened, the innkeeper stood up and asked, Oh, guests have arrived. It turned out they were tourists. I didn't expect guests to arrive at this hour. Claude cautiously asked, Is something wrong? The innkeeper scratched his head. I don't want to cause unnecessary worry, but there have been high-level monsters in the area recently. They were responsible for a major disturbance in Goringa Prairie some time ago. Where is this world heading? Estelle looked at Claude, nodding slightly in thought. After the hunting ceremony, Claude had said he would investigate Johaim himself, but there was no evidence to suggest he was the one who brought those monsters. The innkeeper suddenly spoke up. Oh, right. Let me show you to your rooms first. Then he asked, But are the 2 of you sharing a room? The next morning, at that inn, Estelle recalled Claude's answer from yesterday. 2 rooms, please. Then she thought to herself, I don't know what to say, but it's a good thing Claude asked for separate rooms for us. Hearing a knock at the door, she immediately said, Yes, come in. Claude entered, asking curiously, Your room isn't too cold, is it? It is. Before she could finish, Lily flew over and clung tightly to him. Estelle's face darkened as she exclaimed, Oh no, Lily. Claude said, I'm really sorry. She's usually not like this. Estelle replied, I don't know why she only acts like that when she sees you. Claude replied, It's all right. Just like last time. I have enough magic power right now. Estelle hesitated, but before she could finish, Frank's voice rang out from outside. Claude, I can sense a very strong trace not far from here. We can follow the trail right now.
Claude immediately said, We should go, young lady. A moment later, Claude and Estelle rode their horses on a snowy hill. Estelle looked around, thinking to herself, We are in the forest near the northern border. Is my aunt's home really a place where monsters can suddenly attack like this? She suddenly froze and called out, Your Highness, wait, look over there. Claude looked in the direction she pointed, then also exclaimed in surprise, A unicorn! Over there was indeed a unicorn, its entire body as white as snow, with a golden horn on its head.
Claude stopped his horse. Estelle asked doubtfully, I thought the divine beasts had disappeared, so how is it here? Suddenly, a growl echoed. Claude gritted his teeth and said, Yes, a monster, here with Frank.
After speaking, he immediately jumped off his horse, leaving Estelle still stunned. When she reacted, she thought in a panic, is that a high-level monster? On the other side, Claude had drawn his sword and charged at the monster. He dodged and deftly cut off its tail. Seeing this, Estelle happily thought, he's cut off its venom sac. Just then, a strange sound appeared behind her. Teh. When Estelle turned around, the pack of monsters behind her flicked out their tongues. Teh. Before Estelle could cry out, a black shadow flew over her head. Claude plunged his sword directly into the head of a monster. He turned and shouted, Frank, protect the young lady. Frank immediately flew up. Benefactor, hold on to me. Estelle asked blankly, hold on to you? Frank didn't explain much, just took a deep breath. Then its body inflated. Estelle asked in surprise, Frank? She clung to its back, flying straight up into the air. A cold gust of wind suddenly blew past. Estelle looked up and asked, what's happening here? Below, Claude was surrounded by the pack of monsters. Seeing the dangerous situation, Estelle thought again, this is no time to panic. I need to help them. Then she also pulled out her magic staff. At the same time, a song rang out. Estelle's eyes widened as she thought, this song? Frank suddenly cried out, something's happening to the snakes. Below, the snakes simultaneously raised their heads, their bodies swaying continuously, but in just a moment, one snake suddenly glared.
Next, the monster opened its mouth and bit Claude. He raised his sword to block, his expression a little tense. At this very moment, a magic bullet was fired. Claude looked up at Estelle, then thought with a serious expression, now's the time. He stomped his foot hard. He shot forward, his sharp blade slicing across the monster's head. Pressing his advantage, Claude quickly defeated them all. Standing amidst the pile of corpses, he looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. Frank waited for Estelle to land. She ran over, asking anxiously, Claude, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Claude replied, I'm fine, thanks to you. Estelle thought to herself, I don't hear that song anymore. Where did it come from? Suddenly she saw a yellow figure hiding behind a nearby tree trunk. Estelle immediately froze. The yellow figure stepped out from its hiding place. It softly called, Estelle. Unconsciously, Estelle uttered, Aunt Liana. Claude asked doubtfully, Miss Mercedes, who is that? Estelle didn't answer, only walked towards Liana's illusion and called, Auntie. She embraced her. Smiling, she thought, it's such a relief that she's alive. Finally, I can.
Before she could finish thinking, Estelle's entire body had passed through Liana's. She turned her head, raised her hand, and said, I'm sorry, Estelle, I have to explain to you first. At this point, Liana suddenly stopped. Estelle, stunned, called out, What is it? Liana said with a hint of regret, Even this is no more. Seeing the phantom body gradually fading away, Estelle frantically reached out, Aunt, don't go! But her hand touched a layer of glowing dust. Estelle asked blankly, Why? Claude slowly walked over. Estelle immediately asked, You saw it too, didn't you, my aunt just now? Claude said, You need to calm down first. The aunt you saw just now was probably just an illusion, which means she is being protected by a powerful sorcerer, so at least she's not in danger. Frank can track her, so don't worry. Estelle, still worried, asked, Can he really do it? Frank suddenly exclaimed, Claude, something is written here. The two quickly walked over to the spot. On the snow, a line of text gradually appeared, the log cabin by the stream. Estelle nervously asked, This message, how long has it been here? Do you think it's magic my aunt left behind? After asking, she fell silent for a few seconds. Then she said again, Let's go check out this log cabin.
I'm sure I left this message. Claude nodded and called out, Frank, find the location of the spring. Frank pouted, but my wings were injured by those mutants. Claude chuckled. You're the only one who can do this, Frank. Estelle also added, That's right, you're the only one here who can soar through the air so gracefully. Frank's chest puffed out from the praise, and he happily asked back, Oh, really? Huh? But you can understand what I'm saying, benefactor? Claude was also startled, and only then realized Estelle was hesitating. Oh, actually, I understood from the very beginning, but I didn't say anything because I didn't think it was necessary. Sorry for only telling you now, Frank. Claude rubbed his chin. In that case, that's why you can sense the dragon's tears. Even among my own clan, only a few understand dragons. Estelle nodded in understanding. I see. Frank took flight and said, All right, I'll be right back. Estelle watched him for a moment. Then she turned and asked, By the way, Frank grew quite large just now, didn't he? I thought he was still a hatchling.
Claude replied, He's a young dragon. He can only use magic and giant transformations. Even while sitting on his back, she still aimed accurately. Estelle awkwardly waved her hand. It's just because that Tomentum gun is for beginners, so its aiming feature is good. If it weren't for my aunt's song distracting them, we would have faced a lot more difficulty. And you helped me a lot too. But what do you think that unicorn is? Is it just an illusion like my aunt? Before Claude could answer, Frank flew back. I found it. The stream and that wooden house are nearby. Claude asked, Do you feel anything in that area? Frank replied, Yes, there's someone in that house, and I also smell magic.
Claude turned and said, Let's go.
The two began to walk, following Frank. A while later, as Claude pushed aside a tree branch, Estelle said, "That's the spot." The two quickly headed towards the wooden house. Hearing footsteps, Leos opened the door and stepped out. Seeing him, Claude spoke. "Welcome." Leos replied, "I've been waiting for you all. Please come in. Thank you for trusting the message and coming here, Miss Estelle. My name is Leos Paloma." Estelle directly asked, "Where is my aunt now?" Leos said, "She is not in this forest. I am here to deliver a message because she cannot be present herself. She asked me to come here and said that you and the Grand Duke might arrive. If you follow me, I will explain everything in more detail."
Claude questioned, "Why should we follow you if we don't even know what your purpose is?" Leos said seriously, "I understand. Then I will explain everything first. We intend to seize the former emperor's soul." Meanwhile, at Haswell Manor, a red-haired lady said, "I heard that Lady Mercedes and Grand Duke Carlstein haven't been seen here lately." A blonde lady asked, "Oh, do you mean they are involved in the recent scandal rumors?" The red-haired lady replied, "That's right." A lady in a pink dress said, "At the trial not long ago, the Grand Duke confessed, didn't he? He said he was the one who saved her after she was abandoned. Some even say the reason they disappeared is because they went somewhere together." Syria, sitting not far away, trembled with anger as she thought, "Everywhere I go, it's all about Estelle this, Estelle that. This is entirely her fault. Even though I've cut ties with Count and Countess Brienne, many people still suspect me. Because of that, I can't even walk into parties with my head held high anymore. It took so much effort to clear those suspicions. Instead of letting this story have a happy ending, that woman said her greed was more important." Before she finished thinking, Melinda clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Tss, everyone loves to gossip so much. She might be a lady, but in reality, she's still just an orphan. The Grand Duke merely found an abandoned orphan. That's precisely his testimony. I think everyone is just too bored. You must know that the Crown Prince hasn't left his residence for days, right?" Syria covered her mouth and replied, "Yes, he's just been staying indoors." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up. Then she said, "Lady Melinda, call a carriage for me." Melinda asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" Syria replied, "I'm going to the palace." At the log cabin, Leos walked ahead, leading the way. "This way." After entering a cave, Frank exclaimed, "Wow!" In front of them was the unicorn from earlier. Estelle slowly approached, reaching out to touch its head.
Claude said, "I've never seen any extinct mythical beasts come back to life, so is this an illusion?" Leos replied, "It seems you already know." Estelle turned her head in surprise. "An illusion? But I can touch it." Leos quickly explained, "That's because it's created by the power of the unicorn's horn." Claude asked suspiciously, "Why do you have to go so far as to use unicorn horns for things like this?" Estelle turned and walked back, continuing, "Earlier you said you were trying to seize the former emperor's soul. Does this have anything to do with that?" Leos nodded. "Yes. Do you know what ultimately happened to him? The fall of the Mercedes family sparked the rebellion, led by those fed up with the tyrannical dictatorship. However, the former emperor's body was found before the rebellion truly erupted. Although everyone speculated it was certainly an assassination, no one questioned why he died, even though they all escaped that oppression. History says he became a tyrant due to madness, but that's not the truth. Upon careful consideration, he had wiped out the entire Mercedes family." Estelle asked, puzzled, "Why did he do that?" Leo stated frankly, what he wanted was the unicorn horn they possessed. Estelle grew even more suspicious, but no one knows what it can do they? This is the first time I've heard it being used to create illusions. Leo bowed his head and said, "It seems the former emperor knew better. We believe he wanted to achieve immortality." Estelle gasped, "Immortality?"
Claude looked thoughtful, but in the end he died. There must have been some mistake when he cast the spell, or the relic was fake. Leos replied, "Yes, that's right. Amidst that danger, your aunt took the real relic out of the treasure room and replaced it with a fake." Estelle said in a low voice, "So the reason why the truth was never revealed is because someone in the royal family knows the former emperor's secret." Leos nodded again and replied, "Yes, the current crown prince, Joachim Asterier, knows that truth." Estelle was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "What does my aunt plan to do?" The scene shifted. In the forest, an old man walked along muttering to himself. He wondered if it was due to the recent spread of bad rumors that the forest seemed strangely quiet. Suddenly seeing mushrooms on the ground, he exclaimed, "Oh, the neighbor also said he saw a shadow of a monster out here earlier. I need to quickly pick these things up and leave." Having said that, the man unexpectedly exclaimed again,
A creature entirely white as snow slowly approached. It was a white horse with a horn on its head, and on its back was a girl with her head covered. The man was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, "That's a unicorn!" Not long after, in a village tavern, a buzz of excitement arose. "What did you say you saw?" The man in the brown shirt frantically replied, "I told you it was a unicorn. I saw it with my own eyes." A red-haired man said, "You must have been mistaken." A pink-haired young man nodded in agreement. "That's right. Besides the dragons in the north, all other divine beasts are extinct." The man in the brown shirt exclaimed, "It wasn't just me. Cottony saw it too."
Immediately, someone agreed. Yes, that's right. She said the woman writing it said, awaiting the true master of the world and the divine beasts. She said her voice was as beautiful as a harp. Another added, yes, it sounded like a sweet lullaby. In a corner, Claude muttered, so everyone is quite perceptive, aren't they? Estelle, disguised as a red-haired girl, puffed out her cheeks upon hearing this and said, don't tease me. Fortunately, Leos's plan had worked. A few days earlier, Leos had said, when the worthy one appears, the ancient divine beasts will awaken and unite the world. Have you heard of this legend before? Estelle asked directly, are you saying that if we give people a glimpse of the unicorn, they'll start spreading rumors and Joheim will take the bait? Claude mused. Leos smiled and said, the greater the ambition, the greater the vanity, which is why he will believe the legend has come true.
Besides, it's not entirely wrong, is it? Back to the present, Claude smiled at her. It seems rumors will spread quickly thanks to your charm, Miss Mercedes. Estelle looked bewildered. Huh? Suddenly, a waitress placed 2 glasses of wine down. She smiled and said, this is a special, completely free gift, a recipe to help couples stay together forever. Estelle stammered, but we're not... Without waiting for her to explain, Claude took a glass of wine. Smiling, he replied, thank you for the drink. The waitress blushed and exclaimed, yes, please enjoy. Estelle glanced to the side, thinking to herself, I think his appearance is the biggest problem. Everything on his face is symmetrical, making him stand out so much. I should have suggested using magic to change his face. After a moment, Claude suddenly looked over. May I ask why you keep looking at me like that?
Seeing the teasing smile on his face, Estelle was momentarily stunned before quickly replying, oh, it's nothing. She raised the wineglass to her lips and took a gulp, then spluttered and spat it out. Seeing this, Claude immediately asked, oh dear, are you all right? Estelle, coughing violently, asked, why is this so strong? Claude said apologetically, northern wine is always that strong. I should have warned you sooner. After a moment, Estelle stopped coughing and said, anyway, how far do you think the rumor will spread? Claude whispered in reply, in just 3 days, it will spread very far. Hearing him, Estelle suddenly smiled thoughtfully. Do you see the person sitting over there? Doesn't he look like my older brother? Claude turned his head. When he saw the 2 idiots laughing with wide-open mouths, he thought to himself, I don't think he'll like this when he hears about it. Then he said, I think you're drunk. Let's go now. Estelle hiccuped and with a bewildered expression asked, huh? How could I be drunk from just 1 sip? I've only had a few sips.
Claude let out a breath. Before he could even speak, Estelle spoke again. Your Highness, I want to thank you for coming all this way with me. Thank you for helping me, and also for saving me about time. For all of that, I will repay you at any cost. She thought to herself, once I find Rosetta and make the medicine, I can give Claude the gift of peace. Claude smiled and replied, all right, I trust you. Estelle continued, also, I prefer your original eyes. After saying that, to Claude's surprise, Estelle collapsed onto the table. Claude paused for a moment, then rested his hand on his chin, looking at her with affectionate eyes. 3 days later, Sona Forest. Joheim led a small squad of knights slowly forward. The captain of the night squad looked at him and thought to himself, I can't explain it, but he seems different somehow. Joheim turned his head, his cold eyes looking back. A strange voice rang out. Are you sure this is the right forest? The captain of the night squad took out a map. Yes, Your Highness. We are still at the entrance, so I think we need to go deeper. A blonde knight said. I can't believe he wants to go out immediately after hearing about the unicorn. A brown-haired knight shook his head. I know, but I don't think he wants to come here for high-level monsters. The captain of the night squad turned his head. If you have time to talk, then focus on your surroundings. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose. Joheim immediately widened his eyes, looking forward. From the source of the wind, a ray of light appeared, followed by a sacred voice ringing out. The chosen one. The captain of the night squad said cautiously, Your Highness, be careful. Estelle, completely covered, rode out of the magic circle on the back of a unicorn. Then she spoke again. So, you've come all this way.
Joheim reined in his horse, thinking doubtfully, The chosen one? Are you waiting for me? Estelle said, Dismount and come closer, chosen one. Joheim immediately complied. The captain of the night squad, seeing this, called out anxiously, Your Highness! Under the horrified gaze of the entire squad, Joheim walked step by step towards the light. Estelle continued, Chosen one, I know what you desire. This world has been fragmented and has suffered for a very long time. This continent needs a true master. You are the only true master, the only one who can save this fragmented world. I bestow my blessing upon you. Joheim asked, Who are you, and why are you waiting for me? Estelle replied, All the divine beasts on this continent are slumbering, and the remaining divine beast, a fierce beast in the north, is accompanying the Grand Duke. The only one who can stop the Grand Duke from subjugating this world is you, descendant of the divine imperial family. The blonde knight exclaimed, Wait, could it be that Grand Duke Carlstein has been preparing for war all this time? Estelle continued,
With the power of the Chillin, I can awaken you. Once that happens, you will become a powerful hero whom even the Grand Duke and dragons cannot stop. Now come closer. May the Chillin's blessing make you greater than all others."
Lured by those words, Johaim began to step forward. He reached out his hand towards Estelle, and she also reached out hers. At that very moment, a chant rang out. "Biro!" A torrent of fire shot straight towards Johaim. He covered his face, frantically screaming, "Ah!" At this moment, Claude also stepped forward. He looked over at Leos, who had just cast the spell, and said, "Well done. Now you should step back."
The captain of the Night Order stepped forward to question, "Grand Duke Carlstein, why did you do this? You used a divine beast to trick us and bring us here. If you do this, it could lead to tense conflict between nations. You know that." A murmur rose among the knights. The rumors about his bloodlust are true. Meanwhile, Johaim clutched his chest and knelt, his entire body suddenly emitting dark magic. And a cry of pain escaped his lips. "Ah!" Leos from a distance quickly shouted, "Watch out!" At this moment, Johaim's eyes had turned black. He stomped his foot and shot towards Claude. Claude quickly raised his sword, and a shockwave immediately spread around. Leos quickly activated a magic shield to protect Estelle. Seeing this, Claude also breathed a sigh of relief. Frank, seeing this, immediately shouted, "Claude, in front of you!" Claude quickly turned around, only to see Johaim, having failed to land a hit, leap into the air and flee. The knights, who had been thrown back by the shockwave, could only stare in bewilderment.
Claude quickly turned his head and called, "Frank!" Frank immediately flapped his wings and flew up, following him and saying, "You can count on me." Claude walked towards Estelle and asked, "Are you all right?" Estelle mumbled as if to herself, "What was that just now?" His voice and the way he spoke, it was as if he was a completely different person, and he used his sword with his left hand. At this moment, a scream suddenly rang out. "Leos! No, wake up!" Not far away, another person also cried out, "Sir Carlstein!" Estelle urgently said, "This must be because they were hit by the Crown Prince's magic earlier." Seeing her step forward, Claude quickly pulled her back. "You don't need to heal all of them." Estelle turned her head, smiled, and said, "But I can't just stand there and watch, can I?" As soon as she finished speaking, she began to sing. A crying knight suddenly asked doubtfully, "This song?" Estelle's singing voice echoed everywhere. The severely wounded knights quickly reacted. Those with minor injuries looked over in confusion. Their wounds also quickly faded. Claude, standing beside her, slightly furrowed his brow. But before he could say anything, Estelle swayed. Claude panicked, quickly ran to support her and called out, "Lady Mercedes." Estelle in his arms laughed and said, "It seems healing so many people at once is still quite difficult for me." As the singing ended, the knights began to murmur, "What just happened here? That woman riding the unicorn, isn't she Lady Mercedes? But what did she do to His Highness?" At the same time, Frank flew back and said, "Claude, that guy used teleportation magic to disappear." Estelle turned to Leos and asked, "Isn't that a high-level spell? I've never heard that the Crown Prince could use that magic." Before Leos could answer, Claude said, "Lady Mercedes, I will pursue Johaim. You should return to Valwa Manor until then." Estelle asked in astonishment, "What are you saying? You want me to abandon me here?"
Claude nodded. "Right, my apologies. I didn't think you'd be in any danger." Estelle thought to herself, "I know he's saying this because he's worried about me, but..." She clenched her fists helplessly. "All right, I'll go back and wait for you there." Leo smiled and walked over to Claude's side. "I'll go with him, so don't worry too much." Estelle turned her head again. "Everyone is returning to the Empire, right? I only ask that you all go and tell the truth of what you saw here today. If you see us as traitors, you can say so." Not long after, she passed through the city gate into the capital. A few days later, at the Count's mansion, as soon as Alan saw Estelle, he exclaimed, "Heavens, look how much weight you've lost."
Estelle smiled and asked, "How was everyone doing?" Ennard brightly said, "You said you'd be gone for about half a month, but you came back sooner than I expected." At this moment, Euron also ran over with his servants. "Lady Estelle, you've returned." Estelle turned and asked, "Euron, are you well?" Euron emotionally said, "How could I be well? I couldn't do anything because you were away. But the palace must have already known about your return. They just sent word that they wished to welcome you thoughtfully." Estelle asked, stunned, "The palace?" Euron smiled again and said, "The Crown Prince said he is preparing a grand banquet to commemorate Saint Agata's birthday, and of course he also sent you an invitation." At the shrine, a blonde lady said, "The banquet is about to take place." The lady in the blue dress nearby smiled. "I know. You also received an invitation, didn't you?" The red-haired lady nodded slightly. "That's right, but I didn't think His Highness would prepare such a grand banquet in such a short time." The blonde lady burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha! His Highness is quite impulsive. Everyone says he never leaves the palace, but I didn't expect him to plan this."
Finishing speaking, all three girls burst into giggles. After that, the red-haired young lady added, "But do you mean Lady Mercedes and Grand Duke Carlstein will also be attending?" The blonde young lady replied, "Who knows? No one has seen them in the Empire for a while now. There are rumors that both of them went on a trip together." Meanwhile, Estelle was entering the shrine with a grave expression. A priest announced, "Lady Estelle Mercedes is here to see you." The door to the prayer hall opened.
After Estelle entered, Celsia put down a teacup and said, "Today isn't your checkup day, yet you want to see me like this. Has something happened? You don't seem well." Estelle hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Your Holiness, has Grand Duke Carlstein come to see you recently?" Celsia tilted her head quizzically. When do you mean by recently?" Estelle replied. "In the last 2 days." Celsia rubbed her chin. If it's that recent, then no, he hasn't." Estelle fell silent, thinking to herself, "I thought he might come to see her if he was seriously injured. But if he hasn't come here, then where is he now? He said he would pursue Joheim. Joheim must have used the enchanted sword at that time."
Rarely would anyone be able to accomplish such a thing in this country, if he were truly that skilled. Surely a party would be held in his honor for months on end, so that everyone would know about it. The way he spoke, Estelle thought again, recalling Joheim's voice at that moment. "How dare you, you wretched whore?" He looked like a different person. "Come here," she spoke again. "The Pope. Could an ordinary person become the master of a magic sword overnight?" Celsia rubbed her chin thoughtfully and replied, "Unless that person becomes someone else, it's impossible." Estelle bowed her head. "I understand." Then she thought to herself, "So what happened to Joheim that day?" Not long after, she returned to Valwa Manor. Audrey immediately rushed over. "Welcome back, Lady Estelle. A guest has come to see you. He said his name is Leos." In the waiting room, Leos was sitting on the sofa, looking restless. Estelle suddenly flung open the door, calling out loudly, "Leos!" He stood up. "Lady Estelle, you're safe." Estelle asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Where's the Grand Duke?" Leos bowed his head and replied, "So he hasn't returned to the Empire yet? Please sit down first." After she sat down, Leos poured tea and recounted. "That day when we followed the traces of magic, we discovered it led to the teleportation gate in the north. The Grand Duke wanted to investigate it himself and told me to inform your aunt Liana about this, and just as I stepped away for a moment—"
"I'm sorry, I couldn't find him afterward and don't know where he went." Estelle clutched her skirt but still tried to calm herself as she said, "He'll be fine. Someone as talented as Claude wouldn't disappear without leaving any clues. Besides, he and I promised to meet again in the Empire. That's why I know he'll be fine." Leos let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, Liana thinks the same." Estelle asked, surprised, "You can contact my aunt?" Leos nodded. "Yes, she's very worried about you and asked me to attend this party with you, and if by any chance the Crown Prince tries to arrest you on charges of assassinating the royal family, I will testify on Liana's behalf." Estelle thought to herself, mages from the Magic Tower usually don't like to reveal themselves to the outside world, yet for someone willing to sacrifice this much, what is his relationship with my aunt? That evening, at the Imperial Prison, Detention Area 5, a few figures stealthily entered. A Lund held up the lamp and walked ahead. "The security here is really lax. I didn't expect that just bribing a few coins would get us in. Perhaps it's because this isn't Detention Area 1 or 2. Estelle smiled and said, "Thank you for coming here with me." Leos replied, "I came to the Empire to protect you, so don't worry so much." Alund turned his head and asked, "But Estelle, are you sure about this? Of course, I also came here to protect you, but it might be difficult to stop them from humiliating you." Estelle calmly replied, "It's fine. I no longer have any feelings for them." The three walked a bit further. Not long after, Alund said, "We're here." In the prison cell, Lorelia exclaimed, "Ugh, is it mealtime already?" Al dente also asked, "Who's out there?" Estelle, "It's been a long time. Father, mother." Al dente stammered, Estelle." After a moment of silence, Al dente asked again, "Estelle, what are you doing here?" Lorelia, bristling, directly screamed, "You're just here to amuse yourself and witness our downfall, aren't you? Are you satisfied now?" Estelle thought to herself, Count and Countess Brienne were sentenced to 15 years in prison. They were convicted of abusing their sick child, filing false petitions, and contempt of court. Once they are released after serving their sentences, all their assets and connections will vanish, and then they will have to struggle to survive like the commoners they always disdained. Seeing that she didn't answer, Lorelia screamed again, "What is this? Are you really here just to look at us?" In contrast to her fierce demeanor, Al dente spoke timidly, "That's right, we will kneel, even crawl. Just please, help us a little." Estelle slammed her hand against the bars, then said, "You don't need to kneel or crawl. Instead, I want you to do a few things for me." Al dente and Lorelia immediately exchanged glances, seeking each other's opinion. Seeing this, Estelle said, "I know who paid you to sue me." Al dente forced a smile and replied, It's Syria, if you're talking about that cunning woman." Estelle smirked, thinking, "Not long ago you were calling her your beloved daughter." Then she spoke, "I heard you spoke with the Crown Prince at the party in Dillon Castle." Al dente thought to himself, recalling Joheim's words, "The fifth egg, His Majesty must not discover that I possess that egg." Estelle continued, "I heard your words with my own ears, so don't bother trying to deny it." Al dente stammered, "What did you say you heard? I never—" Estelle raised her hand. "If you testify and tell everyone exactly what that conversation was,
I will reduce your sentence to 5 years. Lorelia excitedly turned. 5 years! Al dente clenched his fists, closed his eyes in resignation. All right. Estelle then said, All right, I will ensure you are called as a witness. You had best keep your word. I can ask the judge for leniency towards your parents, but I can also do the opposite. This will be the last time we have contact with each other. After that, the three of them left Mr. and Mrs. Brienne's cell. On their way out, Estelle said, Next, we'll go see Judge Vermont, won't we? Where did you say he was? A week later, the Holy Spirit of St. Agatha, Dillo's palace.
Amidst the bustling banquet hall, nobles approached Johim one by one, offering their praise. He was always so captivating. At this moment, Brit approached and whispered, Your Highness, I heard that Lady Mercedes has arrived. Also, all the children of Duke Valwa are here. No sooner had he finished speaking than Estelle also entered. Johim quickly stepped forward and said, Welcome, Lady Mercedes. He glanced to the side, wondering to himself, Who is that? I think I've seen him somewhere before. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Leos sincerely bowed. Seeing this, Johim continued, I would also like to thank the gentlemen and ladies of House Valwa for attending. It's been a long time, Lady Sibeli. Sibeli replied with a smile. Greetings, Your Highness. While the two were talking, Estelle also observed Johim.
Feeling her gaze, he thought to himself, Lady Mercedes is staring at me. It seems she's trying to figure out my intentions. Estelle suddenly spoke, Your Highness. When Joachim looked back, she asked, Did you enjoy having tea with the Grand Duke? Joachim's eyelids twitched. He recalled the day he was ambushed. His eyes grew cold, and he wondered to himself, How dare you bring that up in front of me? Indeed, I managed to escape thanks to a sudden surge of latent power. Otherwise, I'm not sure what else would have happened to me. I lost consciousness while fleeing. It must be said that awakening that power at that moment was truly incredible. It's just, how long have she and that bastard Grand Duke been cooperating? If I had the authority, I would have arrested her immediately and done whatever I wanted. Joachim stared at Estelle for a long time. Then he suddenly smiled and said, Yes, although we had a bit of an argument. Estelle thought to herself, I don't see any other emotion except anger. Claude chased after him, and if he had done anything to him, he would have a different expression. Claude suddenly said, By the way, Lady Mercedes, I want to speak with you about a few things at midnight. I hope you don't leave the palace until then. After speaking, he turned and coldly walked away. Seeing this, Estelle frowned and wondered, Joachim, what are you planning?
A moment later, Annard approached and whispered, Estelle, I heard Vermont is being brought here safely. I can't believe he tried to escape the Empire after the trial. He is a very important witness today, so we need to bring him here intact. Estelle smiled and nodded. At this moment, Sibeli also approached, holding a glass of wine. Lady Estelle, would you like something to drink? There's still plenty of time before he arrives. Estelle waved her hand and replied, Oh no. Before the words were out, her eyes widened, thinking to herself, What is Baron Jean doing? Seeing her stop, Sibeli wondered, Lady Estelle. Estelle was still thinking, Claude isn't disguised as the Baron again, is he? Lost in thought, Estelle suddenly bumped into someone. Ah! She quickly bowed her head and said, Oh, I'm sorry. Syria looked up. Lady Estelle. Looking at the person she had bumped into, Estelle thought blankly, Syria, I need to check if that mansion is the real mansion first. As Estelle was about to leave, Syria suddenly pulled her back and said, Forgive me. Estelle turned her head. Syria, still bowing her head, said, I have made a grave, irreparable mistake.
I can't believe I treated you like that. I testified, completely unaware of what my parents had done to you. I didn't know what kind of life you were forced to lead. Honestly, I was afraid of losing the family I had just reunited with. That's why I pretended not to care when I saw you being driven out that day. I truly am a hypocritical coward. A sympathetic lady quickly spoke. She's still young. Her parents must have manipulated her into doing their bidding. A nobleman replied, but she's also an adult now. The final decision was hers to make. The two opposing opinions immediately sparked a flurry of discussion. Estelle continued to look at Syria, thinking to herself, that facial expression isn't an act. She let out a sigh and then brushed her hand away. Estelle asked, You're saying you didn't know anything? Syria, with a pitiful expression, replied, Yes, I didn't know it was that serious. Those people also lied to me. Estelle cut her off. Syria, you know it's impossible for you to lie like this in front of everyone. Estelle's words made Syria open her eyes wide in astonishment. Estelle continued, Do you think everyone's opinion has changed significantly now? The more Syria listened to Estelle, the angrier she became. Estelle continued wearily, I have no intention of seeking revenge on you. However, don't even think about touching what belongs to me again. My inheritance belongs to me and my family, and no one else.
You should stop dreaming in your illusions and wake up to face reality. Syria thought angrily. Yes, it's right. This is the real world now. There are no more heroines or heroes. Then she mumbled again. If things are going this way, then
then I'll just have to start over. Not long after, the ding-dong bell began to ring. All the passengers were still bustling about. In a waiting room, a chamberlain approached. He bowed and said, "Lady Mercedes, His Highness wishes to see you." Lloyd turned his head and glanced over. Alund and Sibeli immediately stepped beside Estelle. She said seriously, "Lead me to him." The chamberlain stammered, Are all of you coming along?" Sibeli tilted her head. "Is there a problem?" Lloyd and Ennard stood close to the chamberlain. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Of course not, sir." After that, a group of 5 followed the chamberlain. A moment later, the entire group stopped. Joachim turned his head and looked at Estelle. "I'm glad to see you, Lady Mercedes, although I didn't expect so many people to accompany you." Ennard gritted his teeth and mumbled, "Who does he think he is to dare give us orders?" Lloyd frowned. "Be quiet, Ennard."
Joachim stepped forward again in front of Estelle and said, "It's fine. I can't hide my feelings anymore." Estelle frowned slightly. "His feelings?" Joachim continued, "Today might be St. Agatha's birthday, but it is also the day when the former emperor, empress, and previous monarchs exchanged their vows." Estelle paused. "Wait, he didn't say these words to me because—" A second later, Joachim knelt down and said, "I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. Will you spend the rest of your life with me, Estelle Mercedes?" Estelle paused and asked, "Huh?" She wondered, is he proposing to me? What is he trying to do? He knows I would never accept. The ladies around whispered, "Wait, that ring, isn't that a royal heirloom? Oh my, Lady Mercedes and His Highness." Estelle thought to herself, is it because he wants to be rejected in front of this crowd? But she immediately said, "Your Highness, I cannot marry you." Whispers rose again. Why would she give up the chance to become empress? Could the rumors between her and Grand Duke Christend be true?
It's unbelievable that she'd rather become an outsider than stay by His Highness's side. Ennard glared, and the voice immediately fell silent. Joachim showed no sign of annoyance. He calmly stood up and said, "It's all right, young lady. I knew you would refuse. But you should reconsider carefully. What I'm offering, even the Stens couldn't possibly obtain." Estelle firmly stated, "No matter how many times you ask, my answer will remain the same." Joachim smirked and asked, "Are you sure you won't regret it?" Estelle nodded. "Yes, Before she could finish, a scream echoed from outside. "Look, what is that?" A royal guard ran in, shouting, "Your Highness, you must flee! A dragon is attacking!" Before he could finish, the dragon pounced on him, and he screamed tragically, "Help!" Estelle thought in a daze. Is there another young dragon like Frank? Claude said Frank was the only immature dragon in the duchy. Where did it come from? Alun stepped forward and said, "Ennard, protect Estelle. We'll handle the dragon." Ennard quickly grabbed her hand. "Estelle, let's go." The giant dragon took a deep breath, then roared and spat out a fireball. The guards quickly raised their shields to block it.
After repelling the guards, the dragon looked straight at Estelle. Then it took off, flying directly towards her. Estelle heard the wind and quickly turned her head. Seeing this, the dragon roared again. Alund quickly stomped his foot and leaped up. The blade in his hand struck the dragon's claw, but Alund was also pushed back by its immense power. "Estelle, this thing seems to be targeting you." Estelle asked in surprise. "Huh?" She thought to herself, but where have I heard this roar before? While she was still thinking, the dragon lowered its head and bit Alund's sword. Just then, a figure suddenly drew a guard's sword. The guard cried out, "Huh? My sword!" Sibeli took the sword and stabbed the dragon in the back. With a thud, the giant dragon fell, letting out a cry of "Ack!" It quickly swung its claw, scratching Sibeli. She frowned and said, "Ugh." Alund immediately charged forward. Sibeli took the opportunity to retreat. The dragon was slashed across the neck by Alund and roared in pain. Then it crashed down, hitting the adjacent wall.
Sibeli quickly pointed her sword at the dragon's neck, her expression as cold as ice. Estelle was surprised to see this, thinking to herself that she couldn't believe she could stop the dragon so quickly. Sibeli glanced at her and called out, "Ennard, Estelle, come down here." When Estelle came down, she subtly tilted her chin and asked, "Did you see what I just saw?" Estelle was startled. She thought to herself, these scars had been there for a very long time, looking as if it had been abused. Sibeli continued, "Something doesn't seem quite right, does it?" Estelle thought to herself, I must save the dragon to find out why it targeted me and why its roar sounds so familiar. After thinking, she immediately spoke up, "Lady Sibeli, may I touch it?" Sibeli was a little surprised. "You may, but be careful." Estelle immediately reached out her hand. As she touched the dragon's body, she thought to herself, "It seems to be in a lot of pain. What can I do?"
Hold on, the song my aunt's illusion sang. Perhaps that's the song. Having thought that, she immediately began to sing. The guards, hearing the song, asked in surprise, "What is this music? It sounds so pleasant." Very quickly, the dragon woke up. It blinked, frowned, let out a kek sound, and then fell back down. Estelle thought to herself, "It's a good thing it worked. It seems the dragon is a bit more comfortable now." At this moment, Joachim suddenly stepped forward and asked, "You disgusting creature, where did something like this come from? Deal with this monster immediately." Estelle asked in surprise, "What? What do you mean, deal with it? We must save its life and find out who sent it, mustn't we?"
Joheim frowned. Isn't it obvious? The nobles immediately began to murmur. That's right. There's only one person on the continent who has dragons. Now that I think about it, I heard rumors that the Grand Duke released these monsters. Estelle thought to herself, if they deal with the dragon, Claude will be blamed for this. Then she spoke, the fact that the dragon could enter the palace means someone helped it. We must investigate this matter, so we must let it live. Joheim directly asked, are you siding with Grand Duke Carlstein? Estelle retorted, that's not what I meant. Joheim said again, that dragon must be executed immediately. Get out of the way. Innard quickly stepped in front of Estelle. Do you think we'll let you do that?
Joheim asked in a low voice, are you going to defy the royal command? Innard snorted coldly. So, you want to start? Lloyd rushed over, calling out loudly, Innard, bring Lady Estelle here. Innard turned his head in confusion. Huh? Sir Lloyd? What? The sound of a bell rang out. Sibeli exclaimed in panic, oh no! Beneath the sound of the bell, an announcement suddenly rang out. His Majesty has passed away. The guards whispered, His Majesty? What does that mean? Then the entire group simultaneously knelt and shouted, Long live the Empire's new son. Joheim spoke. Well, condolences can wait. Now deal with that dragon. The knights immediately shouted, Yes, Your Majesty. Estelle thought to herself, I didn't think things would turn out this way. If this happens, we'll be accused of defying royal orders. The dragon behind them suddenly growled. Estelle was startled. Wait, this growl. I've heard it before in the basement of the Crown Prince's palace. After thinking, Estelle immediately said loudly, We can't let them deal with this dragon. If it's dealt with, the evidence will. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass rang out. The people were startled and asked, What the hell was that? That wasn't... Claude slowly walked in. It seems the new emperor has sealed off the entire palace. What is he planning to do inside? Estelle thought in surprise. Claude?
Claude stepped forward and asked, Lady Mercedes, are you all right? Estelle pursed her lips. Shouldn't he have contacted her immediately? He didn't say anything and was gone for so long, but thinking of this, she also smiled and replied, It's a relief you're not hurt anywhere. Then she thought, I'm glad he's safe. Seeing the two of them so close, Joheim suddenly let out a sneer. At first I wasn't so sure, but I wonder how long you and the Grand Duke have had such a special relationship. Now I understand why you rejected my marriage proposal. Claude frowned and asked, Marriage proposal? Estelle awkwardly replied, Joheim let out a breath. Of course, the lady refused, and it's fortunate for me not to have to compete for affection with an intruder like you. Perhaps there's nothing left to discuss. Attack the intruder, Claude Carlstein. The guards immediately charged forward. Yes. Claude drew his sword and said, Quickly, get the lady out of here. Innard hurriedly pulled her away. Estelle, let's go. Estelle anxiously called out, Your Highness, but the guards clamored loudly, Seize him.
Claude raised his sword to block an attack from someone. Sibeli and Alund were also besieged. Not far away, Innard said worriedly, Don't look back, Estelle. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, Attack the dragon first. If they wanted to stop Claude, they had to deal with the dragon first. I told you I could help you, didn't I? You have to trust me right now. Joheim frowned and thought. It sounded like she was giving him orders, but it seemed like there was nothing to lose by listening to her right now. Then he gave the order, Guards, attack the dragon first. Estelle cried out in panic, No! She thought to herself, I forgot that if the dragon dies, Claude will also be in danger. Among the four great families, the source of the divine beast's power flows strongest in the caster bloodline. That was the deep level of connection they had with the divine beast. If one died, it would greatly affect the caster family. A dragon was both their strongest weapon and a fatal weakness. Near Sibeli, a blonde guard rushed towards her.
Moments later, a sword was pressed against his neck. Lloyd's face was grim. He didn't say a word. As soon as he joined the fight, the atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent for a moment. Sibeli frowned and fought. It's impossible for just 3 of us to protect the dragon. We need to stop the one giving orders, but the only one who can control the Emperor is... She hadn't finished her thought when Claude leaped forward. After pressing the blade against Joheim's neck, he sneered. You should have watched your back. Joheim turned his head, gritting his teeth, thinking, Since when did this bastard? Claude then said, With Tavi order immediately. Joheim clenched his teeth, then loudly shouted, Finish off the dragon! Britt immediately charged past Sibeli, the blade in his hand decisively plunging down. With a squelch, dragon blood gushed out. Britt was instantly startled, then stammered, I thought it was already dead. The crowd immediately stirred. What? What's happening? Syria, hiding behind a pillar, shouted, Impossible! Are you sure you finished it off?
Claude licked the blade once. Joheim immediately exclaimed, He continued, I've discovered something quite interesting on the eastern border. Joheim immediately froze. Seeing this, Claude continued, Who would have thought that the crown prince of a nation would conduct experiments on humans? Is that why you tried to steal the Mercedes family's relic to create an elixir of immortality? Joheim suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha! Kid, do you think you've won? Claude was startled, thinking, Huh? Why is his voice suddenly different? He quickly stepped back, frowning as he looked at Joheim, thinking, he doesn't seem to be himself anymore. Something's not right. At this moment, the dragon suddenly surged up, let out a loud roar, and then charged straight towards Joheim. Seeing him climb onto the dragon's back, Claude immediately yelled, Joheim! He smirked and said, did you think I wouldn't be prepared for this? Then the dragon flew away. Claude angrily called out, Joheim! He gritted his teeth, sweat already beading on his forehead. Frank, from a distance, suddenly cried out, Claude, look out! As soon as Claude looked up, the ceiling collapsed. Estelle, who had followed Ennard outside, suddenly heard a crash. She turned back in shock. On the other side, another loud explosion rang out. Boom!
Inside the palace, Joheim was riding a dragon wreaking havoc relentlessly. A noble cried out, Ah, help! Claude squinted, looking up into the air, thinking to himself, Joheim, what exactly are you planning? Doing this in a place where so many nobles and high-ranking officials are gathered, but why? Seeing the smile on his face, Claude thought again, You're even crazier than I thought, Joheim Asterior. Wait, something's not right. He really did follow the blonde woman's words and tried to deal with the dragon. If the dragon he controlled had died, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the explosion he set and escape. Immediately after, an explosion occurred. The nobles cried out again, Ah! Amidst the chaotic scene, Claude turned his head and muttered, Lady Mercedes. He quickly ran out of the palace. While searching for Estelle, someone suddenly called out, Your Highness, you're safe, I'm so glad. Seeing it was Jean, Claude immediately asked, What about the Crown Prince? Jean replied, panting, I've signaled the soldiers to infiltrate the palace. We'll hear news soon. The dragon he was riding is severely injured, so we should be able to find him easily. Claude gently shook his head. Jean, did you see what just happened? That blonde woman told the Crown Prince to deal with the dragon. I need to personally ask her how she knew. Find her. Jean solemnly replied, Yes, Your Highness.
Claude spoke again. Miss Mercedes hadn't finished speaking when Frank turned back, crying, and said, Claude, I'm sorry. I should have protected my benefactor. At this moment, amidst a pile of rubble, Ennard anxiously called out loudly, Estelle, if you can hear me, speak up. Estelle! Alund pulled him back. Ennard, calm down. We need to stop your bleeding first. Sibeli.
Claude knelt down, his voice unable to conceal his loss. Lady Mercedes, I will find you, please, please wait for me. I will save you, please. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't lose her like this. It makes no sense. I haven't even said anything to her yet, and I don't even know what to say to her. As he thought, he dug through the pile of rocks with his hands and softly called out, Lady Mercedes. At the same time, amidst the rubble, Estelle slowly opened her eyes, thinking to herself, It's so hard to breathe. Where am I? What just happened? Frank's voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Don't die, benefactor. Estelle, startled, said, Frank, She touched what had just hit her head. Something is blocking me. That's right, the palace exploded, so now I'm trapped somewhere. Thinking of this, Estelle immediately called out loudly, I'm here, Frank, don't worry. After calling for a while with no answer, Estelle couldn't help but think helplessly, Can no one hear me? This rubble is too thick, and I can't move it myself. Her eyes twitched slightly, and she suddenly remembered. That's right, the artifact.
Frank's voice, her benefactor, rang in her ears again. Claude's voice followed. Estelle, you can hear us, right? Please, wait a moment. Estelle touched the bracelet on her wrist and softly chanted a spell. Elo, a magical shield sprang forth, quickly pushing back the rocks and dirt. Seeing Estelle, Frank immediately called out happily, Benefactor! Claude also paused. Seeing all her loved ones gathered, Estelle gave a forced smile. Everyone, are you? Before she could finish, Alund rushed over. Estelle, you're safe. I knew it. I knew you were all right. Estelle smiled, asked, Are you worried about me? Ennard limped forward. Of course we're worried. Are you hurt anywhere? Estelle shook her head. No, just a few scratches and bruises. Suddenly, seeing a familiar figure, Estelle was startled and thought, Claude. As soon as she thought his name, she heard his heavy heartbeat. Claude clutched his chest, thinking to himself, This isn't just curiosity, pity, or a desire to possess her. The feeling I have for her is... Thinking this, he immediately spoke. Estelle, I'm truly glad you're unharmed.
Estelle's heart suddenly pounded. Claude then said, I'm afraid I've lost you. Frank flew over and said, I'm even more worried. I'm glad you're safe. Benefactor, Estelle giggled. I'm fine, so calm down, Frank. Frank really did sound exactly like his master. Alund stepped forward and asked, Estelle, do you understand what that lizard is saying? Since when? Frank immediately retorted, I'm not a lizard, I'm a dragon. Estelle hesitated. She thought to herself, I didn't mean to reveal it like that. How can I explain this? I haven't even thought of an explanation yet. Estelle suddenly stumbled and cried out, Oh! Alund quickly caught her. Estelle, are you all right? Estelle replied, I think I sprained my ankle. Worriedly, Claude thought, it could have been much worse. She could have... He gritted his teeth in anger. Then Claude stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and solemnly said, My lady, I promise to find Joheim Astrid and make him kneel before you. Estelle thought suspiciously, Why is he saying that to me? It's as if he's a knight about to go to battle, and I'm the lady seeing him off. Then she blushed and hastily said, You, don't push yourself too hard.
Then she thought to herself, what am I even thinking right now? Claude turned and said, Frank, let's go. Frank replied, okay. With that, it took a deep breath and its body immediately grew enormous. Alan exclaimed, how annoying! Claude turned and said, I will pursue Joheim. Estelle quickly called after him, Your Highness, please be careful. Claude smiled and replied, understood, young lady. With that, he jumped onto Frank's back and the two soared high into the sky. Estelle looked up after them, thinking to herself, Claude. Alan suddenly turned and said, let's chase them, come on. Estelle gasped, wait. Frank flew incredibly fast through the night sky. After a moment, Claude thought in surprise, that's... Ahead, Joheim's dragon was being bound by a group of mages. Amidst the struggle, murmurs arose. Ugh, why is His Majesty here? If this continues, he'll get hurt, but if we let go, the dragon will. In the air, the dragon continuously growled, while Joheim frowned and loudly cursed. You incompetent fools! Not far away, Claude drew his sword and said, Frank, fly over there. Frank immediately replied, understood.
Joheim heard the sound of flapping wings and immediately turned his head. With a thud, Claude landed on the dragon's back. Joheim stumbled backward, then lost his footing and fell. Immediately, shouts erupted from below. Your Majesty, who did that to him? When Joheim hit the ground, the mages cried out in horror again. Look, oh no! Valwis and Estelle had just approached, heard the commotion, and asked suspiciously, what's going on? A Lund gritted his teeth and said, this new emperor. Estelle suddenly widened her eyes and said in surprise, that's protective magic. Can Joheim cast spells any time? On the other side, Joheim gritted his teeth and said, you damn cowards. Claude also jumped down not far away and said in a deep voice, so I was right. Now I will punish you according to the laws of the kingdom. He paused for a moment, then called out a name, Menelik Asterior. The surrounding mages murmured, asking, Menelik, who is that? Has Grand Duke Carlstein gone mad? Estelle was startled and thought, did he just say he was Menelik Asterior? Why would he call him that? Menelik, though known as the smartest and strongest emperor in history, but he became blind to uncontrolled ambition and massacred the entire Mercedes family, eventually becoming a mad emperor dealt with by his own knight. While she was thinking, Joheim let out a laugh.
You must be mad, Grand Duke. Do you think everyone will believe your ridiculous nonsense? Claude closed his eyes, gently shaking his head. Perhaps not. If I'm not the only one who thinks so, Celsius stepped out from the crowd, then let me confirm it. A murmur rose again from around them. Pope, what are you doing here? Suddenly seeing Joheim glance around, Claude couldn't help but wonder in surprise. Is he thinking of running away? He quickly drew his sword, rushed forward, and struck Joheim. He immediately cried out in pain. Ah! You bastard! Celsius stepped forward, lifted his chin, and sneered. To be honest, I don't quite believe it, but there's definitely something else. The Crown Prince's holy power has always been weak, but it has never emitted such a terrible stench. So he is truly residing in the body of his descendant like a parasite. How disgusting! With that, she let go. Joheim smiled again, his cruel voice completely undisguised. This isn't over yet. After speaking, he slumped to one side, unconscious. A commotion rose again from around them. What the hell? The Grand Duke has dealt with the Emperor. Claude muttered doubtfully. How could such a small wound kill him? No sooner had he spoken than Joheim's arm twitched slightly. He opened his eyes and cried out, Ah, what's going on? When he lowered his hand, seeing the bloodstain on it, Joheim immediately cried out, Ack, what have you done to me? Claude asked curiously, Did he abandon him and run?
Joheim loudly called again, Soldiers, what are you doing? Why aren't you protecting me? Celsia frowned and said, I don't know what's going on, but that ability seems very convenient. He can use the dog whenever he wants and run away whenever he needs to. Hearing the voice, Joheim looked up and asked in confusion, Pope, what are you doing here? And what the hell are you talking about?
Claude shook his head and said, It seems he doesn't remember anything. Celsius said contemptuously, How stupid are you not to realize you might have been possessed? Seeing that the two paid no attention to him, Joheim shouted again, You bastard, Claude! How dare you shake hands with His Highness and then stab me in the back? Don't you care about the consequences? And you Valwa family, how dare you betray the Empire and ruin your family's reputation? Estelle mumbled, He probably doesn't remember what happened today. Hearing the voice, Joheim quickly turned. Oh, Lady Mercedes, there you are. Help me. You're the only one who can. Don't you feel sorry for me after I became a victim of this rebellion? The Emperor will die soon. What day is it today? 5 or 6? I will surely ascend the throne in 3 days. The nobles began to murmur. What the hell is His Majesty talking about right now? Suddenly he's become a completely different person. Joheim said frantically, What if you use the Mercedes family's name and publicly declare this treason across the continent? He was quickly knocked unconscious by Claude. Celsius saw this and said, No need to hear anything more. This man has gone mad. Estelle then said, Sir Alan, please put me down for a moment. Alan was surprised. Huh? All right. Estelle stepped forward and said, Is his soul residing in Joheim's body? He will be brought to trial, won't he? Celsia nodded. This is a serious crime in the kingdom. Truth serum and using magic to view others' memories are usually forbidden by law, but they can be used during a trial. We will soon know the whole truth, lady. I'm sure even past crimes can be brought to light. After hearing her speak, Estelle turned to look at Claude again. Your Highness, thank you for your help.
She suddenly paused, hesitatingly asking, "Looking at you?" From a distance, Iran approached with 2 people and said, "Your Highness, our mages tried to heal it, but the dragon is already dead." Claude was silent for a moment. He propped his sword on the ground, swaying as he replied, "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, his strong body also collapsed. Estelle froze. Her face instantly turned pale. Iran rushed over. "Your Highness, wake up, Your Highness. Your Highness." Estelle murmured distractedly. "Claude?" She limped forward with her sprained ankle. "Claude? Please, I'll sing right now, so—" Iran said worriedly, "Miss, his pulse is weakening. I don't think your song will have any effect right now."
Celsia patted her shoulder. "Lady Estelle, he will be fine, rest assured." Estelle turned her head, her eyes brimming with tears. "Your Holiness, please save him." Alund, standing beside her, tried to calm her. "Estelle, please calm down first." Celsia then said, "Miss Iran, take the Grand Duke to the temple immediately." Iran replied, "Yes, Your Holiness." Estelle watched Claude being carried away, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. A few days later at the temple, Camille walked over carrying a bouquet of flowers as Layla's voice rang out beside her. "Hadn't you seen Lady Estelle today?" Camille replied, "Not yet. According to what the priest told me, she hasn't eaten or drunk anything all night." Layla also seemed a little worried. "I think Marchioness Maria also came to visit earlier. She didn't attend the party, so she must be very shocked." Camille looked up at the ceiling for a moment. Then she murmured, "I hope he recovers soon so she can be happy again."
In Claude's sick room, Estelle reproached herself, thinking, why did I think nothing would happen to him? Is it because he's always been strong? Or is it because he's the male lead of this world? She then told herself, I keep telling myself that this world is my reality now, so why was I so careless? A knock echoed at the door, followed by a voice. It's Iran. The matter concerning Joachim Hysteria has been sent to court. The chief priest and the children of House Valwa have been approved as witnesses, Estelle said. Oh, of course, I will also testify. I will do everything I can to help. Iran, thank you, young lady. With the magic tower also sending someone to testify, I believe obtaining the truth serum will no longer be difficult. Estelle mumbled to herself, wondering, could it be Leos? Iran bowed and said, then please take care of His Highness. With that, only Estelle remained in the room. She silently watched Claude, who was sound asleep. Not long after, at Mount Kellen, on the way to the Continental Conference Hall.
Ennard sighed and said, It's so cold. After speaking, he glanced to the side. Estelle was silently looking straight ahead, a hint of worry on her face. Ennard thought to himself, a week has passed since the explosion at the palace. Claude still hasn't woken up, and Estelle is losing weight day by day. The high priest said that he wouldn't be able to recover with just Estelle's abilities or divine power. It would also depend on him, but I don't know if it's because she thinks she's useless, but she looks so sad. Thinking this, Ennard turned and asked, Sibeli, is everything all right in the north? Sibeli replied, Currently, the knights and mages in the duchy are blocking the roads, but if the Grand Duke doesn't wake up, even if I were sent there, I wouldn't be able to stop the monsters from swarming in. What's wrong? You're suddenly worried. You never liked him, Ennard said with a smirk. Worried? No, it's just for Estelle, Sibeli said. I know the Grand Duke isn't someone who would die so easily, Ennard mumbled. That's right. Estelle, who was ahead, suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I see it. Before the group was a tower nestled among snow-capped mountains. In the conference room, a woman slammed her hand on the table, angrily saying, Do you mean souls can transfer from one person to another? She was Traye Beloch, Queen Beloch, presiding over the meeting. Amid the murmurs, Traye asked again, Is that even possible? Sibeli replied seriously, There's more than one suspicious situation. Traye sighed, raising her hand to her forehead. With the Emperor having just passed away, even the Crown Prince's capture is hard to believe. Sibeli stood up and solemnly said, I want everyone to approve two things. First is the use of truth serum, and second is permission to view others' memories.
Traye looked up and asked, You mean you want to use forbidden magic? If everyone in the meeting agrees, it's possible, but it's been almost 100 years since it was last used. This truly is a historically significant day. After speaking, she lowered her head and sighed, thinking to herself, why now, when I'm still presiding over the meeting? Estelle silently bowed her head, not saying a word. After a long while, Traye sighed again and said, All right. Then everyone began to vote. Not long after, the assistant took out each ballot and said, Approved, approved. The vote passed with absolute consensus. Traye nodded. Then let's begin. After that, Joachim was escorted to the wide courtyard. He yelled loudly,
"Let me go, you insolent wretches! How dare you? If His Majesty finds out about this, all your heads will roll."
Ennard stood far away, thinking to himself, he was never particularly intelligent, but he's never been this bad. He was the one who personally dealt with his father. In the middle of the courtyard, the soldier holding a vial of medicine stepped forward and said, "Please drink this." Johaim yelled again, "Get that thing away from me. What are you trying to pour into my mouth?" The soldier quickly squeezed his mouth open and poured the medicine in. Johaim let out a muffled sound. After that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Leo said, "For the next 2 hours, you can only truthfully answer what I ask. What is your name?" Johaim growled, "You're a monster." But then he said, "Johaim Asterir." Leo said with satisfaction, "The medicine is working. Then let's begin with magic." Johaim loudly asked again, "What magic are you talking about?" Leos did not answer. "Begin using magic."
A magic circle appeared. Leos asked, "You, who are in Johaim Astrid, who are you?" Johaim replied, "I am." Menelik Asterir was the 19th emperor of the Astori Empire, one of those rare talents who appeared only once every 100 years, more intelligent and courageous than anyone else. His reputation always resounded, but even a person like him could not escape the laws of time. When he felt his body weakening, Menelik first experienced what was called injustice. He said, "This is a disaster. If I die, the empire will crumble, and the monsters in the north will lose control." That was when Menelik decided to prevent this disaster. After many years of research, he found a way to create an elixir of immortality. The problem was that the ingredients required a part of a divine beast's body. The only divine beast still in existence, a dragon, belonged to Grand Duke Carlstein at the time, but touching it would be tantamount to sentencing himself to death. Therefore, he decided on a different path, to seize the Mercedes family's unicorn horn heirloom. Although he once had good relations with them, this action meant wiping out that entire family, or sacrificing his own flesh and blood. None of it mattered to Menelik. After annihilating the Mercedes family, a servant presented a unicorn horn, respectfully offering His Majesty the Mercedes family's heirloom. Menelik held the unicorn horn in his hand, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. His eyes were filled with greed. Not long after, in the emperor's chambers, 2 cups of tea were set on the table. Johaim opened the door and entered, calling, "Your Majesty." Menelik smiled kindly and said, "Johaim, come sit and have some tea." Johaim immediately approached. Menelik explained, "Once this elixir of immortality is shared, the soul of the first person to drink it will be able to enter the body of the second person who drinks it." And Johaim drank after Menelik. Menelik thought to himself, "In other words, I can take over his body." After Johaim finished drinking, he looked up and called, "Your Majesty." Suddenly Menelik collapsed, causing Johaim to immediately panic. "Your Majesty." Menelik thought to himself, "I immediately felt death approaching, but soon realized something was wrong." Johaim ran out of the room, fearfully calling, "Father, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Menelik's soul, now inside Johaim's body, thought to himself, "Johaim's soul is still here. Is there something wrong with the elixir? Could the unicorn horn be problematic? Did Liana Mercedes swap it for a fake before fleeing?" In a fit of rage, Menelik continued to struggle for control of the body. After many attempts, Menelik could occasionally possess Johaim's body, and Johaim also began to become obsessed with the elixir, perhaps because both their souls were gradually merging into one. Johaim once tried to create an elixir from the scales of a ghost dragon hatchling he stole from the Duchy of Carlstein, but failed. Menelik suddenly thought, "Liana must be the key. I can recreate the elixir with the real unicorn horn she carried." However, despite all that time passing, Liana Mercedes had still not been caught. After nearly 20 years passed, the 2 souls began to gradually decay. If this continued, both souls would vanish. Then one day, Estelle Mercedes appeared before Menelik. She was very valuable to Menelik, as she could be used as bait to draw Liana out. Even her abilities were outstanding. Back in the wide courtyard, where Johaim's memory bubbles were floating in the air, Ennard crossed his arms, wondering if his soul had been damaged. His memories were becoming increasingly distorted. On the other side, Johaim had bowed his head, perhaps also finding it hard to believe what had just happened. Seeing this, Leo said, "I will explain from here on out." On the night her family was dealt with, Lady Selena tried to get her child out first, but her eldest daughter, Lady Ivona, had recently given birth and therefore couldn't walk.
Unfortunately, she met a tragic end. At this point, he suddenly turned his head to look at Estelle. He thought to himself, it would be better if Lady Liana told her directly. Then he continued. Lady Selena had given Lady Liana a secret mission. She had given Lady Liana a real unicorn horn. Lady Liana took the family heirloom and, holding Lady Ivana's child, escaped. That child had just been born and was her niece. Estelle thought to herself, she had struggled to escape the Empire and then miraculously developed her taming ability. A mage from the magic tower recognized that talent, took her in and protected her safety. And that person was Leos. After he finished speaking, all the representatives began to murmur. Trier stood up and said, "Thank you for your testimony, Sir Leos." As soon as he finished speaking, a blond man asked, "So who will be held responsible?" A brown-haired man replied, "Menelik must be held responsible." A mage retorted, "Shouldn't Johaim also be held responsible for expelling Lyanna from the Empire to claim credit?" A man in a gray coat added, "Johaim also didn't deny the palace explosion." A man in a black coat said, "In reality, he's also a victim, but since Menelik's soul has taken over his body, keeping Johaim alive would only make things worse later." Sibeli approached Estelle and asked, "Estelle, are you all right?" She shook her head and replied, "I don't know. Clearly, Johaim was the one who pursued my aunt and tried to manipulate the law, but can we be sure it was him and not Menelik?" Seeing Sibeli frown, she let out a helpless sigh.
She smiled again and said, "Don't worry, I don't sympathize with him." She placed her hand on her chest, muttering, "This issue is really difficult." Seeing this, Ennard also fell silent. After a long discussion, Tri picked up a gavel and struck it once. Then she declared, "I will announce the final verdict. With 20 votes in favor and 1 vote against, Johaim Exterior, you are sentenced to death."
Johaim was silent for a moment, then asked loudly, "What did you say? You're all crazy. Do you think my soldiers will just stand there and watch you do that?" No one paid attention to him. The soldiers began to prepare the potion. Johaim asked in a panic, "That potion is?" He shivered involuntarily. He said loudly, "I have no reason to die." Sibeli turned to the side and asked, "Are you sure you want to watch?" Estelle hesitated. I'm sure." On the other side, Johaim had been subdued by the soldiers. They forced his mouth open and slowly poured the medicine in. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Do you think this is the end?" Seeing the black smoke flying out of Johaim's mouth, Sibeli quickly said, "Estelle, step back." Menelik said in a deep voice, "A new body. Give me a new body." Leos quickly said, "We must create a barrier immediately." The other mages quickly stood up. A magical barrier was immediately created. Menelik, trapped inside, could only cry out helplessly, "Ah!" At this moment, Celsius suddenly stepped forward. "Everyone, step back." Who would have guessed that the former emperor would fall so low? The barrier disappeared, and Menelik immediately flew towards Celsia. She raised her hand, and holy power surged out. "Don't touch!" Sounds of corrosion echoed in the air. Menelik screamed in fear. "Ah! A new body!" Celsia opened her hangry eyes. Then she squeezed Menelik tightly in her hand, and he screamed again. "Ah!" The scream grew fainter and fainter. By the time Celsia opened her hand, Menelik had turned into a wisp of black smoke. She murmured, "The elixir of immortality created by Menelik, perhaps made by a dark mage. After drinking that potion, his soul seems to have been tainted by the sins accumulated throughout his life. Perhaps that's why my holy power had an effect."
Sibeli asked, "Pope, what does that mean?" Celsia shook her head. "Currently, Menelik's soul has been destroyed." A murmur rose again. Estelle spoke up. "If Menelik truly disappears, it means the verdict for Johaim will be revised." Trier considered, saying, The reasons for the death sentence mostly stem from Menelik's actions. Do you have any other proposals, Lady Estelle?" Estelle was doubtful. Although what Johaim did wasn't severe enough to warrant execution, it couldn't erase all his crimes either. What punishment would cause him the most pain? After a moment of consideration, she spoke. "First, I propose stripping him of his royal status."
The title of Crown Prince was everything to him, which meant this punishment was even more terrifying than death. Trey nodded and said, "That's a very good proposal. So shall we discuss the new verdict?" A few days later, on Alto Road, Estelle sat in her carriage thinking, Johaim must have arrived by now. He was placed under house arrest in a remote village in the southern part of the empire, under the pretext of needing rest and recovery. When he left, renovations of the palace quickly proceeded, and vacant positions in the empire were filled. Although there was no official coronation ceremony, the second prince, Manuel Exterior, had assumed the position. It seemed the empire was slowly returning to its normal rhythm of life. Estelle clenched her fist and thought to herself, if only Claude would wake up. After thinking that, she suddenly said, "I want to stop here for a moment." Jane was startled and asked, "Why? But we haven't reached Karenka yet, miss." Estelle replied, "I plan to buy some herbs. Although I know Bianca's condition has improved a lot, it's just as a precaution." The carriage stopped. Jane continued, "I never thought we'd come back here again. I can't believe Karenka sent you a letter." Estelle smiled and said, "To be precise, the letter wasn't sent from Karenka, but by Ethan. He said Bianca hadn't had a chance to thank me after I treated her because she was unconscious, so she really wants to see me." Jane covered her mouth and said, "But thanks to that, we got to see young Master Ennard's funny reaction."
He was shocked to see how extensive her connections were. Ennard asked in surprise, "Ethan, which family is he from?" At that, Estelle stammered, "He's a commoner." Ennard then angrily asked, "He's a man, isn't he?" As the two recalled that incident, they giggled. The room door suddenly opened. Estelle, startled, said, "Oh, I'm sorry." When she clearly saw who opened the door, she exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." In front of her, Rosetta bowed her head and said, "It's nothing. I'm the one who should apologize." Estelle blinked blankly, then called out, "Rosetta Evely." Rosetta asked in surprise, You know my name?" Estelle happily thought, "I found her, Rosetta Evely." She was the outstanding physician of the era, the one who would make the pain caused by rage disappear.
I was still worried because I couldn't find a similar name among the applicants for the pharmacist position, but I never expected to meet her here like this. Thinking this, Estelle nodded. Of course, I know her well. Can you spare some time to talk to me, Rosetta? She was startled. Me? But I have some work to do now. Estelle said again, it will only take a moment. At the same time, a few thugs approached. What are the ladies talking about? Can we join in? An orange-haired thug asked, Are you sure that's Rosetta Evely? The red-shirted thug smirked and replied, Pink hair and those slanted glasses, that's her. Rosetta froze, startled, and asked, Who are you? The orange-haired thug said, Your teacher seems to have made a lot of enemies. Where is he? Perhaps we should drag him out to make an example for others. Jane stepped forward and said, I'll handle this lot mess. You go talk to her. I can take care of this crowd. The orange-haired thug said again, Who are you, little girl? So much talk. Tsk, know your place. A second later, he was slapped by Jane. Ah! Seeing this, the red-shirted thug pulled out a knife. We tried to be polite, but this is on you. Seeing the knife, Estelle worriedly warned, Jane, be careful. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said, Don't even think about laying a hand on her. Estelle was startled, thinking, That voice is... The red-haired thug turned his head and asked, Who the hell is that? As soon as he finished speaking, Claude punched him in the face. He staggered back, crying out in pain. Ugh! Estelle paused for a moment. Then she called out, Claude! The thugs turned and ran away. Just you wait. Seeing this, Jane snorted, Cowards.
Claude rubbed his wrist, then turned to ask, Are you all right, young lady? Estelle stepped forward and asked, When did you wake up? Claude replied, Less than an hour ago. Estelle angrily asked, And you're still walking around? Go back to the shrine immediately. Claude asked blankly, What? Estelle was still fuming. What kind of patient goes around hitting people right after getting out of bed?
Claude smiled and asked, Are you worried about me? Estelle furrowed her brows tightly. Of course. Rosetta watched for a moment, then hesitantly said, Thank you for saving me. I want to do something to repay you. Estelle rubbed her eyes and replied, There's no need for that. But I want to come back and see you. What? You're asking for my address? No problem, but... After receiving her address, Estelle immediately said, Then I'll see you soon. Rosetta bowed her head and said, All right, I'll be going now. Estelle turned back and said, You must return to the temple with me right now. Jane hesitantly asked, Miss, aren't you going to Karanka today? Claude was surprised. Karanka? Do you mean that lion's den? Miss, if you need information, I can... Estelle quickly replied, It's not like that. I'm just visiting a patient. Claude was doubtful. Huh? A patient? In Karanka? Estelle awkwardly bowed her head. It's due to circumstances, but perhaps I can't go today. I'll tell them I'll come tomorrow. Your Highness, I will escort you back to the temple. Claude burst out laughing. You escort me? You're really cute. I bet the young ladies adore you, don't they? Estelle glared. Don't tease me. Under the twilight, the two walked slowly, their long shadows cast on the street. Estelle thought to herself, Is it because I haven't talked to him in a long time? Why do I feel so flustered? Then she stammered, The carriage is this way.
Claude smiled at her. Before he could say anything, Irene's voice rang out beside them. Your Highness, so you're here. I was wondering where you'd gone. Oh, Lady Estelle, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Did the trial go well? Estelle replied with a smile. Yes, very well. Irene ran over from the side of the road. Oh my, I almost forgot. Your Highness, I have something I need to report to you. That woman named Syria finally spoke, Estelle asked in surprise. Syria, is she in the duchy now? Irene replied, We arrested her after the explosion at the palace. Currently we are holding her at your Highness's mansion in the Empire. Claude asked curiously, Does she have any demands? Irene replied, Well, yes, she said she wants to meet Lady Estelle.
At Claude's mansion, he turned to Estelle and asked, Are you sure you're all right? Estelle nodded and replied, Yes, I need to handle everything between me and Syria. As the three of them stepped inside, Syria's scream immediately rang out. I told you it was true. Seeing Claude, Irene was startled and asked, Greetings, Your Highness. Is Lady Estelle here as well? Claude asked, What's her condition? Irene replied, She keeps rambling that everything will become clear once Lady Estelle arrives. As for how she knew Your Highness's weakness, she said it was from reading a book. Claude frowned and asked, Wrong? Irene replied, Yes, she keeps repeating the exact same thing. Although I've used various interrogation methods to threaten her, I'm still trying to find out if she has a history of mental illness. Claude took the documents and said, I'll go meet her there. Estelle suddenly interjected, Your Highness, I'll go first. Claude asked in surprise, By yourself? Estelle nodded, Yes, I want to talk to her privately. Claude silently watched her for a moment. Then Estelle followed Irene down the stairs. They walked through a long corridor.
The door to the cell opened. Estelle stepped inside. Syria immediately looked up and said, "You're finally here, Estelle." Estelle remained silent. Syria spoke again. "You won. You changed fate, an exceptional character who surpassed the protagonist and altered the ending." It was then that Estelle finally spoke. "Syria." Syria immediately yelled, "Are you happy now? Satisfied with stealing everything from me? It's all because of you that I'm facing this outcome." Estelle seriously asked, "Did you make a deal with Johaim, using Claude's life?" Syria loudly replied, "Yes, I did, because that was the last resort I had."
Claude and I were finally meant to be together. That was the original ending. But I couldn't do anything with my status as a countess's daughter. You ruined everything, even the 2 remaining members of the Brienne family. That's why I went to see the Crown Prince first, telling him I would reveal Claude's weaknesses if he handed him over to me. As long as he and I are together, nothing else matters. Estelle hesitantly asked, "How? How could you take advantage of others like that? I don't understand why you're so obsessed with the ending."
Syria wondered, "Taking advantage of others, aren't you mistaken? We're in a novel. Everything is fiction. So does it matter if a character in a novel dies? I have to create a happy ending to go back, to return to my original world." Estelle froze, thinking to herself, "Go back? So this person?" Then she interrupted, "How can you be so sure you can return to your original world if there's a happy ending?" Syria sneered. The script is so clear. Stories always end with happily ever after, and this world will end the same way. Estelle lowered her voice and asked, "Syria, don't you feel anything when you enter that body?" Estelle flinched and asked, "Huh?" Estelle said, "The day you arrived at the Brienne mansion, I remembered my past life, and I also remembered the story of Lady Brienne. I was confused and couldn't believe I was in a novel, never expecting that I was just a minor character who had to be sacrificed when the main character appeared. But after leaving the Brienne house and starting to experience life here, I began to have doubts. Are you serious? Am I really just in a novel? I feel myself breathing, every movement of my body. Even people who never appeared in the novel are probably experiencing their daily lives right now." At this point, Estelle paused again, looking straight into Syria's eyes as she asked, "Syria, haven't you ever thought that's strange? Just look at what happened to Joachim recently. Menelik hiding in his body never happened in the original story."
Is this world truly the world from Lady Brienne's story? Syria hesitated. "But that..." Estelle spoke again. "Syria, this is the real world. You are completely misunderstanding the current situation." Syria broke into a sweat, stammering, "No, it's not. Then why should I do that? What do I have to do to go back? No, please let me go, Estelle." Immediately, a knocking sound echoed from outside the cell. "Lady Estelle, are you all right?" Syria was still muttering, "No, what should I do now?" Estelle opened the door and stepped out. Iran immediately called out in a panic, "Lady Estelle." Claude also approached, looking at her with concern. Estelle silently asked, "What will happen to Syria now?" Iran glanced at Claude, then said, "We will begin interrogating her. The specific methods will be decided by your highness, but the extent of the torture..." Claude asked curiously, "What did you say to her?" Estelle bowed her head, thinking to herself, "Even if she reveals the truth after being tortured, no one will believe her. So the outcome..." Then she spoke, "Your highness, I have something to confess to you." A moment later, in the room, Claude sat opposite Estelle. In the heavy atmosphere, he subtly swallowed, recalling Estelle's words from earlier. "I have something to confess to you." Claude thought to himself, "Confess?" Estelle bowed her head and said, "I apologize for suddenly bringing this up again, but I feel this is something I need to tell you." Claude wondered, could it be a confession of true feelings? What should I do? If it's that, then I should be the one to say it first. As soon as he finished thinking, Estelle spoke. "What Lady Syria said is the truth."
Claude asked in surprise, "What?" Estelle explained, "Please listen carefully. Everything I'm telling you is true. I once read a book in my previous life." Claude paused. "A book? Wait, previous life?" Estelle clasped her hands tightly. "I know it sounds unbelievable, but please hear me out. In the story I read, you were the male lead. You were the main character of this world."
Claude was stunned for a moment. A moment later, Iron was pacing back and forth in front of the door. He thought to himself, "Lady Estelle looks too serious. I hope nothing is wrong between them." Suddenly, Claude called out loudly, "Iron!" He immediately flinched. "Yes, sir." Then Iron opened the door and entered the room, asking curiously, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Seeing that the atmosphere in the room seemed off, Iron stammered, "Your Highness." Claude turned his head, glaring as he asked, "Is Iron your first love?" Iron flinched. "What? Your Highness? Me? Who told you such things?" Claude raised his forehead, muttering, "So she really is your first love." Estelle thought awkwardly,
I feel so guilty, but that's the only way for Claude to trust me, to reveal Iron's private life. Claude, still raising his forehead, continued. Go wait outside, Iron. I'll call you later. Iron said flustered. Your Highness, that's ancient history. It's long over, you know that, right? Claude replied. I understand. Go. Iron pleaded. But in case you tell her, I just want to say, Claude angrily ordered. I'm not getting involved in that. Get out immediately. Estelle thought to herself. Even if he says that, in the near future, he will put all his effort into expressing his feelings and proposing to her. After Iron left, Claude finally said, So you were telling the truth, Lady Estelle. I apologize for not trusting you. You're not the type of person to tell me such nonsense. Estelle let out a sigh of relief. So you believe me?
Claude smiled. You've lived your whole life in the Empire. How could you know such information? Estelle probed. What about Syria? Claude said, What I know now is that she didn't lie, but she will still be punished. Estelle nodded, thinking to herself. She had asked Joachim to deal with the dragon, causing Claude to be severely injured because of it. There's no way she would only receive a light punishment and get away with it. As she thought this, an announcement suddenly rang out from outside. Your Highness, Miss Estelle, Sir Ennard Valwa is here to see you. Estelle asked, bewildered. Oh, Ennard. Claude clicked his tongue in annoyance. Not long after, Ennard walked in, waving his hand and saying, Hello, Estelle. Is this where you said you'd meet your commoner friend? Estelle awkwardly chuckled. No, Claude interjected. Why are you here? Ennard shrugged and asked back, Am I not allowed to come or something? Estelle smiled and said, You suddenly came here so abruptly. Is something wrong? Ennard hesitated. All the bodies from the palace explosion have been gathered. We need to go back early to prepare everything for the funeral tomorrow morning. Estelle said, Your Highness, I should... Ennard put his arm around her shoulder. All right, let's go. After leaving Claude's mansion, Ennard still looked back cautiously. Seeing this, Estelle stammered. Ennard. After walking for a while longer, Ennard finally called out. Estelle.
I have heard about that. Girls your age all like bad boys. Yes, I'm not sure I understand its appeal, and things are even harder for someone just starting out in high society. Estelle wondered. Newcomer? Ennard was still saying, But I think dating many different people is also worth trying. To be honest, it's better not to date at all. Estelle blushed and yelled, What are you suddenly talking about? Dating? I haven't even thought about that. Ennard scratched his head, thinking, Looking at her reaction, she's fallen for him. What is this? Why do I feel sad and empty? On the day of the funeral in the main square, a brown-haired lady muttered, How could something like this happen in the Empire, and in the safest place, no less? Beside her, a blonde lady replied, Everything is truly chaotic right now. I hope it will stabilize soon. The brown-haired lady continued, Perhaps it's because public opinion is unstable, but I heard rumors about a royal wedding. The blonde lady asked in surprise, What? A royal wedding? The brown-haired lady replied, Yes, I heard that the second prince intends to propose to Lady Estelle on the day of his coronation.
Camille walked up to the coffins. She gently tossed the white flower branch in her hand down. She thought to herself, it was unbelievable that this had happened in just one night. Rumor had it that Grand Duke Carlstein was responsible for the palace bombing, but those in the know understood that Joachim was the mastermind. The people all felt that the country was on the verge of collapse. As Camille was quietly contemplating, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look over there. All eyes turned towards Estelle. Camille also looked up, thinking to herself, that was the sole heir of the Mercedes family.
That's right. Just like the Mercedes family returned after everyone thought they had disappeared, our empire can also rise again. After a while, Alun spoke. Let's head back now, Estelle. Lloyd and Sibeli might be worried. Estelle gasped. Ah, in surprise. Then she thought to herself, everyone attending today saw me, didn't they? Do they feel a little hope because of my presence? I want to stay as long as possible, but I can't waste any more of Alun's time. Having thought that, Estelle immediately said, All right, let's go back. Thank you for accompanying me here, Alund. He replied, It's nothing. I didn't have any specific schedule today either. Mid-sentence, Alun suddenly stopped. Over there, Claude is walking in. The surrounding nobles immediately whispered loudly, Good heavens, isn't that Grand Duke Carlstein? Why is he appearing in a place like this? I heard he even tried to deal with the Crown Prince, and some say he was behind the bombing. Claude ignored those words, walked towards the coffin, and placed a flower on it. Estelle clenched her fists, then quickly ran out. Seeing this, Alund called out, Estelle! Hearing footsteps, a noble lady exclaimed, Oh my!
Claude also turned his head to look back. Estelle stopped, saying, Your Highness, thanks to you, our empire could avoid the risk of further chaos. On behalf of the people, I thank you. Claude was stunned. The nobles buzzed with discussion. Why is Lady Estelle thanking him? Are those rumors true? Why is she saying we are safe thanks to the Grand Duke? Estelle glanced at them, continuing, I am also grateful to you for always protecting the territory from monsters. The group of nobles paused, looking at each other. Claude merely smiled, not saying a word. Alun stepped forward and called, Estelle. She looked up. Oh? Seeing this, Claude asked, Are you leaving now? Alun replied, We've been here for a while, so we haven't had lunch yet. Claude stepped forward and asked, Lady Estelle, just for a moment. Are you free tomorrow evening? Frank misses you a lot. Estelle replied, Yes, I'm free. Claude smiled, Then I'll see you tomorrow. Alund didn't hear clearly, so he asked again, What were you two talking about? Estelle awkwardly replied, Oh, it was nothing. Let's head back now. In her heart, she thought, Did he just ask me out? That evening, Estelle locked the closet door and thought, No, it's nothing.
This isn't it either. After a long while, she suddenly called out loudly, Andre! She rushed in, asking, What is it, miss? Estelle sat amidst a pile of colorful dresses, sobbing, I have nothing to wear. Andre's face went blank, asking, What? A long while later, she picked up a dress and said, Oh my, are you going to dinner? Is it a date? Estelle quickly said, Keep it down, Andre. I think if everyone knew it would cause quite a stir, especially you. Andre replied, Then I'll keep it a secret. Oh, what do you think of this one? Estelle awkwardly said, But there's no need to dress up so much. Andre exclaimed, Oh dear, this isn't dressing up. Just leave it to me. The next evening, as Estelle walked down the stairs, she suddenly stopped and called out, Your Highness.
Have you been waiting long? Claude replied, No, I just arrived. Lloyd coincidentally walked over and asked, Estelle, do you have an appointment with His Highness? Estelle stammered, yes. She thought to herself, It should be fine to tell Sir Lloyd. Lloyd replied thoughtfully, I see. Where are you two planning to go? Claude smiled and replied, My assistant recommended Chalet Blonde. Upon hearing this, two nearby servants whispered, Isn't that a place you have to book a month in advance? What could be better for a dinner date? Estelle walked past Lloyd and said, I'll be back before it's too late. Lloyd was silent for a few seconds, then spoke, Your Highness. Next time Your Highness should have dinner at the mansion. Our chef is very skilled. I will do that, Sir Lloyd. Estelle thought to herself, Why am I getting goosebumps all over? Not long after, at Chalet Blonde restaurant, Estelle exclaimed, Oh, this place is truly exquisite. As she said this, she suddenly paused. But why isn't anyone else here? Claude gestured, I'm wondering the same thing. Perhaps it's not busy today. Isn't it more pleasant like this than a crowded restaurant? Estelle nodded and replied, That's true. But, she thought to herself, he surely didn't rent out the entire restaurant, did he? Frank's voice suddenly rang out, Benefactor. Estelle looked up and called, Frank, I'm glad to see you well. Frank happily replied, Really? I'm glad to see you too. Claude smirked and said, Let's go have lunch. Frank whispered, I'm only letting you take advantage of me this one time. Not long after, a waiter pushed out a food cart, and each dish was placed on the table. Frank immediately walked up to a cut of meat. It looked delicious. As Estelle smiled at it, Claude replied, Miss Mercedes, I would like to invite you to the duchy. Estelle thought blankly, That's a place only authorized people can visit. Rumor has it that it's a mysterious land, half covered by year-round snow. Then she replied, Okay, I've always wanted to go there. Claude smiled brightly, truly glad to hear her say that. So when would that be? Estelle replied, I'm available anytime. Hearing the sound of fireworks shooting up, Estelle immediately looked up, watching the fireworks explode in midair. She thought to herself, They are firing fireworks to announce tomorrow's coronation ceremony. Claude, seeing her gaze so intently, unconsciously smiled. Estelle coincidentally looked back, her eyes widened, and her heart suddenly beat a little faster.
The fireworks still bloomed brightly in the sky. Claude's face also gradually turned red. Estelle placed her hand on her chest, thinking to herself, her heart felt like it was about to explode. Amidst the romantic atmosphere, Leo suddenly appeared. Lady Estelle, Lady Liana is in critical condition. Estelle turned her head in confusion. Huh? Leo's hurriedly said, Her magic power is running out, and she needs your help. Estelle jumped to her feet. In critical condition? Why are you only telling me this now? Leo's replied, That's what the lady wanted. She told me not to tell you anything until she fully recovered, but the situation is getting worse. Estelle asked, You said her magic power is depleted? Then there's a way. But I'm not the one who can treat her. I need to stop by a place before going to see her. Leo's asked suspiciously, Need to stop by a place? Estelle said, Number 7 Clang Street, apartment 23. After arriving, Estelle got out and knocked on the door. Behind her, Claude and Leo's exchanged suspicious glances. Rosetta opened the door slightly, hesitantly asking, Who is it? Estelle spoke, I apologize for arriving so late again, Lady Rosetta. I need your help. Can you help me? In a building located somewhere, a commotion arose. It was already morning. In this condition, it's hard to last until night. We hope Lady Estelle can see her one last time. As soon as the words finished, the room door opened. Estelle entered, anxiously calling, Aunt Liana. A priest sighed in relief. Finally here. A mage asked, Is this Lady Estelle? Rosetta awkwardly glanced over. Where's the patient?
Oh, is that her? Seeing her walk towards Liana, a priest stammered, Who is this? Estelle replied, I'll explain later. For now, please save my aunt first. Rosetta opened the medicine box. This case is not like a normal magical exhaustion. Her magic is in disarray, so the current situation is very critical. I will remove what remains in her body and infuse new magic. A priest said, that's too dangerous. A mage also said, remove magic? I've never heard of such a treatment before. Rosetta looked up and called, Lady Estelle. Estelle firmly said, go ahead, Lady Rosetta. There's no other way now. Seeing this, Rosetta also nodded. Then she poured a bottle of medicine into Liana's mouth. She immediately frowned and cried out, ugh! Claude stood leaning against the wall.
On this side, Estelle was channeling magic into Liana. On the bed, Liana frowned. Gradually, her eyebrows relaxed. Seeing this, Rosetta also smiled. Not long after, Liana slowly opened her eyes. Estelle hurriedly called out, Aunt Liana. Liana stammered, Estelle. As soon as she heard it, Estelle's eyes welled up with tears. She hugged her tightly, sobbing, Aunt Liana. It's good to see you again after all this time. Liana pushed her away, smiling. Let me properly introduce myself. My name is Liana Mercedes. I am your mother's younger sister and your aunt. I've always wanted to apologize to you if I ever had the chance to meet you again, for abandoning you. Leos interjected. You had no other choice then. You were too young, Lady Liana. If you had taken her with you, both of you would have died. Liana bowed her head and said, ultimately, that was just an excuse. The truth is, I abandoned Estelle. Estelle took her hand. It's okay, Aunt. I know it wasn't your fault. I'm truly relieved to know you're alive. Suddenly, she fell to one side, and seeing this, Liana screamed, Estelle! Claude quickly caught Estelle. Claude calmly said, she's just sleeping, probably because she felt relieved after releasing all her tension. Liana thought to herself, historically, the beloved daughters of the Mercedes family and other great noble families often had their husbands live in their homes as a son-in-law. Estelle, it seems you've chosen a rather difficult man. Not long after, still in that house, a voice rang out. It truly is miraculous. Estelle thought to herself, that's Sir Alan's voice.
She was startled and opened her eyes wide upon hearing Sir Alan's voice. Seeing her sit up, Alan immediately asked, Estelle, are you awake? Estelle, flustered, asked back, oh, why are Sir Alan and Ennard here? Ennard replied, it's already morning, and we still haven't seen you return, so we thought you had been kidnapped. Alan chuckled and continued, fortunately, the Grand Duke informed us before we had to search across the continent. Estelle thought to herself, I wish he had told them sooner. Alan then said, anyway, congratulations. You finally met your aunt. Estelle smiled and replied, yes, thank you, sir, but I don't see the Grand Duke anywhere. Liana turned and said, there are only a few hours left until the coronation of the new Emperor Asterior, so he left a few minutes ago. Estelle paused for a moment, then asked blankly, only a few hours left? At the same time, in another place, Layla asked, Camille, have you heard that rumor? I heard that right after the Emperor ascends the throne, he intends to propose to Lady Estelle.
Camille replied, well, I've heard he's not a bad husband anyway. She thought to herself, except that he's too frail. Layla then asked, hey, why didn't your father propose you as a candidate for that marriage? Camille flinched, sighing, what are you talking about? Why would I marry that scrawny man? Layla chuckled, well, you know he's become emperor now, right? Camille nodded, that's right, so let's just leave it at that. She stood up and added, well then, shall we head outside?
At the coronation ceremony, Estelle held a glass of wine in her hand, thinking to herself, I'm so tired. Seeing this, Alan asked worriedly, are you all right, Estelle? Sibeli said irritably, honestly, I don't understand why we have to attend the new emperor's coronation. Does Lady Estelle know about this? But in the north, the ceremony ends when the blood of the sacrifice commander is smeared. 5 minutes is enough. Estelle awkwardly replied, ah, I see. She thought to herself, how scary. Suddenly, a bell rang, and Alan said, ah, it's finally starting. At the same time, the chamberlain announced, Second Prince Manuel Asterior is entering. Estelle looked up and thought, so he is the new emperor. On the platform, Manuel slowly stepped out. Whispers arose. He has grown up. He will surely be a great king. When he was young, everyone worried because he looked so frail. Fortunately, his relationship with Grand Duke Carlstein doesn't seem as bad as the former crown prince's. Hearing this, Estelle glanced behind her, thinking, now that you mention it, I still haven't seen Claude. Meanwhile, Manuel walked up to Celsia. She lifted the crown and slowly placed it on Manuel's head. As the crown was placed, Prince Manuel Asterior became the new emperor of this empire. As soon as she finished speaking, cheers erupted. Long live His Majesty! Long live the new son of the empire! The coronation ceremony concluded, but the feast continued.
At a corner, Ennard wondered aloud, instead of forcing ourselves to eat to stay awake, why don't we just go home? A chamberlain suddenly approached. Excuse me, Lady Estelle, His Majesty wishes to speak with you privately. Estelle asked doubtfully, with me? Ennard stepped forward and asked, why does he want to meet Estelle? Sibeli also stepped forward. He wants to speak with her privately, but surely he wouldn't mind if someone like me accompanied her, would he? The chamberlain smiled and replied, perhaps if it's Lady Sibeli, His Majesty wouldn't mind. Upon hearing this, a look of curiosity also appeared on Estelle's face.
Afterwards, she and Sibeli followed the chamberlain. A moment later, she entered a room. Inside, Manuel quickly smiled and asked, "Oh, you've arrived." Estelle bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Manuel stood up and waved his hand. "No, you don't need to be so formal. Thank you for coming, even though I called for you suddenly. Please have a seat." After she sat down, he continued, "First,
On behalf of the former Emperor Menelik Asteria, I wish to apologize to you. No words can atone for the wrongs committed against the Mercedes family, but I feel I must voice my apology. I also hope to return your family's confiscated assets. Would you accept them?" Estelle asked, bewildered. "My family's assets?" She thought to herself, "If I can reclaim my assets, I can rebuild my territory. That means I can no longer stay at the Valwa family's mansion." At this, Estelle lowered her gaze and replied, "Let me think about it." Manuel replied, "Very well, you can tell me whenever you wish. And if I may be so bold, there are a few things I wish to ask Lady Estelle." Estelle looked at him intently, awaiting his question. At the same time, Claude also entered the banquet. He looked around and thought, "Due to urgent news from the duchy, it seems I'm quite late. It must be Lady Estelle." Iron suddenly approached and said, Your Highness, we received news today, and it's been a long time since you arrived in the Empire, so there is quite a backlog of work in the duchy. Do you intend to stay in the Empire after the coronation?" Claude mused. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "Is that true? Oh my, really?" A blonde lady said, He even requested a private meeting in the Clover Room. That's where the 5th Emperor proposed to the Empress. They were famous for their deep love." Another person exclaimed, "A proposal on the very day of his coronation sounds truly romantic."
Perhaps that rumor is true. Hearing this, Claude's anger flared up. He asked, "What are they talking about, Iron?" He stammered, well, I'm not sure either." Then he thought to himself, "Manuel has a kind personality and is always amicable with the duchy, and he just ascended the throne, so I thought our relationship with the Empire would improve, didn't I?" Seeing Claude stride in angrily, Iron quickly followed. Your Highness, I think it's best if you control your anger and take a breath first." Claude replied, "I'm just going to check on the situation. After all, she just had an unfortunate incident in the palace." Iron thought in a panic. A lie. The two continued down the corridor. Before the door to Clover's room, 2 chamberlains were surprised. "Grand Duke Carlstein, why are you coming to Clover's room?" Claude replied, "I have come to greet your majesty." No sooner had he finished speaking than Estelle's scream echoed from inside the room. "You can't do that." Iron was stunned. Lady Estelle. Claude directly kicked open the room door, calling out anxiously, "Lady Estelle!" Rewind a few minutes earlier. In Clover's room, Manuel said, "There are a few things I'd like to ask your opinion on, Lady Estelle. I know it's rude of me to invite you here to ask about this." Estelle wondered, what does he want to tell me that he had to ask to meet privately like this? Seeing her nod, Manuel immediately said, "I'd like to ask for your advice on how I should propose to Lady Camille." Estelle asked back, bewildered, "What?" Sibeli covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my." Estelle covered her face, excitedly asking again, "Propose to Camille?" Manuel scratched his head and gave a wry smile. "I heard you two are close friends. It's embarrassing, but I don't know if you could give me some advice." Estelle excitedly asked, "Does that mean, Your Majesty, you have feelings for Lady Camille?" Manuel replied, "Yes, I've liked her for a very long time."
"But it seems she's not interested in me. I've given her flowers and jewelry many times, and even confessed my feelings to her, but she always just smiles it off." Estelle thought to herself, he's really serious about her. Seeing Manuel's sad face, she said seriously, "First, you should make her see you as a man, and leave the proposal for later." Manuel smiled and said, "Actually, I've thought of a few ideas." Estelle asked curiously, "What are they? Please tell me." Manuel said, "I'll show her how much of a man I am. Someone told me to jump into a glacier river without wearing anything." Hearing this, Estelle immediately yelled, "You can't do that." Sibeli, however, mumbled, "But it's fine with me." Estelle raised her hand to her forehead, imagining Manuel standing shirtless by the riverbank, shouting, "Lady Camille, look at me!" She thought dejectedly, who told him to do something so crazy? At this moment, Claude kicked the door open and burst in, "Lady Estelle!" She was surprised. "Your Highness!" Manuel was also surprised. "Grand Duke Carlstein!" A guard quickly stepped forward. "Your Highness, what are you doing suddenly? Please show respect to His Majesty." Claude stepped forward, asking worriedly, "Are you all right? What did this man just say?" "Your Majesty, I thought you and I could get along, but if you continue like this, it will be a different matter." Manuel asked blankly, "What?" Claude said angrily, "Whether you propose or not is up to you, but don't force her. How dare you do this right after ascending to the throne?" Sibeli mused. Manuel stammered, Indeed, I suddenly called Lady Estelle here without prior notice, so I've already apologized. Just now at the ball, I heard Count John say he would marry off his daughter Camille within a year. Hearing that, I felt this was an urgent matter. But Lady Estelle was still generous and understanding towards me. So why would you—" Iron thought awkwardly. Did he just say Camille? Claude was also stoned and asked, "Camille? John?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. Claude covered his face helplessly. "So you didn't call her here to propose?" Hearing him say that, Estelle couldn't help but wonder, does he mean he's angry because he thought I was being proposed to? Then she replied, no, that's not it. Claude said, I see, it turns out I misunderstood. He thought to himself, I almost lost my mind. Suddenly, he remembered Johaim's proposal before the palace explosion, so he had rushed in without understanding the situation. On this side, Estelle suddenly stood up and said, excuse me, but I have to go. Manuel replied, ah, you may go. After stepping outside, Sibeli smiled and said, Estelle, I like the Grand Duke now. He just earned some points with me. It's quite amusing. Estelle gave a wise smile. I'm glad you're happy, Lady Sibeli.
Claude rushed out. Lady Estelle, please wait a moment. I will return to the duchy tonight. Estelle asked, bewildered. What? Claude said, when I return, I have something I want to tell you. Estelle's heart suddenly pounded, and she hesitantly asked, when will you return? Claude replied, I can't say for sure, but it will be at least half a month. Estelle clasped her hands, thinking, that's right, this isn't Claude's home. Then she said, I understand, Your Highness. I will wait for you. Claude smiled and said, thank you. Estelle's face immediately flushed red. A few days later, in the Valwa family garden, as Estelle looking outside, Audrey called out, Lady Estelle, your appointment time has arrived, but are you all right? You seemed distracted just now. Shall I arrange the meeting indoors for you? Estelle gently shook her head. It's all right, I'm fine. I was just thinking about a few things. She thought to herself, ever since returning after leaving the palace, I haven't been able to stop thinking about what he said, the thing he really wants to tell me. Suddenly, a voice called out, Estelle! She turned her head to look, only to see Liana happily running towards her. A bright smile was on her face.
The two people quickly entered the greenhouse. Estelle said, this morning I just met Lady Rosetta. I'm worried that where she lives isn't conducive to research, so I think she needs a better place to develop new medicines. Reina asked, are you talking about the person who treated me? Thinking back, what she's doing now was also once carried out in the Mercedes territory before. Seeing the surprise on Estelle's face, she continued, treating those with magic overload is a long-standing tradition of our family. I'm not as good at healing as my older sister. Your mother. She was different. She was always proud of her special healing abilities. Estelle smiled and said, so that's my mother, I understand. Suddenly thinking of something, her eyes drooped. Then she slowly said, actually, I'm thinking about rebuilding the Mercedes family's territory.
Because we can reclaim the land and assets confiscated by the royal family, and if we rebuild, Lady Rosetta will also have a better place to work. Liana asked in surprise, is that what you mean? Estelle raised her head and asked, what do you think of my idea, Auntie? Liana touched her hand. Of course I agree. I thought restoring the Mercedes family's territory was just a dream. Estelle added, I want to do this with you, Auntie, and continue our family's tradition. Liana smiled and said, I'm just worried that the Valwa family won't be happy. After discussing this with the whole family, Estelle gave a wry smile and thought, I thought so, but what's with this atmosphere? Enard sighed and thought, Sibeli did say it was an opportunity for Estelle to restore the Mercedes territory, but hearing her say it herself is still quite a shock. Alan covered his face. I didn't expect Estelle to want to live separately. Lloyd also felt a little regretful. Lady Estelle, Sibeli had mentioned it before, so we anticipated this day would come soon. That's why we've already prepared a few things. Estelle asked in surprise. Huh? Prepared a few things? Enard chuckled. We've already chosen the location to build the Mercedes mansion. Alan continued. Finding it was also lucky. Recalling Baron Fabok's warning, Alan said in astonishment. Then we will move immediately. Alan added. Our neighbors, Baroness Fabok and Connacht, have just moved out. Estelle looked bewildered. Huh? Both of them moved out? Why so suddenly?
Lloyd smiled and said, that's right, both families happened to move out. What do you think? If you're okay with it, let's buy that place right away. Estelle replied, that plot of land is ideal. I should also go there to see it myself, but I'm sure that person will be pleased. Lloyd nodded. Very well, then I will go prepare for the construction. Hearing that, Estelle became even more bewildered, her mind filled with question marks. A month and a half later, at a newly built mansion, Camille's voice rang out. Miss Estelle, don't open your eyes yet. All right, now you can open your eyes. Estelle immediately opened her eyes wide. Looking at the magnificent, massive mansion before her eyes, she was stunned for a long time. Liana walked over and asked, do you like it, Estelle? Estelle replied, yes, it's like a castle from a fairy tale. Manuel, standing next to Camille, said, indeed, I wonder who designed this place. The people in the palace should learn from them. Seeing this, Alan asked, Estelle, did you also send invitations to the palace? Estelle gave a wise smile. No, actually, His Majesty said he wanted to congratulate me and asked if he could attend. Then she thought to herself, actually, there's one person I want to come the most. After thinking, Estelle immediately said, may I walk around the mansion by myself? Alan replied, of course, this is your home after all. Estelle thought to herself, my home. She began to walk around. Suddenly, Lily popped out and cried, meow. Estelle immediately wondered, Lily? Next to her, Frank's voice rang out again. Now what? When will you finally come out and surprise her? Estelle followed the voice, opened the door, and went outside. In the tree, Claude angrily said, Frank, be quiet. Lady Estelle,
Seeing him, Estelle couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How long have you two been standing there? I mean, why are you two hiding like that?" Frank exclaimed, "It's been a long time since you last saw your benefactor, so you're embarrassed, aren't you?" Claude covered his mouth. "Be quiet. Forgive me. Things took longer than I expected. My scouting party was surrounded by monsters." Estelle was startled. "Monsters? Dangerous enough to take you that long?" Claude replied, "No, I didn't mean to make you worry. Although they are powerful monsters, that's not what's important. You see, thanks to that, I was able to obtain a very special monster core. I intend to use it to build a teleportation gate."
"That gate will connect this place to my duchy," Estelle said in surprise. "What? How can that be done when the two places are so far apart?" Claude suddenly knelt down. "Lady Estelle, do you remember I once said I would tell you something when I returned?" He paused for a moment. Then he raised the monster core. "This is a part of a monster core. I want to give it to you to show my heart. Estelle, I've fallen in love with you."
Estelle pursed her lips, thinking, "I have to say something, but I can't think of anything." Then she stammered, I feel the same way." After saying that, she thought in confusion, "What's wrong with me? My voice is trembling like an idiot." Claude stood up and asked, "What do you mean by that, Lady Estelle?" Estelle smiled. "Just as I said." Claude smiled. Estelle reached out her hand again, gently placing it on the monster's core. 2 weeks later, outside the Mercedes mansion, Liana asked, "Is everything ready for your trip to the duchy, Estelle?" She replied with a bright smile, "Yes, I've even prepared winter clothes for Lily." Liana asked again, "Have you told the young masters of the Valwa family that you're going to the duchy today?" Estelle nodded and replied, "Yes, I've already told Enard." Recalling Enard's sour expression, "When did she say she would leave?" Estelle added, "He didn't look very happy, but he told me to have a safe journey." Liana smiled. I wonder, was it that easy? I didn't expect that." Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Gray, the new butler of the Mercedes family, opened the door and entered. "Lady, the carriage is ready, and you have guests from the Valwa family." Estelle froze, a sudden ominous premonition arising in her heart. Much later, at Carlstein Castle, seeing Claude pacing back and forth, Irin narrowed his eyes in annoyance and said, "Your Highness, forgive me for saying this, but—"
She thought to herself, "He's driving me crazy." Claude suddenly looked up and sighed, "I can't wait any longer." Seeing him go out, Iran also stood up and asked, "Your Highness, where are you going?" Claude replied, "Doesn't the Duke have to personally go and welcome important guests?" Iran sighed. According to the messenger, she won't arrive for another hour. An hour later, Claude walked out to the castle gate and Iran followed him. Seeing a carriage approaching, a guard immediately announced, "Lady Estelle's carriage is arriving." When the carriage stopped, a group of people stepped down one by one. Claude immediately paused for a beat. On the other side, Alun stretched and exclaimed, "Oh my joints." Enard staggered and said, "I feel so nauseous." Iran thought blankly, "Huh?" On the other side, Sibeli extended her hand towards the door and said, "Here, let me help you down." Inside the carriage, Estelle gratefully said, "Oh, thank you." Then she stepped out of the carriage, and a smile immediately appeared on Claude's scowling face. He stepped forward and said, "Welcome to the duchy. I truly didn't expect everyone to come together." Alund chuckled. "Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness. I heard you invited Estelle to visit, so I put all my current work aside to come." Estelle, standing beside him, could only force a smile to hide her awkwardness. On this side, Iran whispered, "It seems the visiting party will be larger than we expected, Your Highness." That evening, in the dining room, Estelle happily said, "This place is completely different from the capital. The ice waterfall is the most impressive thing." Alund remarked, "The 5th Grand Duke Carlstein's feat of repelling the second wave of monsters is truly remarkable."
Claude thought silently, "Today I won't have any chance to be alone with Lady Estelle." Seeing his expression, Estelle suddenly reached out and softly asked, "Your Highness, could you show me the garden you mentioned earlier?" A radiant smile immediately appeared on Claude's face. A moment later, outside the garden, Estelle said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, I should have told you beforehand. I asked for some time alone with you after dinner, so they wouldn't disturb us." Claude said, "I didn't think there would be an opportunity like this during your entire stay here." Estelle replied, "Anyway, as you said, the stars in the north are truly brilliant. Can you see the aurora from here?" Claude tilted his head and asked, "Do you want to see it?" Estelle nodded, "Yes." Claude smiled. Frank immediately poked his head out. A moment later, in the vast sky, Estelle excitedly exclaimed, "Wow!" Claude said, "If we go further north, we'll see the aurora more clearly." The 2 people and 1 dragon thus flew far north. After Frank landed, Claude immediately asked, "Do you like it?" Estelle replied, "Yes, it's very impressive." Claude smiled happily. He lifted a few strands of her hair and softly said, "Do you know the sky's colors are reflecting on your hair? There's purple and pink here too." Estelle turned her head, her heart feeling like it was going to leap out of her chest. Claude called again, "Miss Estelle, if you don't want to, just hit me." Having said that, he immediately lifted her chin.
Estelle slowly closed her eyes. Claude then kissed her.
The next morning, in an inn, Estelle slowly woke up. She opened her eyes wide, dazed for a moment, then sat up, asking herself, "Where am I? That's right. Yesterday we went to see the aurora, and it got cold again, so we stopped at a nearby inn. I ended up falling asleep. I kissed Claude, and then I even asked him for more kisses." Thinking of this, Estelle immediately burrowed under the covers, blushing and muttering, "What should I do?" The room door suddenly opened, and Claude walked in, asking, "Are you awake yet?" Estelle sat up abruptly. "Oh yes." Claude then said, "I've prepared breakfast for you downstairs." Frank interjected, "Claude used me as a torch to cook that breakfast." Claude glared at Frank. Estelle smiled and said, "Let's go downstairs and eat." Claude replied, "Ah, all right. There will be a welcome party for you tonight at the castle. All the high-ranking officials of the duchy will be there. But if you're tired," Estelle said in surprise, "it's my welcome party, so of course I have to go, right?" Claude smiled and said, "That's good." In the afternoon, at the party in the castle, Estelle murmured, "Too many people are looking at us." Whispers constantly echoed around them. Claude said, "Shall I tell them to close their eyes?" Estelle quickly waved her hand. "No, no," she thought to herself. "The rumor about Claude and me being out together all night must have spread everywhere by now." The butler quickly approached. "Welcome back, Your Highness. The young masters of House Valwa have requested to see you, saying that if you returned, they wish to meet you immediately." Claude nodded, telling them, "I will go see them right away." Estelle said worriedly, "Your Highness, I will go with you."
Claude shook his head. "It's all right. I'll go alone, Lady Estelle. Don't worry. Take the lady back to her room." The butler immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The servants quickly approached Estelle. "My lady, would you like to choose a dress for the party now?" Estelle didn't answer. She secretly glanced at Claude with a worried expression. Not long after, a buzz of excitement filled the banquet hall. "Oh ho ho, have you heard the news? The lady will be attending the party today." "Of course. I also heard that the reason the Grand Duke has been absent for the past few months is because he's been trying to get close to that lady. Considering she's willing to come all this way, it proves the Grand Duke has won her over." A black-haired lady cleared her throat. "Not only that, haven't you heard? It seems they were both outside together all night." The other girls exclaimed, "What? Could it be that the Grand Duke's castle finally has a lady of the house?" A blonde lady worried, "But is that even possible? She's the sole heir of the Mercedes family. Can someone like her abandon her family and marry like ordinary princesses or noble ladies?" A pink-haired lady said, "It's true. The matter is a bit complicated."
The servant suddenly shouted, "Lady Estelle Mercedes is entering!" Estelle walked in alone. Calming herself, she took a deep breath. A deep breath. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "Estelle!" She looked up. On the other side, Aland, Enard, and Sibeli were approaching her. Estelle said in surprise, "Oh, you're all here." She thought to herself, had they settled things with Claude? Enard held up Lily. "Estelle, you have to do something about this rabbit. It seems to be sulking because you abandoned it yesterday." Estelle took it and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lily. I only intended to go for a short walk, but—" "By the way, did you all talk things over with the Grand Duke?" Aland replied, "Ah, it was all right."
Estelle was stunned, thinking, something feels a bit strange. Enard thought to himself, "This is the second time Estelle has slept outside overnight without telling us anything, so it's not that shocking. And Claude already told us they were together last night. The problem is—" A few hours earlier, right after Estelle and Claude returned to the Grand Duke's castle, Claude met them and said, "I'm truly sorry for making everyone worry. Lady Estelle fell asleep, and I couldn't bring myself to wake her. Of course, she wasn't hurt." Enard angrily said, "Rumors of you two flying north and spending the night together have already spread throughout the capital. How do you plan to handle this?" Aland also frowned. "I know it's old-fashioned to think this way, but for a noble lady like Estelle, it's a different matter. Surely you didn't stay overnight without any thoughts, did you?" Claude remained silent. Sibeli also frowned, looking at him. After a long while, Enard impatiently said, "Say something." Claude then spoke up. "I intend to propose to Lady Estelle." Upon hearing this, Enard and Aland's minds exploded with a bang.
Aland choked on his saliva, spitting. Sibeli's mouth hung open. Enard's eyes rolled back. Cat. Then someone, it's unclear who, said this was truly something worth talking about, something others needed to know as well. So then they all went to the teleportation date that Claude had made. After passing through, Sibeli exclaimed, "Oh, I see it now." Liana saw the four people and smiled, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." Lloyd Cornwell next to her asked doubtfully, "Is there a special occasion?" Sibeli replied, "Your Highness just told us something astonishing." Claude repeated, "I wish to propose to Lady Estelle, and I ask for Lady Liana's permission." Liana exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my," she continued. Proposing is your decision, but responding is Estelle's right, so I don't think I have the authority to grant or deny permission." Claude said. Then, without waiting for him to finish, Liana continued, "More importantly, aren't there other issues? Estelle is currently the head of the Mercedes family. Although we call her Lady Estelle, she has already been designated as the family head. She carries a strong determination to restore the family's honor. She will not turn her back on her family to become a person of the Carlstein duchy."
Claude nodded sullenly. I know that. Liana paused for a moment. Then she smiled and asked, Then could your highness let us hear your specific plan? Recalling this, Ennard thought, I didn't expect Lady Liana to let it go so easily. At the same time, Sibeli walked up to Estelle and asked, Are you looking for something, Lady Estelle? She replied, I don't see the Grand Duke anywhere. I thought he was with everyone. Ennard turned and said, I'm going to get something to drink. Estelle couldn't help but look after him suspiciously. In the garden behind the mansion, Claude said, No, a little more to the right. Make sure to check thoroughly. Not even a single withered flower is allowed. Suddenly hearing footsteps, he turned around and asked suspiciously, Why are you out here? Ennard snapped back, Are we not allowed to be here or something? Claude didn't bother to argue. Do whatever you want. Ennard suddenly asked, Are you almost done? Estelle is looking for you. Claude took out his watch, checked the time, and replied, I'm almost done. A long while later, Lily yawned widely out of boredom. Estelle said with a hint of worry, Ennard has been gone for too long. Sibeli replied, Perhaps he went for a walk? No sooner had she spoken than a Lund signaled. Sibeli immediately said, Let's go for a walk too. Estelle tilted her head in suspicion. A moment later, Sibeli led Estelle out to the garden. Midway, she said again, Lady Estelle, why don't you go into the garden first? Estelle was surprised. Me? Go in by myself? She wondered, what's going on here? Estelle walked step by step inside. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes wide, looking straight ahead.
Claude had changed into a formal suit, standing there waiting for her. Estelle asked in a daze, Your Highness? Claude walked over, saying solemnly, Miss Estelle, there's something I want to tell you. He took her hand. Estelle Mercedes, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me, Estelle? She widened her eyes, her heart pounding incessantly. She wondered to herself, is this a dream? If it was a dream, she didn't want to wake up from this sweet dream. But at this point, she then said in a low voice, Your Highness, I cannot become a member of the Carlstein family. Claude smiled. I'm not asking you to join my family. I propose an alliance between our two houses, Duke of the Carlstein family, and also your husband. Estelle asked in surprise, Can something like that happen?
Claude replied, The process might be a bit complicated, but it's not impossible. Estelle pursed her lips, 2 streams of tears welling up in her eyes. She thought emotionally to herself, After being abandoned by the family I once longed to be loved by, I was fortunate enough to find a new family, and I thought reuniting with my aunt was the greatest happiness I could have. Thinking this, Estelle looked up at Claude again. Then she said, Before I answer, there's something I want to ask of you. My name. Please call my name again. Claude spoke. Estelle. Estelle Mercedes. If you wish, I will say it all night until I can no longer speak. Estelle smiled. If so, I am also ready to give my whole life to you, Claude. Claude broke into a radiant smile. Estelle thought to herself, I'm sure of it. Claude lifted her chin and their lips slowly met. Estelle thought again, if I can kiss him like this, I'm sure Claude and I will be happy for the rest of our lives. Finally, another tear fell. Thank you for watching today's video. This marks the end of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and have a wonderful day.